5.
Okay, why is my...
Camera's on again. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, just making sure, you know.
Nah, not sitting here naked, don't worry. Not really that type of guy.
Valid. Me neither. Hi Flemley. Hi Bubba. Hi Vodka Addict. Alright. So do you want to just start doing survivor rooms or something?
I feel like I had one question, like,
Sit
it
down,
seems kind of
security,
unfair
subscribe.
because I saw Blinky stream and he's doing like the thing with the boat and then the eye, and he just has to throw one.
Yeah.
He's kind of hacking. It's kind of hacking, no?
I know.
But then I watched the video and they said it's kind of complicated to do with mouse acceleration.
That's exactly why we haven't, because like I don't really know how exactly. I'm gonna be honest, I just don't know how to do it with mouse acceleration. Like,
I think it's like a, I mean, I would say like 20-second time loss, maybe
yeah,
a bit more even.
yeah. I would agree with that. I mean, I could try to figure it out like later today or something.
It's just like, I feel like the most annoying part is when you have like a run that's not super fast and it's always nighttime when you enter, when you exit the
Yeah,
portal.
yeah.
So it's like, okay, so I built up somewhere, and when they say, okay, move like 10 blocks to the right, and I'm like, okay, I need to jump to a different tree, and then I don't know, that's like
No, I
almost
know.
45 seconds. So it's like
Like, yeah, like yeah. I fully get you. I just like don't know how to do it with mouse excel, but I could like try to figure it out. Because like I know it's like somewhat possible. I think the problem was like something about. Yeah, I just looked for it because it's like I think you need to change the sense like some other way. I don't know. I legit don't know how it works. All right. Yeah, I'll try to figure that out tonight. If yeah, and then I can help you set it up.
yeah, I mean, I have no clue. Like, they had like a section for it, but honestly, it was too complicated in general for me to really understand what's going on.
Okay, that's fair.
But they had like a different, like, I
Like
don't know, like a
program or
TXT
something.
file that has like a different sense. Like, it was really weird.
Yeah. Okay,
No,
well, yeah.
all right, whatever. Let's focus on the things we can actually do today.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean,
I mean, I
I'll
don't
be
know.
honest, I didn't have much time, so what I did not practice still is
Anchors.
anchors.
Yeah,
I feel
that's
like
fine.
I will do that tomorrow. When I'm
It's
back from
VOD
work.
with mouse excel.
Wait, is this the first day GeoGuessr or Minecraft?
I don't actually know.
Bro, I think it's GeoGuessr. I'm not sure though. Which would be
Oh,
good.
first is Minecraft.
Oh, okay.
Number 13.
Okay, makes sense.
Well, actually, yeah. I feel like that wouldn't make sense that it would say the geo. Wait. It's slightly vague now that I'm looking at the tweet because the Minecraft speedrunning logo and then there's the December 13th above it, but then the GeoGuessr side is on that side. so I
I mean,
actually
I'll
don't know.
just check the announcement in our Discord. I feel like that
Oh
should.
wait, day 1, GeoGuessr pros compete in an MCSR tournament. Never mind, I just read the tweet.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Well, then I don't have an extra day. You have an
Yeah,
extra day of studying.
yay!
Isn't that nice?
I do want that extra day, Loki.
How was yesterday? Or
Um, yeah, it was like okay. I feel like
oh wait, bro, I forgot to do something. I forgot to add you on GeoGuessr so I can see your activities because it's low key OP for me to just go through your game links and spot your mistakes, and then if you
wait,
don't like,
yeah, that'd be fire.
I mean, I could still do it. I feel like we could do that for the last
Yeah, we should,
2 days, but
Um,
whatever. We'll start with with Minecraft
yeah,
anyway.
yeah, yeah,
All
let's
right.
start with
So do we
Minecraft.
just do more runs?
Yeah,
Let's
I
move.
think low key that's the
Wait, wait.
move because stuff will just
What
come
about
up.
lava housing?
Yeah, I could show you like some kind of ways to fix it. For the most part, I think like the best thing to do is like you don't really have to learn a route that much. You just have to like um you just have to like block off the lava and then wait for a minute. That's like kind of the tech. That's like how I usually tell people to do it when they don't like, because it's honestly like it's not that much slower compared to the regular lava housing route is like kind of slow, and you have to learn a whole route. So it's just block off and then wait like a minute for the lava to drain is usually the best tactic.
Hmm.
All
Yeah,
right.
maybe I'm. Is there a difference between just the middle, like the manhunt chest, being in like surrounded by lava, and lava actually being in like the big
Mm.
area?
Yeah,
Like, is that different, right?
there could be. It could be both. It could be just lava in front of the manhunt chest though, or like the yeah. I don't know. Could be either way.
Hmm, okay. Yeah, I feel like every time I encountered that, I just went to the top instead.
Mm-hmm. No, no, yeah, that's good. Go to the top, block it off, and then you can kind of just go from there. I don't know, like it shouldn't be very common. Like we're probably not gonna see it, but we might.
What if we get
Obviously,
a
we might.
what if we get a toolsmith seed,
Yeah, Tulsa
bro?
Seed,
Just
classic.
but only in the final, just to
Well,
that would be
like
classic.
Loki, we have to get a Toolsmithy seed against somebody who's not gonna recognize it. Like who's not gonna recognize it as
I mean,
like
the
from the
coach has to not
coaches.
recognize it, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you.
But like, I mean, I don't
I
know.
mean,
You
I feel
think
like
Poundy
if
might
I
not
know about
recognize
it.
it?
All right. Um. So, do you want to show me something, or do I just start a run?
Loki, no. I think we should just go into a run and then I'll just like try to like nitpick stuff from there. Kind of like how we were doing. Yeah, whatever you feel the least comfortable on. I mean, I could see the vision for a little bit more shipwrecks, but that was also like last time I saw you on shipwrecks, you kind of just were like a little bit hesitant on where the
I mean,
chests
I
were.
just played shipwreck.
Oh yeah,
Like
okay.
this. I mean, this one was on shipwreck,
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, nice.
but yeah, it felt a bit slow at the beginning. But I didn't get anything good really from the chest.
Oh, fair, fair, fair. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, up to you then. It's just kind of more about like how comfortable you feel. And we could just do random
Um,
too, but
we could do random. Yeah, why not?
okay, let's
All right. I played my ranked games, by the way.
go.
I'm Iron
Nice.
3. Big ups. Got asked if I
W.
zero cycled, by the way.
Dude, they like it. They had big hopes for you. They're like, holy shit, this dude's goated.
To be fair, I had like a 1 minute end, and the guy was like, "Bro, did you zero cycle?"
No, they were like Cope. They're like, this fucker got so
I mean, bro, he
lucky.
wasn't even in the strong. I think he just found a stronghold. So, I mean, technically, if I get like a really bad cycle and he did everything correctly with a zero cycle, he would probably have beaten me, maybe. But
Yeah, that's crazy though.
All right, let's go with random seed. Not sure what to think about going in something random. I guess it shows me. No, it doesn't. It should show me when
Maybe.
spawning in, right? Like the
Oh
new
yeah, yeah,
feature.
yeah, yeah. Oh
Okay,
yeah, it
buried
does.
treasure.
Okay, BT. Huh.
BT. Okay, I kind of forgot how to do this. Okay, so it's probably in this one,
Yeah.
and I guess it's here.
Yep. Nice.
All right, I didn't forget.
Nice. That's perfect.
Oh, yeah, barely made it out.
Yeah, and then just raise your settings so we can start looking for the lava pool or the and also entity distance. Yeah, nice. Good F3F though. That's time save. Just like yeah, like just trying to up it as early as possible so we can immediately start looking for that kelp is really important. Then what are you gonna craft here? Diamond pickaxe, 100%. Always diamond pickaxe.
Yep.
And then axe, shovel, shears.
Yep.
Perfect. Nice.
Don't need that much wood, I guess, if I have leaves.
Yeah, you don't need that much. Um,
Just need
just gotta
flint to
create
get.
your boat and doors on the,
Oh,
and then
true.
boat and doors, and then just grab the crafting table, and we can just let's go towards the kelp, towards the BT. I think. Maybe I saw that correctly. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, to the right there.
There's some left.
I would go towards the BT one just because it's closer to the BT, so it's like more likely to be a ravine. But like we could see if it's not real. Also this ocean was a bit deeper, so I kind of liked it more. I can't tell. Is that fake? Okay.
It's fake.
Yeah, just keep like kind of circling. Maybe the other kelp is real. But like maybe we could just find something on the way.
Oh, there's a shipwreck.
So it's really
Is it not that on the right? I have no clue. It looks like one. Like half of one. Is that?
um
Hmm.
yeah, there's a half ship
Just
there.
yes, big one. Yeah,
I'm just
okay.
looking for the ravine. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Nice.
My
Perfect.
door not in the slot. GG's.
It's okay. Nice.
Bro, what is this zombie doing?
This asshole. Wait, I forgot to tell you to craft a helmet, but it's okay. Oh my god, wait, this
Wait,
is really annoying
is
to
code
repair.
no?
Um, it'll be okay, just grab that lava there and then just try and yeah, just try to
Now I need
like
more lava. Hmm.
okay, yeah, block off the top with like leaves and then just kind of place like water at the bottom so that you can like um just kind of create like a little air pocket for yourself down there by the lava. Block off like the top as well so that you can yeah, so we'll have to replace that leaf and then try and mine this cobble and like see if you can oh my god, this is so bad. Yeah, I don't think it's even that way. I think it has to be like behind you like that way because yeah, but it's like up as well. Um oh, that's okay. Honestly, wait. Swim out for a second. Is there like an easier spot to build it to like
There,
yeah,
I
but that
guess.
might be. Let's try it. I think it's worth trying, and maybe behind you. Um, you only need like
Oh,
one or
what?
two doors.
I mean, I don't know the setup with only one door.
Yeah, you can just like
Hmm.
use blocks
Oh,
instead of the door. Oh my god,
okay.
kill this
I'm
guy, kill
probably
this guy.
dying. Wait, what?
Okay,
Why am I gaining damage
just leave,
from?
yeah. Try to. You don't. Okay. Um, try over
Okay, this.
there that you saw, and then try maybe over here. Okay, yeah. Try this, right?
Hmm,
No. There was an
maybe.
L shape. There was an L shape there. Yeah, try that.
Yeah, okay.
Surely this will be better. Like, if you only have one door, you can just place blocks instead of the doors behind them. Okay, there we go, nice. We
I
should
don't
have
know.
just
I'm
done
so
this in the first
familiar,
place.
so familiar just having the doors.
No, I get that. It's just kind of like time save. Um, it's only for this exact scenario where, like, you have to... Okay, that was fucking annoying.
Where's my food?
F3?
Oh my god. Bro, I misclicked F3.
That's fine. Okay, it's kind of far. Um, yeah,
Okay,
there,
there's
there,
like
that
something
way.
in this
Boom.
direction. Alright.
All right.
Okay. Guess I need to
Uh,
vote.
yeah.
Yeah, that was quite something. Not gonna lie. I hate when it's
No,
like one deep and
that was
I
like...
couldn't even get lava from
No, yeah,
anywhere.
yeah, yeah. That was way, like, that was so bad. That was like worse than one deep, than regular one deep.
Okay, there's a fortress there.
That's a good sign. That means you're definitely going towards the bastion, because like the fortress should be next to the bastion. Yeah, I would go right here. This is good.
Hmm,
It'll probably curve around back to left.
there it
There you go.
is.
Nice.
So what is it?
Uh, Stables.
Oh my.
You
Should I just
can
go?
go down, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't craft a thing. Oh my god. I'm
Ooh,
stupid.
ooh. Just, it's okay. It's okay. Just, yeah. Oh my god.
Alright. I don't have the crafting table as well. What did I do? Wait,
It's
what?
How'd that guy get in? That's okay.
What? Oh, he dropped down, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Alright, the most cooked run of all time. We're getting a helmet though.
Yeah, just eat,
And the food situation is
Loki.
also not looking good.
Yeah, but
Um,
at least the fort's really close. Um, Honestly, eat one more
back.
time and then... Okay,
Alright.
do you know where to run? It's like directly just where you're looking right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's just run over there then. And then you can loot the bottom chest, and then we can start the route. Alright, go. Just take one hit and then run past it. Oh no,
Oh my god. You mean
danger.
the second?
Block up. Yeah, okay. There you go, nice. Alright, let's see. Okay, well, this is
Bad.
bad gap. Let's... hopefully the hogland's not there, but yeah. If get some gold on your bar if you're thinking about
Yeah.
punching this guy, but I would open... honestly, you don't really have to punch it. It's kind of dangerous. Up to
And what
you.
do I do?
Open
Should I
up
just...
the... sorry, open up mine one blackstone there. Yeah, open that up,
Yeah.
and then eat once and then punch that guy, and then if you can remember how to like do the route. Um,
Bro. Yeah,
you
okay,
could
what
mine
do
the
I do now?
chest. All
I
right.
guess I should have
And
maybe
then
minded. Oh my god.
drop. Yeah, you have to drop a lot of gold. Drop a lot of gold. Okay, this is
Okay,
okay.
then.
Drop it to the side. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah,
Just mine through the
bouncing on.
wall. Just mine through the wall. Just like mine through anywhere. Yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's a staircase for them. And then block up, block
Oh my
up.
god, I'm Yeah, okay, this run is cooked. I don't
Okay,
know.
it's a
This
just,
run just felt so bad. It was like
that's
jinxed
okay.
from the
That's okay.
flipping lava, and then I was so annoyed. Yeah, let's just see change. Oh my
It's okay.
god. The thing is, I usually know where I am in the bad gap, but then I just walked past the flipping thing where I have to block it off for no reason.
I think what we should do is we should pre-mine it and pre-open it, because that's like way like Loki. It's like kind of insane to
Wait, where is it? What?
keep
Huh?
run towards pause Z. Because
I don't know what that means. Like, how do I know where? Okay, negative,
F3.
so positive.
Yeah, that way. Run towards that way. Because it can... the berry treasure can only spawn in pause. Check your pie chart now. Yeah, okay, there. It's
Okay.
somewhere over there. Open truck borders.
Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Okay.
Okay.
So probably,
I think it's this one, yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, 9-9.
Nice.
Okay, chest. That's pretty shit.
Yeah, that's okay. You can make a iron pressure plate and blow up in the middle of these trees.
I should have kept the sand.
It's okay. You can raise it like here. That's good. All right, cool. And then make up your settings and turn off your truck borders and close your F3.
Bro, there's like so many buttons I have to press.
I know. All right. So you're make a shovel and pickaxe, and then mine for a stone axe. No, not iron, not iron.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, like
Diamond
diamond
shovel.
shovel.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was confused. I have 7. Like usually
Sorry.
that means I can. All right. I mean, I caught it in time, but I was
That's
like,
good.
wait,
That's good.
really
That's
with
good.
7? I don't know. It seems incorrect.
Boat doors, bucket.
Yeah. Uh-huh. All right. And
All right.
then I go off or
Yeah. Was there kelp to your left, or is that not? Am I seeing things? Okay, I'm seeing things. Just go straight past the where the BT was. Yeah, to this like deeper part to the right here is good. Yeah. There's a dolphin, but like it's kind of hard to see ravines when you have a dolphin. So, maybe
there's
this.
one here,
Yeah,
but
yeah. Try this one. If it's okay, yeah. Try it. It's a little thin, but like should be okay.
oh my god. Why is the fin ravine
Nice.
bad? Or
I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. Just sometimes it can be one deep, but this is definitely fine.
oh, I don't have blocks. GG.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I know,
You just
but
place it somewhere random on the outside.
bro,
There you go.
at least I catch that mistake nowadays. Usually I would just
Oh
make the
yeah.
mistake and then it's cooked.
No, that is good that you're catching it. All right. F3. Okay. Pause. Pause. Okay, I couldn't tell. Oh wait, no, it's still not loaded. Okay, it's like far as fuck. All right. Scan. Yeah,
Yeah,
that way.
probably that direction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't think your PC is like insane, so it's.
My PC is really bad. Like it's not loading fast. So I don't know if it's really worth pausing because it will just load forever.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of fair, but it's like good to know the distance. All right.
Where do I go?
Just like bridge across, Loki.
I mean, there's
Unless
like piglins here, so I'm a bit.
are they, as long as they're not crossbow, you should be okay, but as long as you can just like start the bridge like 2 blocks up. But yeah, you're here. Honestly, go down to your left and then just go back up. Like just follow the trees. No, like just boat down.
Oh,
And then go up these trees to
yeah.
the upper terrain. Um Wait, how much gold do you have? I low-key was not paying attention. Okay, you
1.
only have one. I mean, I would get it on your hotbar just for distraction, but obviously can't really make armor with that. All right,
Here
yeah,
it is.
head up to the top. I don't. Is this bridge? Yeah, it's bridge. Okay. Try to run around to the right. Yeah, just down here. No. Stay low. Stay low. Yeah, run around this way, and then this is towards the chalice right now. So we'll
Yeah.
head to like the left a little bit when you can. Yeah, you have to go up. Okay, cool.
Oh my god.
Okay,
These guys are so annoying. Oh my god.
it's
These
okay.
guys are so annoying.
Yeah, you're good.
But
Um, Perfect. So just make sure like you can get this gold, but like no piglins can get you. You might have to
I mean,
block.
this side looks good. And the other side,
Yeah, that looks fine. Just mostly if there's stray
bro.
piglins. You could also drop these guys gold if they're shooting you. Just like craft some and then drop like, I don't know, 6 or something. Okay, cool. Um,
Craft a
Perfect.
helmet, I
Yeah, yeah,
guess.
craft a helmet, and then honestly you should eat like 3 times. Just so you get the fast heal. Kind of annoying, it just lined up poorly. But oh, grab that string on the ground, maybe. Are the piglins still mad at you? Also make your dirt to like the stack. Um and then okay. This is where lava bucket would be good, so we should be grabbing lava bucket on re-entry. Oh my god,
So
okay.
where do I go?
No, no, it's fine. Just run past this and then just go around. Look to the left and look to the right. What's the triple situation? It's triple on the okay, yeah, triple on the left. So there's lava here, so we can't really do the Donkey Kong route like normal. I mean, yeah, just like build over to like the other triple and just we're gonna just play the triple on its own
Okay.
to
Okay, I have
the
no clue what you mean.
yeah, this way, yeah. Donkey Kong, regular
Okay.
Donkey Kong, just build over here and
Yeah.
then play this. It's just
Feels like we
like
can't do it.
yeah, we can't do like just go in here. Just because there's lava above us, we're just not gonna be able to get any piglins. Um, yeah, this is good. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, what is
Um,
this guy doing?
drop a little
Ah, he's
more
trolling.
frequently. There you go. And
Okay, I need to
then
get
yeah,
these guys
yeah,
up there,
good,
I
yeah,
guess.
yeah. This guy's nice. Okay, okay, perfect. Okay, that's
Okay.
honestly better than I thought.
Yeah, not sure how there's like a million piglins down there, by the way.
Yeah.
'Kay, at least a lot of obsidian in this chest. Where's the gravel?
It's like low 20, I think. But we're gonna get him a sub 20 easily today. Wait, we didn't get a sub 20 last time, did we?
Oh, no, wait.
Other corner, yeah.
How did I pick up the gold? What?
I mean, you're always gonna pick it up as soon as you go to the corner. All right, do pie chart right away because you're not really doing anything right now. You're just kind of sorting. Um,
Wait, what? Is it
uh,
5
it's
usually?
four.
Wait, what?
It's five now.
Huh?
It keeps switching on you. Four now.
What? I keep pressing 4, what?
It's
Okay, now it's 1. Wait, what?
yeah. There you go.
Okay. I mean, how far is it? 11?
11. Okay. Just keep. I mean, you could. I guess you could. Up to
We
up
can also
three.
look. Didn't we see it? We saw it earlier, no?
Wait, we did see it. Wait, no, did we see it or
Oh,
was
wait.
that last
Oh, wait,
seed?
it was the other seed. I'm not sure now.
I think it was
Uh,
the other seed.
yeah, it was the other seed. Wait, yeah.
Um,
Um, so should I try finding it now?
yeah, 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 but you have to raise 3 render. And also you have to stand in the same chunk that you grabbed it from, like at
Yeah,
first.
we.
So
I mean,
other corner, and
let's
then
go
yeah,
here.
this one, and then raise by 3. Yeah, there you go. And then all right, cross. All
Okay, it's
right,
this direction.
pause X. So that means it's gonna be that way, and then to the left as well because you're going pause pause. All right, set up your hotbar, pearls, fire res. Um, you have so much shit, so like this is just fine. Like you can leave. Um, you just need to get the pearls and the
Right.
fire res on your bar, and then all right, cool. And then yeah, we'll just pearl like there, yeah, like straight in front of you, and then to the left a little bit, yeah. Um, careful, block clutch, block clutch, block clutch. Oh my god,
Wait, how
dude,
did I not take damage earlier? What?
because
I'm so
like you took
confused,
so
by the
much fall
way.
damage. Yeah, that was such a dangerous pearl. You should always watch where your pearl is going so that you know
Bro,
like
I swear in my mind that definitely went on
each
top.
eat
I don't know.
yeah, okay, you have to go way to your left right now. That way, yep.
This way.
Keep running that way. Don't pearl because you're
Uh,
low and you don't have that much food. Cool. Yeah, it'll be like right in front of you and then to the left a tiny bit probably.
there
There
it
you go.
is.
Yeah, just pearl down to the left on that terrain. Cool. And then let's run. You don't actually have to go into the fort because I think you will be able to see the spawner above maybe unless you hear places. Wait, not that way, not that way. Like to the left more. Actually, just go
Wait,
in,
what?
just go in, just go in. Because this is
Let
towards
me.
the bad part. Just go in, it's
So I
fine.
go here.
Yeah, that's alright. I was just trying to
Oh,
make a
this
call,
looks good.
but
No,
yeah, this is good.
that's the
Yeah, that's the well rooms.
thing.
Just keep heading
So
here.
there it
Okay,
is.
cool.
What?
I don't
How do I disconnect?
I don't know, but whatever. Okay, make a bed. Make three or make all your wool, I guess, and then okay, cool. And then shift click your nether brick as well. Just shift click in
Okay.
the boat, yeah, and then yeah, okay, there you go.
I've just
No, you have to stand. No, you should just stand in the block, and then you'll be able to place it if you look straight up. Yeah, there you go, perfect.
I mean, I don't know. I couldn't place it from down there.
You have to look like straight.
I don't know. Maybe I forgot how to.
That's good. That's good. Alright.
I mean, this shouldn't matter. So
Yeah. Eat right now. Actually, this is perfect timing to eat. All right, perfect. Yeah. So honestly, after you kill this round, just start on first portal and this round, I
holy shit!
guess.
What are these spawns?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna be complaining, but they don't even drop stuff. So I'm actually complaining. Never mind.
I'll kill these guys. Oh, Pyros.
Um, bro, my tuba.
There you go. Sweet. All right, just yeah, go through here. We have 6 rods, perfect.
Holy. Wait, what?
You're good. Just yeah.
Not sure what I was trying to do, but not the right thing for sure. Right. Oh my god, my ninja brain bot is not on my screen.
Oh,
I need to activate it real quick.
it says left
Right.
6 blocks or right 8 blocks.
8. All right.
Oh no, 7 or 8 actually. Um, yeah, that'll be perfect. Oh my god, a pig went through the portal. We can kill it in the nether and then get its food.
What?
You'll see, you'll see, you'll see.
Wait. All right.
Nice measuring.
Right. All
Alright,
right. Which one
grab
broke?
the, I mean, the second eye, yeah, I think both of them are down. It's just on top of the tree, I think.
Bro, so annoying to get.
Yeah,
Uh, there's one.
yeah. Both are on top of the trees, actually. One is up here and then one's up to the left on top of the tree. Yep, go grab
Why
that
do I
and
get
then,
like lags in this game? Like, bro, it's a flippin' block game.
yeah. Alright, go back through and then there's gonna be a pig waiting for you and kill it in the nether because you need food. No, with flint and steel. Oh my god.
Oh,
Okay, that's fine. Just, yeah, Loki, eat these two, and then we'll just run towards, angle 121.
121, yes. So,
Yeah, that way.
I mean, do I just follow
Yeah,
this?
just follow the fort.
Bro, it's a far
I
stronghold.
I
Holy shit.
know. We have to not roll that much because it's so far. Um, or like, and we don't have the health. Yeah, just go up here. Keep the height, because yeah, go up to the left, and then like, because we need to keep this height on the terrain. All right, yeah, keep going up here, and then I mean to your right more, but like yeah, that way.
Bro, it's still so far. Holy shit.
Yeah, and repop a fire as you have a chance. Alright. Yeah, just keep running until we have to pearl, Loki. Maybe pearl across this before these hoglins kill you. Nice, ball clutch, ball clutch.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Jeez, I was
140
jumping at the
negative.
same time.
Yeah, you're good, you're good. Open F3. Okay, you're at the negative 244. Wait, so you just need to
Wait,
go.
we went past it.
Oh yeah, we did go past it. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Okay,
Huh?
let's chill.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I think we were just running off angle like really hard and I didn't realize it. Okay,
No, but alright, I guess so. Or we're just faster than we thought.
yeah, go down. You should, this terrain is not working. You have to find it where it's open. Yeah, go down here. Oh my god, this is gonna break your
Bro,
boat.
what?
Just slowly kind of scaffold down.
What? How does this break my boat? I guess it's
I mean,
lava. I guess it is lava after all. Bro, boat clutch, low key. Can I just fall down or?
you're gonna probably take fall damage. Um,
Oh no.
okay,
All
you're good,
right.
you're good, you're good. Just to your right, to your right. Yeah, that. No. Yes, this way. Okay, 140, negative 244. So you were like already there on the 244, so it's like to your right.
40.
And then 244.
244.
There you
And
go.
240.
What was it, 144 or it was at 140? I kind of forgot.
140.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Then literally just build it there. Yeah, perfect. How the fuck did
Bro.
we go past this?
Oh
I'm
my.
like
Oh.
so confused.
Well, okay.
Loki, that's chill. That's how Dugal builds portals.
What? Who?
Dugal? The
It was a
guy.
joke.
Oh.
The stronghold guy. Yeah, of course I know him.
The
Kingo.
toolsmith guy.
Uh,
Other block, other
Pax
block,
is
other
the
block.
Pax is the
Okay, it's fine. Um,
Status, no?
yeah, you're good, you're good. You just were one block off. So you might not have hit starter, but you're fine.
Wait, what's the? Oh my god.
Yeah, you were there.
Huh?
Yeah, that
Oh.
one there. Okay, and then also settings.
Oh my god. Why do I keep forgetting this?
I mean, I think there's only mid to go anyway.
I don't
Try
see
to go
these
mid
ways.
and then rescan in mid. In here, yeah. Try to like kind of see if you can get something in here. Okay.
Nothing. Like
Oh,
maybe. Oh,
something. Yeah,
oh,
there you go.
yeah.
Nice. Let's go for it.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, sweet.
Yes.
All right, hunger reset in the side. You have to use gravel on
This.
the bottom usually. Um, and also you
What?
blocked off two, and now because you're not gonna be able to like reach the bed. Mind that soul sand because the silverfish are gonna be able to get you. There you go. Now, okay, you're good now. Oxy, thanks for the raid.
So
I hope you're
I have
strong
to build
one.
my crafting table again.
Ah, you're good. You just have to make a new one. Just make all your beds, honestly.
Yeah.
And then, cool. Oh, you have to, like
Wait,
mine,
what?
like a block to your right, and then just go back in. There you go. And then stand in the corner. Aim a little. Okay, yeah, you're good. Just grab the bed. You don't really need the crafting table. All right. And we can go. I mean, you didn't really need to hunger reset, but like it's way safer. All right, sweet.
I mean, how much health did I have? Not that much, right?
You had 4 hearts, so like you could just one cycle with like 7 beds, and then you just don't pearl in, you don't pearl to the fountain at
Yeah,
all.
but what if he goes like a low? I mean, okay, interesting. I think I go left.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not look at the Enderman this time. Okay, so he's literally just chilling here. Right, so that worked.
That's fine. I mean, okay, let's just keep watching the dragon actually. Maybe. No. Unlucky. Also, you have obby. It might go here. I don't know if that matters. You still have your obby. Alright, back up, back up, back up. Loki, back up like farther than you've been. You want to get to like optimal chords are 70 by the way on the Z. So it's like even yeah there.
70.
Yeah.
That's a lot far away, you know?
I
Can't
know,
even
I
see the
know.
dragon.
Yeah, you should run in like when it's getting close, but like if it's on your side, you should back up to there.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It
Okay,
went, it
that was
went.
no, it was way too late for me to go after that. I mean, the thing is, he did like such a weird curve that didn't even like look like a snap to me. Like I couldn't not tell that he was going.
Okay, I mean, you definitely had time to go in,
Hmm,
but it's fine.
I don't know. Like I guess it's the delay of my screen because when you said like yeah, definitely go, it was like already way too late. Like he was already on the way down.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't
if
know.
you just purled like and hit this like fountain in the middle, um,
Mm,
it shouldn't take you
yeah.
too long. I don't know. I feel like I would most of the time just send it, but yeah, it's fine. Um, it was a weird snap. It was hard to tell. Is it going again? It went, it went, it went.
What?
Go, 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 go. Just fucking
Okay,
send
I
it.
mean,
All right, just okay. Your pearl was like not even close. Okay, you're cooked. Yeah, the pearl hit the Enderman. That's so fucked. All right, we just have to not pearl in.
I don't know. Again, like, how did he go? He wasn't even in the back of this line. I don't get it. How was that anywhere close to it?
I don't know.
How am I supposed to get that? Like, I don't get it.
I mean, he just kind of
He
like
went from like diagonal. He did not go middle. Like, usually he just goes exactly on this line, on this axis, and flies down the middle.
oh sure. Sometimes yeah, but like it's more about like the dragon can approach the node from any angle, and like sometimes the angle, like quite often the angle is from middle, but sometimes it's not either. Sometimes it's just kind of, but yeah, it's mostly about your pearl
Usually I'm
there.
better at telling, but this time, like, both of those just looked like nothing to me.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, watch it. No, okay. Yeah, just like try to make sure your pearl is hitting like right on the fountain because you just shouldn't
Yeah,
ever have to like run at all. Um,
yeah, it was way too far down.
yeah, I mean, well, you hit an Enderman, I guess too, but all right, see, maybe. Um, I would say it's probably gonna perch. Yeah, it's probably gonna perch. You should pearl.
What?
Okay.
Oh my god, wrong. I looked at an Enderman. Like, bro, what am I doing? Like,
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
oh my god, why is this so hard all of a sudden? Like, this should be the
It's
easiest
okay.
part of the game.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Firstly, okay, don't jump pearl ever. We don't have to worry. Just don't jump pearl. Just
Okay, but why
regular
did I
pearl.
get bugged into the block?
Yeah, because you like hit the center and then you were like holding W, I think, and then it like bugged you in. So that was like fucking annoying. And then yeah, you just looked at her. It's fine. Just don't jump pearl because jump pearling makes everything so much less consistent. So like, um, you
But the
should
jumper
just
was better than the one I threw while just standing.
yeah, but like it's better to just aim and higher and then just pearl regularly. Um
I guess.
yeah. All right, that's fine. That's fine.
That,
That's fine. Just
that end was horrendous.
let me think about like Loki. I think if there's anything that we can learn from that. I mean, I feel like I'm just trying to like explain things to you, but I'm like not explaining them well enough because like I was trying to get you to go into like the good part of the fort that was to the left, but like
No, it's on the right.
yes, but there was a part that was good on the left, and that's what I was trying to tell you to go to, and then I like wasn't
Yeah, but the
explaining
only
it.
thing I saw was like
All
we
the
were going
rest of
towards
the
the bad
bad
part.
part.
That's all I saw. That's
Yeah,
all
I
that
know,
I
I
saw.
know, I know.
Like I saw,
It's
so I
because
was a bit confused.
yeah, it's just bad comms. I just like need to
I,
lock in.
it
And
is hard
then
to explain. Like I don't know how I would explain that.
yeah, I don't know.
It's just like, bro, how do the other guys do it? That like the delay is kind of annoying, no?
Yeah,
Like
I
in
know it
general.
is. It is.
But is it?
Like, I don't know.
Not sure what to do about that. But yeah.
Lucky it's chill. Let's just run it back. I feel like most of the stuff like that I'm seeing is just like you just don't like look very comfortable with everything, and like the only way to get comfortable with everything is just to like play as much as possible.
And I feel like it's just different being watched, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
No, 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 it is for sure. I'm trying to like let you play as well, but like I'm just not like decisive with my comms. So I'll just be more decisive as well. Um, yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. We're good. We're good. Let's run it
Yeah.
back.
The thing is just like the delay is not that bad unless you're trying to explain, oh, like left and then I pan and then it's like already somewhere else.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
I
in
mean,
in the
you
end
can
it's the most annoying.
pause a little bit if you want. Like you could pause, but I would say just like it's good to listen to me and I'm gonna try to like I'll try my best to like calm in the future as much as I can, you know what I mean? Like so that because I know what's gonna happen, like I can see like a couple seconds ahead, like so I should be able to calm into the future a little bit. But yeah, I'm just like not doing that good of a job right now, Lucky. Okay.
You need to learn two games at the same time. You need to learn how to read the future of what I'm doing and learn GeoGuessr.
Yeah.
That seems kind of tough, no?
No, no, it's chill, like Lucky, it's chill. All right.
All right,
Yeah,
let's
let's run it.
just.
Let's run it.
That was the warm up, even though
No, no,
like
no,
we had a
no,
warm
no.
up before that.
That
But
was the warm up. The warm up of the yeah.
yeah,
All right.
yeah, the first need is long forgotten. Okay, desert jungle.
GT.
All right, all right.
Sweet. And then raise your settings. Because we're just gonna instantly be like looking for a lava pool, but like obviously just focus on getting in the temple, but I'll be looking for one. I didn't see shit, but we will when you
I saw a
exit.
coastline.
Yeah, yeah, we'll probably go there for gravel. Nice. Alright. And then
Oh
oh
wait,
wait.
what's that?
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Just leave it.
It was
Okay.
iron, no?
Yeah, but it's only one. Okay, it's fine.
Oh, I guess it was only one. Yeah.
Alright, just stand on top of the temple. We're just gonna figure out the line. What most likely you're gonna grab these trees. Okay, it's okay,
There's a lot
just
of food there. Yeah.
wait, you know woodlight. Do you know woodlight?
What?
Okay, you don't know woodlight. Just blow up these
Go up.
trees. Yeah. I can't really
What
explain
is
woodlight on the fly, so we're gonna have to get gravel.
wood fly? Never
No,
even heard of that.
woodlight.
Oh, wood light. Okay, I have no clue what is what it's about.
It's fine. It's okay. We're just gonna, yeah, honestly, run that way, I
I mean, to
guess.
the coast. or
I'm
what?
trying to, yeah, I'm trying to think, yeah, to the coast, but like,
This
there's not
village.
gravel there's no gravel that way. Go to your right, go to your right. There was a ravine there. We'll just get it from the ravine to your right. Yes.
Oh, there's a ravine, I guess. Yeah.
We need water. Fuck, and we need food. This is so
And we
awkward.
need everything.
Yeah. Okay. Check in here. Okay. There's water there. Is there gravel at the bottom of this somewhere?
Don't see any, to be quite honest.
Gonna
Don't see any.
five. Like on the inside. Anything? No. Okay. Look in the other part of the ravine, cause look, we need the gravel here.
I mean, there's nothing. I don't see any.
Other part. Other part. The other
What do
side.
you mean other part?
See how there's a double ravine? Other side.
Huh?
That way?
I have no clue what you mean with other side. This way.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's just the same ravine. What do you mean double ravine? Oh, this.
It's a double ravine. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, I mean, okay, but this. Okay, I thought this is like one, and this is the other one.
No.
Okay, but bro, I'm not seeing anything there.
Okay. Okay, just leave it then. Just go. Wait, look around. I have no idea where to go. Like, okay, go in this cave maybe. Just go in this cave. Is there gravel in here? Is that's a
There's a
skeleton?
skeleton.
Fucking leave.
All right.
F5, F5. Okay, we need to learn woodlight. Yeah, Loki just fucking F up the seed. We're learning woodlight.
Okay,
Um,
what do you mean wood light? Like lighting wood on fire? Or
yes,
what?
that is literally it.
Okay, but what is the purpose of lighting wood on fire?
So
Wait,
we don't need flint.
should I pause?
Yeah.
Wait. I mean, whatever. Just okay. So do I watch your stream now? What?
Yeah, here, I'll show you. Okay, so, all right, I'll teach you the, like, regular woodlight setup. You probably have to just, like, do this once on your own just to get it down, but, essentially it's like this. So you start by like placing one block out like normal, but then instead of placing your water right away, you put 2 wood in front. And so that means that this 2 wood is like touching this obsidian there. And then you do the portal like normal. I mean, I guess like this. And then after you get rid of all this, then you build like a little kind of cup, I guess.
Staircase.
Yeah.
Staircase.
Yep. And then you put wood on the back here. And then if you have an extra time and you're not if there's no fire on this or whatever, then you can place a lava bucket here and a lava bucket here. And this will all this will increase your chances of getting and then also switch to hard. So you should practice this portal because this is how we get wood lights. So sometimes you have to play for it because you won't have flint and steel on your line. So we have to do this instead. And this is obviously pretty fast, so it's like totally
I
fine.
thought there's like a guaranteed gravel spawn.
No, there's not.
No. Okay, I guess there's just so much gravel in Minecraft.
Yeah, they're like usually you can get gravel, but
I don't know. I've never had a seed where I didn't find gravel.
wait, actually I'm not doing it correctly.
So how long does this take? Like until it sparks?
I mean it varies. It's like really random. That's why it's kind of annoying to do, but like I don't know, probably on average like 20 seconds or like 30 seconds. Yeah. So you should maybe practice this once or just try to rip it, I guess. I don't know. It's not like that uncommon because as soon as you know this, like think about like even if you've gotten gravel on every seed that you've played, like how long did it take you? Like if it took you longer than 20 seconds, then this is probably would have been worth it, you know what I mean?
I don't see this taking 20 seconds. It's already taking a minute. There's no.
Wait, what do you mean?
It's not sparking.
Oh no, because it doesn't have fire spread in the map.
Oh.
There's
Oh,
no
I was
fire
like,
spread.
wait, there's nothing happening. Like,
No, no,
what are
no,
you
no,
spreading?
no, 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 no. There's no fire spread in the map.
Okay, so I was okay. So the practice map doesn't work. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
sure.
It's just for practice. So essentially, like, what can happen sometimes, which is really annoying, like, is like if this light's on. Oh shit! If this light's on fire, while you're doing your portal, you have to punch it out because it's gonna just be like, it lights on fire while you're standing here, and you're just gonna take damage. But obviously, like, if your portal's, like, about to be done, like, if my portal's, like, this, and I get lit on fire, I'm never gonna punch this fire out, because instead I'm just gonna try to nurture that fire, and, like, create my back wall here, because this is, like, this and this block are touching the portal blocks, and that's what you need. You just need wood touching the portal blocks, and then you need a piece of fire that will catch to that, any of the wood that's touching a portal block. So,
Hmm.
if you have a piece of fire and the portal's already built, then like you don't want to punch it out. You just want to let it burn, and then hopefully it catches like any other fire
Okay.
around.
Okay, I
So
understand.
normally you go
And
like
so, how
this.
often do you go for this
Like
in
Loki,
percentage?
in my runs, probably like on temple seeds on my runs like 30% of the time.
Okay,
Um,
I've never seen this.
yeah, no, I mean it's like, I mean it's not, it's like at a higher level, you kind of have to go for it sometimes. And then what you can do also that's really nice about it, actually, I didn't think about this, um, is like, you can like, okay, so say you build your portal, right? You do this, and then, um, okay, cool. You build this out, and then you go over here, and then you go like this, and then you grab lava, and then you go kill animals while your portal's lighting. And so you kill animals with the lava bucket while your portal's lighting, and you grab some wood, and then you come back and your portal's lit. So that's like another really good thing to do, because you can overlap like the portal lighting with grabbing food.
Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. Like, so if you see like a river in the seed on the temple, but it's like pretty far away, and you didn't see gravel off the bat, you will just go for this.
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
Okay, okay, makes sense.
Um, yeah, it kind of just depends. Like, I mean, it's all about the line, right? Like, you're kind of, you want to be like, um, keeping like like you just want to be not running around as much as possible. You know what I mean? Like not running around randomly as much as possible. So like, yeah. I mean, gravel and water often work together a lot. So, um, you don't want to like, um, like a lot of the time when you're going to grab your water on the seed, then you'll find gravel anyway. But a lot of the time there'll just be a water pool in the forest, and you'll just, like that seed that we just had where there was just no gravel. You just
Yeah.
need it to woodlight as well. So like it's a necessity sometimes, and then it's kind of nice sometimes as well.
Hmm.
Um, cool. So that's that. I mean, you can practice that, or we can like just hope we don't get it, or we can just raw dog it if we get in a run.
I mean, I
Um,
can wait,
up to you.
can go to the practice map real quick, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like I understood.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a
Yeah,
lot of
draw.
it's GG. It's like just a lot of block placements, so.
I guess we can't even play ranked because it would be considered cheating. I just realized. Um,
Um, yeah, I mean, we probably wouldn't get banned
I
for it.
I mean, okay, this is not the correct uh, portal. 285 hours in game time. No,
It'll be you.
7 hours in game time. What? What? Where?
That one
Custom?
over there. Lava pool 2D. Lava portal actually 2D.
I don't have any wood.
Oh, right. Yeah, you should, yeah, you have to change the little thing there, yeah. I like changed mine custom.
Right. So yeah, this I guess is all I need.
Did you
Oh, I
save
didn't
it?
press save. GG's.
That's okay.
I Where to put this wood? Like, I don't know. It's
Just
no. All right.
all right.
Yep.
Nice. Perfect.
I guess this is where you put it. All right. Looks good. Doesn't light on fire though.
Yeah, it doesn't light on fire, but that was good though.
All right. We're ready if it happens. Can't wait for it to never happen again.
No, it
That's how
will
it's gonna be.
happen. It will happen.
Okay. Well, let's see what seed type we're getting. Village. What? I've never spawned in a snow village.
Yeah, these are so rare.
What? Okay, how do I play them?
Raise your settings. You have to find the blacksmith,
I
which
don't know what it looks like.
I don't even know what it looks like that well.
That one, I
Yeah,
guess.
that one, that one.
I mean, it's the only one
Um,
that has. The fuck? And this is all we get. All right.
this is
Wait,
so
is he?
bad because, like, dude, we're not gonna, like, Loki, maybe see change this because we're not even gonna get this in a, like, they're not gonna give us this in ranked, in the tourney.
Bro, how rare is this? Like,
Yeah, it's
what?
like really rare. You'd have to like, I guess like in theory, what you would do on the seed is like you would just mine down, and then the problem is that there's no food. So like these seeds suck because there's just no food. So you have to like loot chests
5
for food.
apples?
Yeah, it's like so bad.
Yeah, but you have animals to kill, no? Like we have a
Yeah,
cow, we
I
have a
mean,
sheep,
you can do
2
that.
sheep, and see a hay bale as well. Like that's free bread.
It's just like a mix of like a bunch of small amounts of food, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope I never get this again.
A lot of people just sea change them, and then a lot of people also don't sea change them.
Now, so if you get this in a ranked game, do you and your opponent just declare sea change?
I mean, I would.
Okay, and who doesn't accept usually?
Like Feinberg and Infume.
Okay, why?
Because they find them fun.
Okay, I agree with them, but for my sake, I will not play it. If you're not enjoying it, I would also not. Like, oh yeah, we have to do this thing, which I hate doing.
it's just like extra.
All right, another village. Desert
Okay,
village.
desert. So
No,
there, yeah, start with punching two, but there's two blacksmiths there. And then you should also raise your settings, or do I? There's this one close to you, and then there's yeah, that one over there. Alright,
okay, this has nothing. So this one has all the stuff.
yeah. Oh,
Holy.
okay. Wait. Oh, wait, what do we have to do
9
here?
obsidian.
Okay,
Like, can I put
punch,
pot on the
grab
arrow?
four, no, grab four, cobblestone, and then we're gonna have to kill the golem, and yeah, we're gonna portal, but we have to make a bucket anyway, so... Actually, wait, so make,
And shovel,
yes,
right?
yes. And then make a bucket, and then kill the golem,
What do I use
grab
as blocks to
lava,
build
and
up?
then kill, or just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's
Oh my god, this is so scuffed.
nice. Um, okay, uh, so grab a bed, grab lava, in your bucket and keep it in your bucket. And then grab your crafting table and grab hay bales. There you go, nice. Grab your crafting table and grab hay bales, pass them to the right, yeah, those ones. And then go to the savanna trees and grab more logs. And start shearing for blocks. These are really annoying to shear, so you might just have to like shear like the kind of bottom part of like a few of them. I don't know.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Or you can like build up as well. I don't know. It's kind of like if you get one
Okay,
that's like a
bro.
little lower. Okay, you have like a lot of wood, so
Yeah, this is really annoying. I mean, this one's pretty
yeah,
cool.
this one, yeah, this one. That's what I was trying to get. All right, and then after you grab this, then go to the river. So that's straight ahead of you right now. Yep, there you go. This is a river, right? Yeah.
Looks like a river.
Yeah, okay, you're good. And then we're gonna just grab piece of gravel. You could place that bed. Oh, to your left, to your left, to your left.
Wait, what? Oh, here. Wait, what? How did I miss that?
And then crafting table, make bread and boat after you get your flint, obviously. And then you're just going to, and flint and steel as well, yeah. And then you're just going to place your lava bucket in the water and then complete the portal with the 9 obby.
Okay. So I just put it anywhere. What?
Yeah, just like just below you there. Yeah, that's perfect. Yep, and
Okay.
then cool. Like we could have found a lava pool and saved the 9 obby on this seed, but this is faster because we don't have a lava pool. Perfect. All right, F3. Pause. Okay,
We
it's right
were
there.
in
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Okay, bridge.
No, treasure. Um,
Oh, treasure as well.
build up, build up. On the like, yeah. I would have used the trees here just because they're easier to like build up on.
What?
Other one. All right, and then yes, right here you can go up and then loot the like lower chest. Like run over to the
Yeah, yeah, I know.
yeah, and then you have leaves to use. There you go, nice. Um, yeah, and just run up this route.
Bro, what?
It's okay. I just jumped for some
Okay.
reason. Oh my god. Yeah, just block yourself in and then make your armor.
Yeah. Not sure how they're punching me, by the way.
Yeah, they can just like hit through the corners sometimes. You might want to eat a bread and then run. Um, all right.
All right.
Nice. Yep. And then nice. Perfect. And you might have to drop a gold to get these guys out of the way. Yeah, there you go. Nice. All right. Just go
Okay, this
up.
guy's
Just go up so you get safe, and then you can just this guy will path in as soon as you aggro him. There you go.
nothing. Tough.
Nice. Blinky, thanks for the raid.
Okay,
Zippy.
somehow picked the wrong block. Oh, didn't matter.
I hope your MC went well. I saw your streaming earlier. Good.
Okay, tough.
Okay, sweet. And then yeah, might as well, since you went this way, just grab the backup block while you're right here. Okay, and then
Other way, right?
yeah, this is yeah, okay.
Was that not right?
No, I mean it's fine, you just missed a chest.
Wait, what? Did I forgot to open the other one?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you
Okay.
go. Mine okay.
All right. So I need to.
So put on your armor and then yes. Uh,
Right. So where's my soul sand?
nice. And then you have so much fire res you could throw out a
Yeah, I
bit,
was about
yeah.
to say, like, what is this?
And then you have like the extra leaf or the extra yeah, grass.
Yeah.
And then can you stand up? Like, did you miss some trades above the okay, yeah, there's some
Yeah,
obby there.
here.
Okay, so we have 20.
Can I
Alright.
create?
Yeah, perfect. So just honestly, I don't know where the fort is. Can you open F3 for a second? And maybe just okay, it might be yeah, it might be to your the other way. Okay, yeah, it
Yes.
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Vote down.
Pearl. Yeah, sure. You could vote down. I
Or
mean, I would just pearl like yeah,
wait.
down
Oh, it's
there.
just no.
No, yeah, it's that way. Yeah, down there. Just be ready to block clutch because you might hit a tree here. Yeah, you're gonna hit the edge of a tree.
Oh,
Oh my god, that's close. And then pearl again to like where those piglins are. No, down. Watch out, don't. Oh, you're gonna hit the piglin. Oh my god,
oh,
watch out. And then yeah, just run
up there.
away, Loki. Yeah, I would. Yeah, sure. You could
Okay,
build up
how
2
unlucky
blocks,
is it?
and then you'll be completely safe.
It's fine. Now I just throw up there somehow.
Yes.
Can I do that? Oh, there's a spawner.
Um,
I'm the master. Watch. Fuck.
Believe. Nice. Sweet. All right, and then wool, nether brick, and then craft a bed. Oh no, you have a bed. You have a bed. Just yeah, bed, and then you already have nether brick on your. Or you already have nether brick as well. All right, sweet.
Do I build out the back
Yeah,
or
yeah,
no?
yeah, yeah. You should. I
Oh,
mean, it's you don't need it, but like it's good to do still here, especially on the edge that doesn't really have blocks. I mean, these guys are annoying to kill. You should obviously deal with them first. Nice.
all the way up there. Okay, I keep falling down.
It's okay. Yeah, this guy you might need to like build out, or that works. Yeah. Like that one corner is really the only place that you really need to build out, but like I would just build the back just to make it nice. Yeah, just like yeah, cool.
Oh, is my FOV effect changed again?
I think it is. This
The thing is, I
looks.
didn't find it in standard settings. Like, it
Yeah, I
was not
didn't.
there.
You know what? I think um, eat when you have a chance because it's like lined up right now. Okay, you have 5 rods. Just start building your portal.
I don't know. I
I
checked
think you have
everything.
to
I didn't find it.
yeah, I think you have to, like, do I think you have to change it not in game, like, just in the main menu and extra options, um, or in accessibility or whatever. Alright, cool. Then we'll just get the last road as we come back.
Of course, it didn't reset. GG. It has a freaking particle effect in front of my eye. Okay. 4 blocks. What left? 4 blocks right. That's like here, no? Okay. All right.
Alright. I'm gonna pay more attention to the chords. -2A, -128. I grab
Okay.
those eyes.
I don't know if they dropped. Oh, they
Yes,
did.
they both did. Alright, and then just head back. You don't need food or anything.
Yeah, I can't build on those. GG's.
No.
Actually, kind of makes sense, but Minecraft. Oh,
Pyros.
wait.
Alright. Angle is 78. You need to kill one more blaze or get one more rod at least.
Holy fuck.
Oh, there's a rod
Oh,
down.
oh,
Okay,
what?
just yeah, just go 78. Angle 78. Other way.
Right.
Yep, that way. Cool, nice. Just go up. Or actually, low-key go down. Yeah, this is good actually. Just yeah, throw lob a pearl like as far as you can, and then block clutch. Bro, you
Nope.
gotta be ready to block clutch.
Yeah, I
Um,
did not have a block ready. That
it's okay. It's
was
okay.
kind
It's
of bad.
okay.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god. Just eat and just yeah, keep running along here, and then just kind of go up into the left,
Left, right?
cause yeah, it's I mean, it was like pretty straight here, but like -208, -128. Yeah, it's just like a bit to the left probably.
I need my building blocks out. Like, what am I doing?
Yeah, there you go. All right. Yeah, keep running this way. -208, -128. So yeah, you're literally there on the 128, and now you just need to go to
Yeah.
50 blocks in front of you. Yeah. So I mean, honestly, dig down because I punched this guy before. Okay, he's gonna go in your pit.
Okay, bro.
Open F3 as well. I think you're gonna fall. Probably there's terrain down here. Just be ready to pearl clutch. Are you ready?
Yeah. I have my button on X.
Yep. Maybe not.
Okay.
Okay.
Guess not.
Um.
40 is enough, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Oh, just run that way. Yeah, and then so 208 is like
Shouldn't.
the other side of this ravine, and then or no, it's not. It's a little farther. And then 128 is like to your left 10 blocks. You're at 210 now. So just back 2
Oh,
blocks.
I thought it's 210. Like, what?
208, 128. So there, and then 1 block farther. No, other way.
Wait, what? Okay, bro. I
There you go.
suck
This
at
one.
reading these.
This one.
Yeah. Get off my screen. These flipping coordinates are so annoying. Maybe it's just my GUI that's just too big, but like, I don't know.
No, no, you want to be playing with this GUI. It's definitely the best.
This one.
Yeah, this one. And then E as you're going through, and then you're gonna have to change your settings. Yep, and then pie chart as well. Actually, it probably is already set. Oh, just 0 once. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, something maybe to the left. Yeah, I would send that. So let's go. I mean, it's not amazing, but yeah, let's just send it. I think it's an entity spike.
Okay.
Keep heading this
Hmm.
way. This actually looks pretty good. Okay, never mind. Wait, is it there? No. Okay, let's try mid. I should rescan while you're here, just in case it's a really bad stronghold.
Ooh.
Eh.
Oh, that's like a weird.
It almost looks
Oh,
like
that
a real
drift.
spike, but it's not real. Let's go back to starter.
Yeah. It's always middle,
Yeah, low key.
as always. All right. I guess I can rescan this.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
wait, I
it's
see it.
just literally straight mid.
Yeah,
I don't know
literally
why
just
we didn't
go
pick it up.
stay
I guess
middle.
there's just like mobs or something.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this
Holy fudge.
is. You should just get comfortable with running into the middle and just not having to kill all these guys.
Yeah, I guess. I guess I don't need to.
There you go.
All right, I have so much shit in my inventory.
Yeah, it might be worth just like throwing out a bunch of stuff before you enter, and then just kind of. Oh, you're picking it up because of the edge of the block. Okay. Cool. I mean, maybe you want to eat, but then I don't know. Like you're fine. Like you can just enter. Like you're just gonna pearl twice and then or, like pearl once and then pearl later.
I just need to craft my bets still.
Yeah, you can craft them in the end. You'll be fine. Raise your settings. Like if you pre-clear your inventory, now all you have to do is just shift click like 3 times. Like you'll be fine. Okay, yeah, this is fine. You probably should have built up so it's a little bit more of like an angle, but you can just run still. Or pearl even if you wanted, but yeah. Okay, nice. Cool. And then just shift click your wall and then shift click your place your crafting table, shift click your beds. And you just have so many.
Okay, I will not need that many. Okay, this is very cooked again.
Yeah, this is kind of annoying. We're just gonna have to read like ahead of time the dragon and run in early. Honestly, just go stand on the other side. It's not like the biggest deal that you don't have your obby on the correct side. Um,
Damn, ignoring the fundamentals.
yeah, I mean it's like it shouldn't break your bed, but I mean obviously there's a chance. Um,
I guess I have to do the first bet maybe a bit earlier then.
yeah, I would say yeah, just try and do a little bit
Okay, I mean I have
earlier.
a million bets, so I feel like
Yeah.
I feel like fine then. Like how many do I have? 10?
I think 11.
Okay.
Well, it might be going. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah,
does.
yeah. Massive spike there. Or snap. Nice. Nice.
What I did because I feel like I didn't pick block the first bet.
I don't know. The first is like kind of late, but like that's fine.
Ugh. Wait, it's
Top
top 20.
20!
Wait. In this scuffed ass run. Okay.
Go down, run, sub 20.
Okay, okay. Actually,
Nice.
that's nice. Okay, the end was good.
Yeah, the end was good.
But the thing is, I jumped again. Bro, but
It's
it was
okay.
a perfect pearl.
It's okay.
It's okay. Bro, maybe I have more accuracy when I jump. Maybe it's the thing.
Mm,
What if I'm
mm.
just used to pearl jumping
I mean,
and now I can't?
but like
I don't
I've
know.
seen you overshoot like twice, where you just fucking like throw it past the fountain, and that's scary. Like
Okay.
undershooting is better than overshooting.
I mean, that would have overshoot, right? I think I hit the pillar.
uh,
So, yeah, I guess.
yeah.
Okay, right. So either I don't jump or I always hit a perfect. That's the two options I have. So I either just hit it perfectly or just lose.
Okay, I mean
Right.
that's up to you. If you wanna
All right.
like a low key, I fuck with it. I fuck with that. Okay, I have to. Okay, hold on. I might have to like go for like a little bit.
Okay.
I have to go talk to my mom for a second. You want to just like do a run or something? I mean, I don't know. You can do whatever you want, but I have to
Yeah,
go
I can.
AFK for a little bit.
All right, then I'll guess I entertain with a solo run, and we'll see what happens, I guess. All right. I will literally just do a random seed again. But I finally got sub 20. It took me, I don't know why it took me so long. See, like, I got a 2007 when I entered the end at 17. So it just took the dragon forever to purge. All right, Bloom. Enough glazing. All right. Yeah, bro, I paid all the chatters. Wait, actually, let me actually stalk other people that are playing because I haven't done so in a while. Let's check out Finn Barricade. Let's see how he's doing. Okay, he's playing ranked. So he played last 1 hour ago. And he gets like he's consistently getting like 24 minutes, 25 minutes. I feel like when I got consistent runs, maybe I would finish on that as well. Okay, here he was actually really fast. The thing is, some people I can't even look up because they haven't played a single match. Like Zigzag did not even log into this. RC. Last played 1 day ago. Okay, he's trolling. I feel like he hasn't finished the game yet, so interesting. Zero cycle, bro. I could. Or what's? I mean, I'm not gonna type in Bag's name. It's just a bunch of random numbers he put together. But I mean, then we have obviously the greatest player alive. So yeah, he's just consistently around. Like, okay, here he popped off. What the hell? Yeah, he hovers like low 10, like high 10s, low 20s. I mean, I could when he does a mistake. I feel like it's just gonna come down to not making as many mistakes because, like, dying once, it's actually game over. Yeah, bro, I'm not typing in that number unless I can copy it. Let's see. Okay, I did. So yeah, he got a 20. 20. Okay, so he has 2 completions and both of them are 20 minutes long. Which could mean a lot, honestly. That could mean he just... Ooh, that could have been a sub 20 easily. Okay, Probag is the GOAT, but I mean, he's really good at any game, so he's also really good at shooter games, so I'm not surprised, honestly. Bro, who else is playing? I mean, I have no clue what MK's name even is in this, so I don't even know. Who else is playing? I mean, I guess Lenley. Iron 1. Okay, he has... okay, he has finished a single game in ranked. I mean, honestly, that's really normal because everyone just surrenders. What do you mean MK is not playing? Bro, MK is playing. Like... Okay. Okay, so it seems like Lenlia's best run is 28 minutes so far. Yeah, because he never finished the game, because when an opponent surrenders, you get the win without having to finish the game, and if you just surrender yourself as well. And that's usually how the games go in like earlier ranks. Usually somebody just fucks up at some point, usually in the nether, and then they just surrender. Yeah, but what do you mean? Like, who are the 8 players then? Is MK just not in the mix anymore? Because we already had Debray getting subbed out for... Yeah, I checked RC. He didn't complete the game yet. I mean, I have no clue how much he did. I think he tried to play today, and the servers were down. So yeah, we have like... Okay, 9-minute nether enter is crazy. Bro, he almost got his... He got to the end in 1 hour. But I think they're also focusing more on fruit berries getting good at geoguesser. All right, so just the first person. Okay, so probably Blinky just gets a free opponent. Okay. Anyways, I'm just gonna start a game now, out of people to check. I mean, you guys let me. Who do you guys think is the best person from the MCSR people in GeoGuessr? Because I have a pretty definite answer. Not gonna lie, I have a pretty strong suspicion of who is gonna take that. Andrew, yep. I mean, that's kind of what my head is at. I thought Andrew's just too good already. He's learning country-specific stuff already, which is not good if you're his opponent. That basically means he already knows everything else. What am I even doing? I have to kill the golem. Whatever you call this thing. Okay, that was pretty close. I guess I can cheers, honestly, yeah. I mean, I didn't hear from anyone that they were like not satisfied with who they got, so I guess it's fine. Yeah, I have low-key no clue what I'm doing, but whatever. Like village is the most boring seed type, unironically. I really don't like playing it. Is that gravel? It is, okay. All right, I guess I need a bit more. Nope. All right, let me get water and then we'll see. Of course he has a command. What do you mean? Okay, I need food, actually. I just realized. All right, where's lava? There it is. It's burning back there. I have no idea what. No clue what caught on fire there.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello. I just yapped a bit before starting, honestly.
Oh, nice.
I did not render distance on. I just said that village is low-key the most boring thing to play. Thoughts?
Low key.
Bro, a ruined portal.
Grab this shit.
Look, with 2 gold blocks.
W.
Oh my god.
Wait, that's so goated.
Wait, where's my other gold block? Oh my god. What is he doing? There's the stables again. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Bro, can I stop getting... Where do I even go now?
Just go down to the left. See that terrain that links up there? And then just build up.
Yeah, I guess I'm safe.
Do you see that? Yeah,
Should I
you
build
saw
all
that
the way
before.
up?
No, just go like, so you see where that piglin is? Yeah, go there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, what am I doing?
Yeah, Bloom.
Yeah, me navigating this is GG.
Wait, here, make the, make the, behind you is the good gap. Yeah, mine the 2 blocks and then just make a staircase for yourself. Or yeah, that
Yeah.
works. And now just go up here and then, yeah, open this up, but then honestly play the other gap because it's closer. And then, open this, one, yeah,
Yeah.
black zone, yeah, and then get wold on your bar and then punch a big one. And then just be ready
Right.
to, yeah, punch this guy and then run the other way. And then just be ready to block off here. Right down
Oh,
here.
here.
Yep. There you go.
Oh no. Didn't meant to
Okay.
take that block.
And then just drop gold right away and then let all the pigs in. You shouldn't be mining as much. Drop more gold than that. You should get them trading.
Holy moly, how many pigs are that?
Yeah, that's goated. Alright, there you go. And then just block it off.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, wait. I was about to say, why is there not more gold blocks?
We have a lot of pigs, but we're gonna try to loot the 2 lower chests. Pretty sure it was a bad gap on the other side. Oh no, it was a good gap actually. Okay, so yeah, so just drop the gold to these piglins and then just go quickly loot the bottom chest. So go
I don't
out
know what to get
the way
there.
you came. The the way you came.
Yes.
And then just out. No, to your right. Nope, this is not the way you came.
Oh, here.
Yes, and then to your left.
Oh, so just the middle bottom.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, just go back to your trades because they're gonna be done by now.
Yeah, there's no way we have 20 obsidian in there.
No, there's no way. I mean, maybe, but like probably not. Alright. And then yeah, you don't even have to. I mean, yeah, you can. It's fine.
Okay, why is there so much
Yeah, you have
stuff?
16. Yeah, get it's pearl and then string. Split your string. Here you go, and then yeah, fire is cool. All right, just Loki go, and then we're just gonna go up. So like the same way that you were at before. But then so we just go up the stairs. No. Yep. So okay, and
All the
then
way up.
yep, and we're just gonna see what the chests are like up here. Say this is a good chest to get. Nice, and
Okay.
then we're out. Okay, cool. And then we saw the fort was straight that way. Yeah. It was like straight the way that you're to your left now. I don't know how to
Okay.
describe it. Like, it's like to the like left of the way that we were running in from.
Like
So
this way.
yeah, that way. Yeah,
Okay.
I saw it earlier. I swear. Um, you should
Yeah, I guess it's
pearl.
there. Yeah, I should get this on my hotbar. Alright, do I just pearl somewhere there?
Yeah, pearl there, and then yeah, fire res, and You might have to craft your bread. Oh, kill the skeleton, probably. Oh my god, the soul speed.
Bro, what is this? Like, why is this always on?
Okay, we need to. Okay, after this, we're gonna change it in like the main menu settings, and I think it'll save. Okay. So where do you see a spawner anywhere?
Not up there, no.
Keep going
There is
straight.
one. There.
Yeah,
There.
yeah, just go towards that.
Yeah, it's really high up. Like, holy.
Yeah, yeah, you have to
How
block
do I
glitch
get there?
this. Or yeah, there, that lower terrain. Yes, that nice. Honestly, build up.
Do you not believe in
No,
my...
over on the other side though. Like, okay, well we're gonna have to bridge now.
Oh, just pearl over, no? I have
I
enough
guess,
food.
but then why not?
I have all the hay bales.
Why not just pearl up to it then? If we're gonna pearl anyway. Okay, there we go. Nice. Careful, you're gonna get spot on. Okay, nice. Um. All right. There's a
Um,
honestly, make your bread here, make a bed, and then kill this spawn, and then let's just go to the other spawner.
I didn't see the other spawner, but
It's like
sure.
right in front of you right now. Oh my
What
god,
did I
there's
get a
so many
force spawn
blazes.
here? Holy, what is going on here?
Nice.
Okay, already have
Okay, you
5.
literally have 5. Honestly, build your portal. Go. Don't even go to the spawner because you already have. Okay. You should have. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah,
Just
should
build
have been
it. Just
closer
build
to
it.
it,
Yeah,
but
it
yeah.
doesn't really matter. You're probably gonna get the rod.
Okay, I have it reset. Oh my god, why is there so many mobs? Oh, I can't do it, right? Like,
Yeah, that's
going
cooked.
through the portal. I don't want to move because there's just going to be a million mobs
Yeah,
on me.
yeah, you shouldn't. I mean, you have a bed, like you can maybe sleep through the night, but
Bro,
try and get this eye off, hopefully.
like, why am I not getting it? Okay, that's good.
No, that's not correct. That was you were one pixel off.
What?
Like one like whole entire thing off. You lined up
Okay,
with
yeah,
the.
it looked like there's a
Yeah, you
freaking
should
creeper under
build
me.
up. Yeah, yeah. No, building up here is fine though. You can still measure here, but you should reset that measurement because it just did not work.
I don't have a reset button, I guess. Oh, I guess I have the plus numpad. Never mind.
You're not on 30. There you go.
Yeah, I realized.
Oh good, oh good. You might have to throw one more. We'll see.
Oh, I
Oh, nice.
floated while I was. What?
Wait, what?
Yeah. I threw another one for no reason.
Oh,
I
good.
don't know why I was in the menu. No clue what I'm doing.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay. I need to
So
go 5 blocks
left
left.
5 blocks. Yeah, just wait. Did the mobs go through the portal? You should Wait, hello. Oh, uh.
What should I do?
I mean, you're gonna get blown up when you re-enter Nether, so you have to be careful. When you re-enter, you'll have like a few seconds to run away from the creeper.
So I just run instantly or what?
Probably. I mean, grab your eye. Grab all your eyes.
Did I have
One
more?
more.
Let's see. Uh,
Fire is. Loki,
bro,
maybe kill
can all
this.
these mobs? Nah, why is there so many mobs here?
I know.
Oh my god.
And that goes in the Nether too. Okay, there's gonna be like a. Yeah. Oh my god, nice. Okay, just block these
Okay,
guys
there's
off
another
and
one. What?
just go kill blazes. Okay, never mind. Okay, there you go, nice.
How is there two, by the way? There was two creepers. I mean, one I saw, yes, but the other one, okay, I have.
Yes. Angle.
Minus 125.
Yeah, there you go. Nice.
So I guess.
Yeah, just head across this way, and then honestly, keep your height here. Pearl to those like zombie piglins, maybe. Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. And then keep running. Let's see. You might be able to go up right. I can't really tell. Or maybe down here. No, not down. Yeah, try to go up right. I think maybe up left. I don't know. Just
What is this achievement?
hot tourist destination.
What? Okay,
Um,
where do I go?
up left. Just I don't know. Fucking Pearl there. Yes, Pearl there. Okay, go. You have to clutch. You have to. You just. Oh my god.
Okay, block clutch, boom.
That was dangerous.
It's a crazy block clutch, no?
Yeah, that was. I'm gonna tell you,
All
saved that
right.
part. Um. Okay.
I mean, I need to go the
224,
same angle, no?
144. Yeah, I need to see your F3 though. I think it's just literally. Yeah, it's just in straight in front of you.
224.
Okay, look to your side. Yeah, you just boat down here. Boat down.
All right. I don't know.
Okay,
Do you
eat that
have like
gapple.
the? Yeah.
Well, actually, it's fine.
All right.
224, 144, so it's to left. Yes, there you go. And then down a little
And
bit
I have to go
farther.
down.
Yeah. Yeah, you want one block path. What the fuck is this? Oh.
What? All right.
Alright, Bill's
Like.
here. This is a good spot, yeah.
Okay, why did I scroll all the way down? Sure.
It's fine.
There's an Enderman. What even is this? Okay, I almost looked at the Enderman.
Alright. Settings. Pie chart. Pie chart's already set. Alright.
Okay, that's really good, really big spike. Oh, like that one looks better, no?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's try.
Looks like that direction. I don't know.
Yeah, let's try bottom right here. I like this light to like. Oh yeah,
There it
there it
is.
is.
Right, so I just run past. I have
But
no
you have
blocks
no
to build
blocks.
GG.
Yeah, this is why you should not change it with that.
Oh my god. Let me place the block. Thank you very much.
There you go, you're good.
Yeah, my inventory is so full again.
You want to just drop some stuff out? Maybe craft your nether bricks and then, or I mean, you could throw them out. Loki, you don't really need them. Yeah, you're good now. You should be good.
All right. I have
Just
to
go,
grab my
just go
crafting
in.
table again, but yeah.
Yeah, you're fine. Just craft when you get in. Remember, just raise your render as soon as you get through, and then purl into the center, and just be ready to build the obby, and your inventory is already cleared, so you'll just have to craft your beds. Yeah, the left is definitely better here, or like going to the left.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Like,
yeah.
um,
Cool, perfect. And then let's go.
okay, there's an Enderman right behind the fountain again. I see it coming.
Yeah. Just like try and quickly purl and then quickly. Maybe that's another reason why jump purling is bad, is because you have to look lower because you can't look as because like with regular purling you just kind of look a bit higher and then you don't jump, right? And then you're not looking at Enderman. I don't know.
Okay, the Enderman kind of went out of the way, actually.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yep, that's my 8% record right there. 8 minutes, guys.
Dude, you know that run is 3 years old? I actually hate it so much. Um, you might want to
No,
pause for a second. I see the dragon's lagging a bit. There you go. Should be good.
why is it lagging?
I don't
Needs to
know. It
log
just
in more.
does that sometimes.
Boom.
Boom.
Bro. Why the
Oh.
double? What?
Because you jumped. Wait, that's coded. Is it going? I think probably. If it turns in here.
Mm.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Nice.
Not sub 20 though.
Not sub 20,
Unlucky.
but like, it's just we're ripping these back to back. Like, that's the consistency.
Yeah, like I mean, if we pull up 20-minute runs every single time in a tourney, it would be
Yeah,
good.
that's good. That is good.
Well, I
Nice.
died like almost twice. I fell down twice. Now the block
Honestly,
clutch saved me.
I
Boom.
feel like your pearls are like good and bad sometimes. And like I feel like you need like more confidence in them because that's like where we could save a lot of time. Because if you
Yeah,
okay, like you should always be purling like where you know you're gonna land because then you can read what you're gonna land, how you're gonna land, and then how you can block clutch, right? So like um that's like and just like more confidence and more frequent. Like you should be more aggressive with your purling. Like we're
yeah.
running a
Usually I'm
lot
very
instead of running
hesitant,
instead of
but
purling. Yeah. Maybe like you need to throw pearls and then die to like know the limits. I mean, obviously you know now to not never pearl like straight up like that. Like when I told you to pearl, I meant like against the terrain and then block clutch
yeah,
and
I
then build
know.
up.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
But like that's it.
I feel like I don't know.
No,
Maybe
you're
that was
good
kind of bad,
though. That's like the only
but
thing. No, no, I feel like that was good. Like that was just like I'm trying to think of it like yeah, it's like a little bit of confidence on like the terrain and me trying to like describe like where to go and stuff and that it's just like I need to be like a little bit more locked in with like describing exactly like how I want
yeah.
you to tweak the terrain
What
because you're
also
like
happened is
waiting.
there's like this loud ass achievement going up right as you said like a call, and I was like, okay, what just happened on my screen?
Oh, leave the room, leave the room. Um, go settings here, I think, right? Okay, wait, no, actually, I don't think it's here. Is it? I think go back to the home screen and then options, accessibility. Huh? It literally is on 25.
Yeah, the thing is, I think every time I restart Minecraft, it goes back because you can't set this in default settings.
Wait, what? It's in. Oh, wait. Click done. Click done. I understand. Yeah, there. Extra options rank. Change to that. Click on that. Wait, it
Huh?
is. It literally is
It is.
changed.
What? No, 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 what is this?
The fuck?
Huh? Okay, now
Okay,
I'm
maybe
even
it's
more
permanently
confused.
changed now. Maybe it's just fixed.
All right, so every time I restart Minecraft, I just have to go into single player and change it.
Like maybe
Rank,
next time you
rank.
restart Minecraft, like try to change it there first or something. I don't know. It's so weird. Whatever, it's fine.
All right,
Alright, let's run it back. Let's keep
sure.
getting those reps in. That's like honestly all that matters.
Hmm.
I forgot where they
All
were.
that matters.
Okay, wait. Reset your did bot too.
Oh,
Alright.
buried treasure.
BT. I actually really like this feature. I think this is a great feature that they added.
Wait, what? Why is it?
Probably pause. So run pause X. That way, yeah.
There. Okay, there is a huge spike. Yes.
Alright, rescan here and there.
Okay, it's like
Somewhere that way. I
way
don't.
far out now.
Yeah, probably. I can't really tell. You should scan from the other side. Uh,
Okay, there. So it's probably in here.
I think so. Yeah.
There it is. Right.
Yep. One block over from this. It is gonna be the other one. No, it's not gonna be
Huh?
this one. It's not gonna be this one.
What? Oh,
It's
this one.
yeah.
Oh, wait, that makes so much more sense. Okay, I just realized. It's always there's always a block on top. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, that. Yeah. Okay. That was kind of stupid.
It's all good.
All right. 15 iron.
Nice. You can just craft full tools and shears.
Yep.
All right. Oh, I saw some kelp like on the opposite side of the island. Um, we could try to go towards that. Here you go.
Uh, all right.
Yeah, to your left, or wait, actually, there's no, just keep going that way. Yeah. Is this close kelp good actually? Probably not, but maybe. Oh yeah, below you, below
Oh. Okay, I've never had it this close to the island,
you.
actually. What? Okay, what is this?
If you don't get it, you can just farm in the portal later, so it's fine. Oh, there you go.
Wait,
No,
where is? Oh,
there, there.
right at the bottom.
Yeah. You could do that
All
while
right.
you're like going in the magma. Oh, other way. I saw an L shape there.
There it is. I'm running out of breath.
Oh, good.
I still have never bugged through the thing, by the way. Like, even though
I
I'm
know,
not
but
doing what I'm supposed to do, but
it's okay. It's just like you just took some magma ticks. That's why it's like kind of annoying. There you go. Nice.
all right.
All right. F3.
Oh my god.
You're fine, you're fine.
You say it like so late because for me it's like way later, whatever. Um, okay, there's like 30 there. That's it.
Yeah, go to the 30.
Like 35, maybe.
It's probably just a
Probably.
bridge.
Hmm. There it is.
Housing.
Housing.
Is it manhuntable? Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh, yeah, I want to go down here. Um, is it manhuntable?
Yes, you have gold, so you just drop it whenever you need to. Um, but try to like get in there. Maybe just punch this guy and then just go. I don't know. Up to you. You don't have to break the chest necessarily. But this is good, yeah. Okay, nice, nice, nice.
Okay, now I have no gold if there's a guy here, but okay, that's fine.
Yeah. All right, sweet. Do you have armor? Okay.
Okay, now.
Get more gold in your hotbar and then just be ready to drop it if you need.
Oh my god.
All right, sweet.
Oh,
And
I
then
need
block up
to.
behind, yeah.
Yeah, I did that mistake so often in the beginning and died.
And then
Actually,
just
I don't know why.
let's say double eat. Uh, once you. All right, cool.
So do I raise my settings too hard here, by the way?
Yes. Go hard, and then I'll tell you to go back to easy in a second. Okay, sweet, perfect. That's good. All right, and then back to easy. All right. You're probably gonna have to corner the gold in a second.
Yeah.
It. Okay, nice. You should pie chart. Like, you don't really need to be doing all this because this is not like.
Okay, I guess. All right. Guess here's a good spot.
Yes, this is a good spot.
Wait, is it already the right one?
No.
Okay. Okay, 11. Okay, so this direction.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I want to increase it again, but yeah.
All right. Just grab your trades now. You should be like literally able to leave, I think, because they're just already done.
Okay, there's pearls up there.
Just split your string and then get pearls on your bar and get fires on your bar. All right, cool. Let's go.
All right. Oh my god.
Yeah, run back towards kind of this direction, and then yeah, just kind of go up because that's where you came from. Trying to like see, just go up here. Just go up here. What's your F3? Open F3 for a sec. Actually, go straight. Open F3. Yeah, it's just gonna be this way and maybe to your left a little bit, but probably just in front of you.
There it is. I
Okay,
saw
so
it. Bro, why is there a ravine here?
alright, close
Oh, it's right here.
F3, and then just, yeah, this is the bad part though, is to stay like on top of it and see if like you can see the good part. That's another fort or something. Just go to this one. Wait, does it link back up? This is just a really extended part. Okay. Wait, is that a good part past the to
This
the
there?
right there? Just pearl
No,
across and just pearl up, honestly. You'll see.
I don't know where.
Just
Like,
like
where do I put?
straight. I don't know. Like,
I don't know what you mean with straight.
okay, just
I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know what to.
you're just all you're doing is getting to the good part right now. Okay, kill this place. Oh, you have fire. You need fire.
Okay, I have no
Kill this
clue.
blaze and it'll make you like in a better position. Pretty sure that's good part. Like that's sticking out of the soul sand a little bit. No, sorry, other way, like completely other way.
There. Oh,
Yes,
I
that
see
way.
now. There.
Yes, that part.
Okay, wait, that was too high. Okay.
Okay.
All right. There it is. Not closed. How sad. Oh, there's two. There's one
Hmm.
closed.
Kill these blazes depending on how many rods you get. Actually, I don't even think you should blaze bed at all. Just stand
There's
in
so many blazes here.
between. Yeah, just stand in between both. This is okay. Just stand in between both spawners. Kill all the blazes when they spawn.
I mean, I should probably eat when I get to 2.5.
Yeah. I stand in between both and just do your like inventory management. I mean, you could kill that guy, but you have to deal with withers then. When, yeah.
How do I only have 2 blaze rods?
Yeah, bad rates. Okay, this
Okay,
guy's
I cooked
totally.
this guy.
Oh wait, no, there's terrain there. You can get him.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah, just mine
oh my
out.
god.
Nice. Um, yeah, this is bad rates. Just first portal in between these two right now. Yeah, I guess kill these blazes because might as well. But like we want to go through and hunger reset kind of soon, so just be careful,
Yeah,
I guess. Just try not to get double hit. Crit this guy. Oh my
oh,
god,
there was
behind
a
you, Wither. Oh
yeah,
my
that
god.
was when I died. You said when I got hit, you said it, but I didn't
We
hear it.
literally have like 3 seconds delay.
Really?
Yeah, this
Okay,
is insane.
hmm,
Okay.
that's tough.
Like, okay, actually tell me what it is. It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, it's like 1.5, or I mean 1. I mean closer
Okay.
to 1, I would say, but it's like 1.5.
Okay, maybe oh what the fuck did I just do? Maybe it just feels like 3 seconds. Alright. Alright.
I mean, in that moment, it feels like 3 seconds, yes. But you said, "Oh yeah, there's a wither," and in that moment, I already got hit, and I feel like
Yeah, I
I
mean,
was
yeah.
probably dead back there because I mean, where am I supposed to run in the
It's one
in the
second
corner?
plus my reaction time plus your reaction time.
Plus my reaction time, no, plus me listening to you, plus me reacting. So I mean,
Yeah,
that kind of adds up to 3 if you.
yeah. Yeah, processing time. It's yeah, like 10 seconds of data
Tough,
point.
bro. I feel
Um
like the pace was really good as well. Like,
yeah, I know. It's so annoying. I mean, maybe we should have just I should have probably just told you to deal with those wither skeletons so they couldn't sneak up on you beforehand. Um
I didn't see one at all. Like the one I saw that I mean we killed, and then I
yeah.
didn't see another one.
I saw two, but I thought one like despawned or left or something, so I was like, ah, whatever. And then just came back, I guess. All good, all good, all good. All good. We'll get a better run.
Wow, death.
That was a good overworld though. I mean, you had to run towards the BT and then like you like found it pretty quick still.
Why is it always towards positive X, by the way,
It's
when it's
it's
not on the start?
it's always just pause in the quadrant. Like all of the structures and everything because of how seed finding work is always pause. So you never so like I mean, depending on where you spawn, you might have to run backwards, negative, but you always have to be in the pause quadrant.
Okay, interesting.
Blow up the Scrabble.
Uh, bro. Hello? Got flint.
Nice.
27 rotten flesh.
Alright, just stand like out at the top of the temple. Let's figure out the line here. We're probably just gonna go to close trees. Oh, raise your render. Um, okay, let's go to, okay, wait. I think I see the line. Okay, go to the cave behind you, or like, how do I describe this? Like back towards the trees, and then go blow up those trees, and we'll see the cave. Um,
Okay, that cave.
yes, that's the cave. We want to go in there. We want to check for gravel. If there's no gravel in there, then we're just gonna woodlight it.
Why, we got flint.
Oh yeah, we got flint. Yeah, I'm stupid.
I
Um,
said it, no? Or maybe I said no flint, but I feel like I said flint for sure.
no, I just forgot. I just forgot. Okay, make your
Flint.
tools here, and then make a flint and steel, and then we're gonna kill these pigs.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of the run, actually. What do I do?
Axe, sorry, stone axe, and then iron pickaxe, iron shovel, and then
Bucket.
bucket, flint and steel, boat.
Yep. All right, we have 2 golden apples, by the way.
Yeah, so that's like pretty good. There's like one pig behind you over here, yeah. And then there was another one towards that lava pool. And then, okay, we just need to grab water. I know where water is, but hopefully there's closer water near the lava pool and near this pig.
There's one. Wait, what?
You
Okay,
might have
this
to
guy's
push
so
it off the
stupid.
block. Oh my god.
That worked.
Oh yeah,
There's
right
water
here.
here.
Alright, cool.
Bro, why is there so much shit in my inventory?
Yeah, oh, kill that pig as well. Look, you get that last pig. No, to
Where?
your...
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess when I'm spinning in a circle, it's hard for you to say left or right.
Alright, let's just... Yeah, this is good.
Um,
Sometimes what you can do is, like, you can eat one pork chop and one rotten flesh, and that's, like, will get you the fast heal. So you don't have to eat perfectly lined up. Here you go, nice. Sweet. And then... Alright, we're gonna deal with this inventory once we get in the nether.
bro, where can I? Okay, now we got it. Okay. Yeah,
Okay,
my
F3?
inventory is cooked. Okay, look how slow it loads when I'm paused. Okay,
My
there it
god,
is.
okay, yeah, then, so that... So I think... I don't know, it's good though, because I'm getting used to your load times. There you go, okay, that way. Yep, nice. Alright, so... Yeah, drop these bones out. Like, your inventory is so fucked. Like, Wait, how much gold do you have? I always forget to check.
No.
None, okay. Yeah, just throw out, like, just anything like, horse armor, flint, gunpowder, saddle, spider eye.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
Yeah, I think we're good. All
Alright,
right. Yeah, that's the average desert temple moment with
yeah,
blowing up trees after.
yeah.
Oh, where is it?
To your right more.
Oh, there's a fortress.
That's good to spot. Okay, cool. And then, yeah, there it is.
There it is.
So
Okay,
yeah,
do I
just
try
bow
to stay
down.
on top?
No.
So, oh,
Nice.
that's a nice spawn.
Yeah. And then it's left side triple, so we'll play Donkey Kong,
All
regular
right.
Donkey Kong, and everything should be chill here, I'm not gonna lie. And then we know where the fort is,
Yeah.
it's just kind of out towards this way, towards the chalice, and we might as
Yeah.
well just, like, just to remember that we're just gonna pearl out this way.
Bro, just pearl hang. Oops. Do I get that?
No, leave it. The fucking Hogland is down there.
All right.
Cool. I need to get you in the habit of grabbing a lava bucket every time, because we're never
Yeah,
having a
yeah,
lava bucket.
especially for bridge.
Yeah,
Like,
bridge is, like, really important. I think you should go down. See how that pig is kind of stuck on the
yeah.
bridge there? Try to let him in before you go up.
Okay, I don't know what you mean.
Okay, it's fine. Just don't worry about it then. This guy, these guys, see them? You should make a
Yeah,
staircase for them. There you go. They can get
this
up now.
guy's in
Now
the
you're good.
corner.
Oh yeah, there. Yeah, sorry. Now you're good. Okay.
Yeah, 3 piglins actually stuck.
Yeah, they sometimes
Unlucky.
just get stuck there. All
Oh, bro, why am I? I almost dropped down there.
right. Oh, good. Nice. Okay,
See other people.
re-aggro. Oh, how's this guy mad at you even?
Yeah, it's a good question. Oh, this guy's
You
stuck
could
here.
mine one block to get that guy out, yeah. And then, oh, drop, 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 drop. Alright. Oh my gosh. Careful, this guy's gonna hit you as soon
Bro,
as
where
you...
are all these guys coming from? What? Bro, how many pigs?
This is good, this is good, this is good. Okay, these guys are kind of
Bro,
being
this guy is not
stupid.
jumping in. He's trolling. Oh
Yeah,
my
I need
god.
to, like, tell you how to do it. Drop, like, more gold. Okay, there you go. Okay, oh my god, more, more, more.
Bro,
Drop,
bro,
drop,
bro,
drop.
bro. Why is there so many?
Alright, drop down all the gold, and then eat, one pork chop, and then one rotten flesh, and then,
Oh my god.
loot the chests.
Okay, what did I just do? It's fine.
Okay.
Alright. Bro. Uh,
Alright, you have soul speed boots to put on, grab that string, and then just clear your inventory, and then
bro, what?
kill this guy, kill this,
Okay.
oh nice, he went in. Oh my god.
Bro,
Yeah, block their head, and then just
ah,
mine in the corner, you don't even have to gravel, just like, or, it's
what?
like fine,
With their
just
head?
like, no, block it. Because you just don't want to take any damage, there you go. Alright, split your string, okay, you can go. So we know where the fort is, it's back towards the chalice.
Yep. Alright. Then we
Alright.
go. I need my pearls.
Yes, pearls, and then, I mean, you have dirt instead of soul sand. And then fire res as
Yep.
well. So, okay, you should just pearl to the way that you can, okay, it's like really awkward. Build up here now. Or yeah, block clutch, block clutch, block clutch, block clutch, block clutch.
I knew where I was
Dude,
going, bro.
dude, you are
Bro,
throwing,
no, no, no. That's where we came from. I knew the terrain.
I
Come on.
know, but like, any random edge.
Alright, I guess I just
Yes,
forget.
pearl, yep.
Uh,
Okay.
okay, don't see spawner there, but it's a
No,
good
you
path,
should,
so
yeah,
we'll
yeah,
go
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, go to the good part, yeah.
I don't know what to eat. But I don't,
Honestly, probably not worth to kill those guys. Do you see, is there, go in here, yeah.
I didn't see any spawner there, yeah. No. Okay. No,
Mm,
that's...
I would check to the right here.
Yeah, the
Okay,
spawner, right?
yep.
Yeah. Bro, what is this?
You might have to just like kind of make like a little blockage for the lava and then play, what the fuck is going on here? Um, okay, just yeah, kill the blazes.
Bro, why is there a piglin in here again?
I, this is the worst
Oh
spawner.
my god. What is this spawner, by the way?
Yeah, the fort is overlapping with it. It's so stupid. Um, you don't even
Alright.
have. How much TNT do you have?
2.
You need to use buttons as well. Um, just do the regular 2 TNT setup, but use buttons.
Okay, so basically I just do a shape around it.
This is not what I meant, but it's fine. I definitely showed you a different way, but like it's fine. Let's just do this. And then just do left and right. And then, but, okay, kill this guy.
Okay,
Your
so
inventory is
left
gonna
and
be
right.
full.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
I
Oh my
can't
fucking
jump.
god.
Alright.
This is insane. Okay, 2 buttons. Alright, blow it
Buttons.
up.
I have flint and steel, no?
Yeah, but there's piglins on your thing.
Okay, so how do I use them? I have no clue.
Just place it on the TNT or next to the TNT, it's fine.
So this works?
Yeah,
Okay. And I just
just
press
button,
them?
button, and then back up.
Okay.
Just because if you blow up the zombie piglins with flint and steel, they're gonna be mad at you. And then you're gonna get like a whole horde of zombie piglins mad at you.
That's fine. I can battle them.
No, it's so
Maybe
slow.
not.
It's so slow. Okay, nice.
Oh. Oh my god. The fire has run out.
Oh,
That
that's
is
my
bad.
bad. That's my bad. That's my bad. Ah,
Average. The spawner taking too long.
I always forget. No, I always forget. Like, how are you even there for that? I guess because it's like
I mean,
you
I
were
did it
messing with
before the
the.
second pearl, right?
Do you remember the 2 TNT setup that I showed you? Because
I mean, I remember
it's
before TNT setup.
yeah, that was
It's
the
I
4
literally just.
TNT setup donut.
But the
That's
two you
easy.
never showed, right?
No, I'm pretty sure. Okay, it basically it's you place like 2 blocks and then you place like a soul sand underneath. Do you remember that?
No.
Like an L
I've not
shape.
even heard of that. No.
Dude, I
No.
swear I showed you it.
Bro, I mean, see, usually I have a pretty good memory, but I mean, I might just not remember it. Like, it
Uh,
rings a bell,
go,
but not really.
like go grab some dirt and then just like let's build a mock setup right now. There's like
All
some
right.
yeah, okay, so uh pretend like the tree is the spawner.
All right. Let me find a tree without 15 mobs. All right. Here we go.
And
This is the
then
spawner. Okay. Yeah, this creeper will definitely come here.
so like
All right. Just blow up.
blow up this guy.
All right.
Honestly, use the planks there as the TNT. Go grab the logs that the creeper just blew up.
Yeah. And what about the zombie?
Fucking dude, I don't know, run away.
All right. He's stupid.
Oh, goaded. Okay, make that into planks. Okay, so
Oh, no, he's smart. Go back in your hole. Boom.
okay,
Oh.
why is it so smart? All right,
All right.
so this is imagine your dirt nether brick.
Yeah.
So 1 block away from the spawner. No, one more. Sorry, like 1 block gap.
Okay.
There you go, and then two nether brick.
This is nether brick.
Yeah, one more on top of it. Sorry.
Okay.
And then one more, but now it's soul sand. Imagine it's soul sand to the
Yeah.
left, to the right of it. Make an L shape. No,
Okay.
other side.
Okay. You said to the right of it.
Yeah, well, that's when you were looking to the no to the right, like.
Oh, this.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, but that's just one thing back. That's not a side of the sport. Okay, whatever. I mean, yeah, I got it.
And then TNT on top of that.
Oh, okay. I think
Yes.
it's Loki. You showed me this.
Yeah, and then you do it on the other side as well.
Okay. All right. And it doesn't matter if I do it like this way and this way or this way and this way.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I mean, you should do like left and right of the
All right.
spawner.
Block clutch.
That was W block glitch.
Okay. Well,
Wait,
maybe
it's
not.
not a 1 block gap. Wait, it's not a 1 block gap. Oh my fucking god,
All
I
right.
forgot. It's not... So, not a 1 block gap.
Wait. So okay. So it's just yeah,
So,
and against the spawner.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I guess this one, yeah.
All right.
Alright, run it back. But like low
All
key,
right.
it's because you're doing low TNT, you're not picking up enough TNT, and that's why we have to do 2 TNT setups. You should be trying to
Oh,
pick up
so
all the TNT on the low TNT setup or not do it.
okay. So you want me to build up with a block instead?
No, I want
Because
you
I'm losing
to
one TNT.
grab. No, you're losing like 4 TNT because you're not picking it up.
Oh, because I'm not
Like
just
holding in all the
circling again.
corners. Yeah, you have to hold in all the corners, then build up.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll get it next time.
Like low
Or just
key,
build a
like
bench.
try it right now, see if you can do it, and then if you can't, then
Okay. Let's see if the gods give us a desert temple.
wait, doesn't it? Wait, I thought it like. Well, let's see.
No, usually seed change just gives us
Random?
like a completely
Oh,
random
okay.
thing.
For some reason I thought Sea Change was like giving it back to back, but I think I just made that up. All right. Grab a gravel to your left. Oh
Bro.
my god, rune portal. It's too far.
Okay, there's a ruined portal.
Actually, yeah, it's too far. It's too far. Um, Okay,
Why
it's
not
not too
check it?
far anymore because you ran towards it. Okay, just go to it. I was
Nah,
thinking like
it's a
we just
gamble.
run to the.
That's like a loot box, no?
Okay,
Oh,
sure. We got flint and we got one
a
iron.
shovel.
Grab the. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we got two
3
iron.
iron. No, 2. Never mind.
Um,
Uh,
Raise your render in your entity distance. Okay.
I saw the strat in the speed running.
Yeah.
That's how you
Nice.
do it.
Yep.
Some people check the chest after one thing, and others just mine the whole thing. Okay, there
Yeah.
was nothing in here. This is actually the
So
only
no,
place.
you're good. You're good. Just make You have enough. You have enough. So just make pickaxe and then mine 3 stone, and then make your iron, and then
3 stone. Okay.
you already have a shovel, and then yep, axe, and then make your iron, and then bucket. All right,
Yeah, try
and
it.
then just mine like 16 logs, and then oh yeah, mine 2 I guess, and then make your boat, and then mine more logs, and then just hay bales and a bed and water and lava pool. uh so yeah, grab this and then go back towards the middle of the village. Okay, well.
Okay.
We
Well,
just want to
when you
keep our
said it,
line like really straight. Like we just want to like so yeah, grab this. Is there any hay bales here or are we grabbing these carrots from this thing? Um if you don't see hay bales, just
there's
look
a lot
around.
of hay
Oh yeah,
bales.
grab those. And then where's the lava pool? Is it to the you got so you have enough yeah, and then go past this actually, and then grab a bed. Sorry, that house, yeah, has a bed.
Okay,
There you go. And
right.
then is there a lava pool on this plains to your right or to your left? I guess. Um,
Don't see one.
keep going.
Maybe? No, don't
Okay,
think so.
go back. Keep circling the village. Is there anything to your right? Change your change your difficulty to hard.
Why? What?
It will make fire spread. Keep circling the village.
Hmm. It wasn't in the spawn
Grab water.
directions.
I forgot to tell you to do that.
Okay. Hmm.
Maybe it was just
Maybe
back
the ruined
where we
portal.
were. I mean, like,
Hmm.
I think it's probably just back to where we spawned, kind of somewhere hidden.
Interesting.
Yeah, somewhere over here, probably.
Bro, swimming looks so goofy. Okay.
Come on, where the fuck is it? Um,
Is it on top of this mountain
maybe,
or?
honestly, maybe, yeah. I would go not like all the way up, but like maybe over here to like the side or something. Up like to the right here. Um,
I've never really moved in F5. Like, this is so weird.
no, this is good. I play like always in F5 just because it's so
Oh,
much
there
more
it is.
visibility. Yeah, it is up here. That's so fucking crazy. All right, fix your hotbar. Oh yeah, nice. And fix your hotbar, and then get your wood, and then your. All right.
All right. Press no 4.
You
Ugh.
can just make a 4. Yeah. Oh,
What?
you ghost bucketed. Just
Yeah, what? No, they need to fix that, I think.
I think they did fix it, and then I think they unfixed it and broke it. I get we should try and get lava. Next time. Yeah, I think he spawned on it. 24 insta. Yeah.
Oh, what should I do?
You have a shovel to drop. It's stables. Just build up, Loki. Just build up right now. And just go on top. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Nice, okay. And then drop like how you normally drop, and then just loot this chest.
Wait, isn't it?
Back,
Wait, no.
back. No, 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 back. Down. Farther, down, farther, down, farther, down.
Oh, here we are.
Yeah. Alright. And then, yeah, you have armor now. Okay, cool. And now let's just safe loot the other chests, honestly. Like the other side, the triple. There's another triple. Yes. And then mine down here. Okay.
It's a lot of gold.
Yeah. And then alright, cool. Arrows or yeah, string, I guess. Alright. Let's go back. So like our portal is above the middle right now, so let's go down here, like down this rampart at the front here. Yes, and then
Yeah.
down, wrap back towards the middle. Yes. And then now
And
we're
now we're here.
yes, we're at the middle. Okay, open up the okay, cool. This is good. And then you can mine that gilded maybe, but just be careful of this sword guy. You have to be ready.
What? Nah, he hacked.
All good, all
Man's
good.
hacking.
You
What?
got hit twice, but you're fine, you're fine.
Am I really fine though?
No, you're literally chilling. Okay, craft this one gold block, drop it in the pit. No, no, just you should just drop this gold as a stack in the pit and then let the pigs in. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Block
Need to
off,
block.
block off, yeah.
So we have 4 hearts and we have no food.
Yeah, I mean, after you drop them the gold, all the gold, just you can craft your bread.
Let's get this bread.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you should definitely get the backups. After this, yeah. Double eat this actually because it's perfectly lined up. Nice. All right. And we saw the fort. The fort was, I mean, once we go out to our portal, you'll be able to see it. So we'll just head back up that way.
Okay, I have no clue how you always spotted. Like, it's
You're
honestly
just
crazy.
too
Like,
busy like looking at like what was it directly in front of you. I think it's like pretty easy to see. Um,
guess I can
honestly,
gravel.
yeah, grab all the pigs and then uh 20, only 19 pearls. Okay, just get your stuff on your bar. Yeah, offhand your bread, pearls on bar,
Yeah.
flint and fire res on bar. Okay, only 19 still. Grab your crafting table. Oh, there we go. We got more. All right, and then grab the last like couple trades, but then we can just leave, Loki. All right, cool. So yes, back out this way, and then you'll notice it when you go up here, and it's just straight the way you're looking when you leave.
So
Yeah.
to my right, I guess.
No, 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 just like there
There
it
it
is.
is.
Yeah. Um,
All right, so just pearl down.
pearl once down, and then yeah. I mean, it's like kind of a weird pearl. I'd
Watch.
be good actually. Okay, cool. Fyros? Oh my god, there's the spawner over there all the way to the left. But kill these strays.
Holy. Yeah.
Oh my god,
Wait, maybe
skeleton.
that's
You
not.
should eat or kill the skeleton. Just like yeah, you're kind of low. All right, yeah, kill it now.
Bro. Skeletons used to be so bad.
No, I
Oh
know
my
they're
god, I don't have any.
so good now. Okay, gravel. All right, nice. Loki. Hopefully there's a closer spawner, but that one's like fine. Um, I don't see any closer spawner. Let's just go towards it. Um, it's so high up. Yeah,
Oh,
pearl up to the ledge of the spawner probably. Actually, you could eat before if you want to. But
okay. So that yeah, I should be able to hit that.
yeah, and then I mean, you should still be ready to block clutch. Oh, did you
Oh, I
overshoot?
throw you over. Like,
Okay, that's fine. Just
okay,
okay, you just have to pearl and then block clutch
perfect
again.
pearl.
No, you should just be pearling on the edge and block clutching.
Oh my
uh,
god, that's so risky though.
or just aim for the spawner. You know how you can kind of like, yeah,
Yeah,
that'll be good, I think. But just be ready to block clutch still.
okay.
Like you shouldn't like full like send it.
Ah,
Okay.
full send.
Like this pearl is perfect or else I fucking die.
Oh my
Oh,
god, the
wither,
flippin' wither
wither.
skeleton again. How did it hit me? What?
Asshole. I don't know how many rods you have, but I think these rod rates are really good. Block off this staircase just so no more wither skeletons come up. And then eat food, and then yeah, there you go, nice. And then start building your portal. Yeah, you already have 4 rods. Okay, there's
Oh,
obviously more blazes, so you can just kill the blazes, but and then what you can do that's kind of nice is you can eat while your axe is recharging. So you hit them once, and then you eat, and then yeah, and then you can hit them right away again.
that was kind of OP.
Yeah, that's why offhanding food is so good. Um,
Bro,
I mean, this is fine because like crit this guy, I think. There you go, nice. And then yeah, build your portal.
where am I getting shot from?
I don't know, there's random strays, but it's fine. Um,
Oh, this guy's like 15 million blocks high up. Do I go through?
yeah, go. Okay, build up on the portal. All right, cool.
Of course, my inventory is already full. GG. Always is.
Honestly, you have like a stone sword in your inventory. You have an extra, a random piece, a random arrow, and then like 3 extra fire res.
Oh my god, why am I not hitting it? Wait.
That's probably on, right?
Okay, this one's better. How much do I have to go to the right? 2
Just go,
blocks.
if it's 2 blocks, I guess it's fine.
Okay, I just use a piece of obsidian. Fuck it. Just don't misplace the portal. That's it.
Yeah.
Right, 99.3
All
should
right,
be good enough.
perfect.
Do I get them?
Yeah, grab 'em. You should always grab the eyes, like unless one breaks, then you don't need to grab it, but
The thing is, I low-key never know when they break or not.
look like straight up. I think you can reach. Yeah, there you go. Nice.
Maybe I
Yeah,
let me just throw something out here.
yeah, like I don't know, the iron sword, I guess, and then like 3 fire res you can throw out.
Yeah, to be fair. And there's flipping magma in my.
145. Okay, yeah, I mean you have to kill one more rod, but
Of course, it didn't drop.
all right. Line up your angle. Let's set up a pearl hang. 145.
145 that
Yep,
direction.
that way.
Okay.
So yeah. Keep that upper terrain to their like past the tree or whatever.
Yeah,
Wait,
that.
actually, yeah, that there, yeah.
I guess I can just go on the bridge.
Yeah, you can go on the
Right, so I
bridge.
go to two render
Pearl,
distance and then.
or just like throw the pearl and then drop, and then just pause, and then
Yeah, I guess
yeah,
this works
yeah,
as
this
well.
is good too. Yep, there you go. Perfect.
This looks actually spooky.
Come
And it didn't
on.
drop.
Oh, okay, mine out the spawner, and then, or actually, just maybe pre-craft because it'll just be nice to have that done. Um,
Okay,
cool.
maybe. What can I throw out? All right, there's a million blazes.
You're not gonna pick up the rod, I think. You should probably throw it. Oh, when you're trying to pick up the rod, throw out the wall on your hotbar. Right there, right there. Throw out the wall. Alright, and then
Alright.
unhang your pearl.
Bro, I kind of want this. All right.
Alright. And then yeah, keep running this way, but it's like to your left pretty hard, so 72, 214. So it's like 30 blocks in front of you and then like 100 blocks to your left. So I would like whip up pearl like far to your left right now. Yeah, somewhere over there. Just be ready to block clutch. Okay, nice.
I have no clue where I am.
I would try to go down. Oh, you're like right here. Yeah, you're on the chords. Just boat down to your right a bit.
To my right. So here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just boat all the way down, like as low as you can, because you need to lose your height. Yes.
All the way. Like,
Yeah. I mean, it's down there somewhere. 172, 214 is like, um,
oh, what? Oh my god, I can't move in this. What is this? All right.
okay, open chords. It's behind you, 6 blocks, and then that way, 7 blocks.
So 172. Yes. And
Yep, and then
this
214,
direction.
no, other
No,
way.
so this direction.
Yep.
Okay, this is way too oh my god, the fire res.
Oh, oh my god. Wait, what? Did we not repop when we re-entered? We must have forgotten. Okay.
Yeah, I did. But
Oh,
like,
because we were at the spawner for so long, I forgot. Yeah, just bridge up. Build one block up from where you're, and then just build over, and then just bridge over. Yes, there you go. Okay, right here. All right, just build the portal there. You can build it like
14,
with that
yeah.
outline, like against the
Okay.
wall. Okay, yeah, nice.
Um,
Cool.
all right.
Eat as you're going through, and then
Oh, no time.
no, that's good because it overlaps. It like bugs it. Okay, open a 3, and then 1 or like 0 at once. Okay, somewhere
Yeah.
mid right, maybe. It's kind of
Yeah.
big. Keep scanning.
Definitely not the back. It's like definitely
Okay, yeah.
like this looks
Yeah,
the best.
yeah, far like kind of hard right if you can. Um,
This way?
yeah, I would try that way. Mm,
Oh, this looks good.
it kind of loops back, but yeah, I could see this being.
Hmm. No.
You could rescan here, yeah.
Hmm. Okay, now I just see this big one and nothing else.
Was there something like one more to like a little bit to the right? I thought I saw something that was like towards the 4-way like that.
I mean, there's like this big one, this, but
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's just try it. Let's just try it. We have no
hmm,
maybe to your right
there you
here.
go.
I don't know, but we should always be looking towards the light. Keep going through here. Okay, maybe go back to sort of, it might just be mid. Um,
As always.
uh, okay.
Oh, this was not the way back.
This will link up though. Yeah, this is smart. Wait, where
Oh,
are you actually?
where am I? This is where I
Um,
came from. Are you
the
sure?
oh yeah, and then to your right here. And so okay, oh you were mid, right? It was like straight, like more mid at, I guess is the like that way, yeah.
Creepers AFK. Hmm. Okay.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh, bro, it's like literally just down the middle again. Like, bro, I cannot place. All right. I guess there's 2 in there, so I don't need to craft.
Yeah.
That's why you gamble. Oh, wait. Oh, I almost forfeited the game.
Don't do that.
Good thing
Don't
there's
do
a timer for it. Bro, imagine you get to the end and then surrender.
that. Happened. That's happened before.
Right. Okay, kind of want to go. Don't want to look at the Enderman, so.
Watch it. Watch it. Watch it.
Oh, it's going, right?
No, no, no,
No.
no, no.
What? That was really
I
close.
thought it was. Yeah.
No, I also thought when he went back, but then he like randomly circled.
Maybe. Nah.
No. So do I jump Pearl again?
I mean, if you're far away, then yes. But like, you should be running in like pretty much always when Oh, it's going for sure. 100%. Left side.
Bro, what? Oh my god. Okay, that was scary because I didn't pick block for some reason. Okay.
That's a good. That's a good. That's a good.
Actually, crazy that I had time to open my inventory.
No, that shows like you're getting more comfortable because
Oh my
like
god.
yeah, that's hard. Nice, good save. That was really good. All right,
Yeah, I'm gonna just ask one
consistency.
question, like, because when I saw Blinky do it, he was like, he pillared up with something and then shoot down the crystals. Like, how much time does
Yeah.
it save?
It does save a bit of time. I'm just like, okay, the thing that I'm struggling with is like if we are like already kind of like I don't know, like missing perches and stuff like that, like this is just gonna add like a whole nother dimension to our end fights that is gonna add inconsistency. So I'm like not
Okay.
100% sure if it's like good to add at this
But it
point.
looked very easy. Like, it was like, okay, you just build up. I
Yeah,
mean,
I
if you
mean you could
purchase
probably
food,
pick it
yeah, it
up
doesn't
pretty
matter,
quickly.
but I guess,
Do you want
I
to
guess
just
I
like
would,
try it? Here, just like leave the room. Let's just try it and like see how it feels for you.
yeah,
Um,
I want to know what it
s-
entails.
yeah, go single player and then go MPK and just do it like an end. Uh, yeah,
PK.
creative world. Remember?
Oh, yeah, I
Something to
was like,
say.
wait, that's not a map. All right, what's the flipping command? It was yep. Uh,
And enter. Alright. And
let's see.
then erase your settings
We have
and then just yeah, so you have a crossbow and you have arrows. So like you should like yeah. So I've been telling you to grab these, but like Loki you haven't been grabbing them that
yeah,
much.
because at the start you were like, oh yeah, take bow and arrows, and then we never used them at all.
I know it will. Honestly, at the beginning, it's because it's for safety. Like if you choke the one cycle, then we can bow the crystals down instead of you
Oh,
know. Remember, you had
yeah,
to pearl around to all the
yeah.
crystals.
Okay, that was
All right,
way more stressful than anything I've ever done.
all right. Pearl into the middle. You should be doing. All right, and then so like place the obsidian and then build up like off the obsidian, and then every time it fireballs you,
You jump, and the
you
moment you
jump.
get, yeah.
Yes.
And now I just
Whoa, whoa,
shoot
whoa,
down.
whoa. Yep. Yeah, yeah, there you go. Yeah, so just you shouldn't have like built
Yeah,
up that high right away, but yeah, you should do this. So yeah,
I have
pearl,
no
and
clue how to
every
aim with
time,
this.
oh my god, it's so low. Every time you hit the crystal, it'll try to fireball you. So yeah, you're just like really high up because you started by building up like 8 blocks. You shouldn't have started building up at
Yeah.
all.
Okay. What?
Yeah, I hit
Oh.
you. That's okay. Just yeah, just like don't start by building up. Just start regular.
Okay. How many do I have to build up? Like 0?
0.
Okay.
Just start shooting crystals, and then if it hits you, if it fireballs you, then you build up. And all you have to do is, you know how it snaps to your feet?
Yeah.
So like, uh, just like wait till it hits you with a fireball, and then build up one block, and then wait till
Yeah,
it
that's what I
hits you
did.
with. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I know. I'm just like reiterating. Like you were building up like
Okay.
2 blocks sometimes. So.
Oh, because I saw Blinky do that, so he was just doing it badly. All right.
Well, I
My
mean, to
bad.
be
My bad.
fair, like 2 blocks is a little safer because you don't have to perfectly time it, but you should perfectly time it because then you don't get height as much and then you won't get hit off by the dragon like what just happened to you there.
But as long as I have a pearl, like nothing happens, right? Like
I guess. It's
he can't push me like that far away that I would not get back with one pearl.
yeah, but like I wouldn't advise getting hit by the dragon. Um,
Low key, sometimes you have to square up against the dragon.
like what if you enter and then like, oh shit, nice.
Okay, I only have 5 bets, but
That was
that's all I need.
goated. That was goated. Yeah, that was goated. Um, let's try it again. Let's try it again. Actually, honestly, I think you can do this. Like I like, yeah, I think you can.
I would
It's
have to
it's
practice it
honestly like
solo and then see if it's
mostly,
better.
yeah, it's honestly mostly the perch that I'm like that you're missing compared to like the half bow. Honestly, seemed pretty natural for you. It was mostly just like you have to kind of get better, maybe with like the aim and like the timing of like aim, shoot, build up, aim, shoot, and then like, or like, I mean, you wait for the fireball and then you wait for it to pop on your feet and then you build up. So like, yeah, I don't know. I think you can definitely get that down, but like, yeah, it's exactly like that. I mean, I guess the biggest thing is like when you're half bowing, you're not crafting, and then what can happen is the dragon can perch on you while you're half bowing. And if that happens and you're not crafted, so then this means that we have to pre-craft a lot more often if we want to half bow. So
Yeah. Okay,
essentially,
but how much time would this save, like in general? Like what would your
um,
estimate be?
like probably like a minute faster end fights,
Okay, I
like
mean 1 minute is a lot,
45
but
seconds maybe, but yeah, it is.
I mean we could do it dependent on whether I mean we see in the tournament when somebody enters the end, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if we're
So
way
if he enters
ahead,
it
we
first, then it's like
then you probably
we
should.
can go for it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. But like you
All
should
right.
get comfortable with it so that you can actually rip it when you do have to do it, and we're not gonna do it every time. But yeah, I mean it takes practice. It's just like that, yeah. You just enter the end. I mean, yeah, you should be pre-crafted, I guess, is like the biggest thing, because if it insta perches on you, then it's gonna suck. But I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. How much time do you have? You want to run it back again, one more run or something, or a couple more runs?
Yeah, I mean one more run for sure. I mean
Okay.
we have like how many hours left?
Um,
Like 4. So
yeah, let's do one more then.
all right. Wait, let's actually see. Let's see what the time was even. Okay, 22.
I mean, you're getting them like pretty frequently, so this is good.
Yeah, let's just do random.
Puppy girl Gwenny, thank you for the raid. I wish you doing well. Right. Oh, reset in bot too.
Shipwreck. My
Goated.
favorite.
All right. Insta raise settings. Honestly, we'll just look for it. I mean, I guess you should have technically pie charted before you did this. That's kind of a bad call, but yeah, it's like not
Yeah,
gonna show up as big now. I think it's that way
yeah,
though.
yeah. There it
Get
is.
area. Yeah. Try and like swim on the top. You're not
Yeah,
like
I think this is.
there. Okay.
Um, Okay, like a
Nice hit.
million rotten chunk.
Yeah.
What?
Rotten chunk.
Wait, oh, wait. Rotten flesh. My
Rotten
bad.
chunk is from Terraria.
Wait, oh my god, that's why. Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
I've played a lot of Terraria, so
Really?
kind of like Minecraft, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
I
It
think I have
is.
like 800 hours probably.
Oh shit.
I have to check my Steam, but
That's fucking hype. I have like 300 or 400 in Terraria, I think.
bro, I
Something
also
like
have like almost 1,000 hours in Stardew Valley. Like,
that. Dude, let's go.
bro,
I have like 150. It's actually such a good game.
bro. All right. What do I craft? I
Bread,
mean,
full tools.
full tools.
Yeah, because well, you have to make your
Oh
iron
yeah.
into ingot, but yeah.
Oh yeah. We definitely. All right. Let
And
me.
shears, sorry, and shears. Yeah, bucket shears, and then make your one iron into ingot, and yeah,
Wait.
bucket.
Bucket. Yeah.
There you go. All right,
All right.
and then just grab some logs, make your boat doors, and then shear a bunch, and grab your last like few logs. All right,
Yeah.
boat
This
doors.
deal is lost. It's tough.
Yeah, it's fine.
How much does that even give? Like it. That
It's
looks like a.
pretty good, honestly. It's pretty good. You should be grabbing the stews.
I don't know. It didn't
Um,
look edible to me. That's why I didn't grab it. If that makes sense, but
no, I get you. But it's the one that it's the. I mean, the rotten flesh did look edible to you. Oh, other
also
side. Yeah, there's
scalp.
scalp.
Bro, look at this pathing.
I know it's perfect. Uh,
Um, that's
I
definitely.
think yeah, it's probably
Yeah.
real. Nice.
Oh my god, the doors not the right spot.
There you go. Chilling.
Bro. Uh, bro, why is there so much here?
I don't know, but you can low-key slap it anywhere and it'll probably work. See, there's
Uh,
like this
there is
two
it.
by two works,
Oh,
yeah, and then yeah.
how do you do 2 by 2? Wait, oh yeah, wait, makes sense.
Or just do it. Okay, wait, but
Oh yeah,
I
I
would do
guess I'll
it.
try it
There's
then.
another two by two, like directly diagonal from you, like so close.
Yeah.
This one, and then just go, yeah, that way. Oh, yeah, that works. And just place two
Okay, last
blocks.
one door.
Just place two blocks instead of the door, and jump. Yep, there you go. This is all you have to do if you don't have two doors or whatever.
Okay. Hmm.
It's really
Yeah,
easy.
low key works. Oh,
Yeah, all good. Nice. Lava. Oh, way too late. um,
oh my
all
god.
right.
Okay, there's a fortress right here.
Oh, Bastion's close. Bastion's right there.
50. Oh, I'm blind.
Chalice bridge up to the left there.
Yeah.
Yep. Run past this guy. Why was that alert like so delayed? Perfect. Nice. That was really good pathing. All right. Low key. Wait, can this piglin get up to you because of the staircase or no? Oh no, I think you jumped, so you're good. All right. And then yeah, make this shit when you have a second. Helmet, and then I'd eat one bread and look at the triples because I don't know which ones we're going to. Okay, it's just Donkey Kong. So this Hogland's on the bridge. Just go. Just
Oh, I didn't
you're
grab lava again.
yeah, you're gonna have to deal with it. You might have to just. Oh yeah, sure. This is good. Yeah, nice. Good. All right, Donkey Kong.
Let's see if it gets on fire again.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Hey, it dropped meat. Wait.
Oh nice. Wait, that's actually really good. You should grab that later. Um.
Okay, so one guy definitely jumped in lava or something. Um,
Oh damn, let's go. This is a goated route. Villa pigs. Alright, sweet. Loki, just like drop your gold in there and then just like drop all the gold and then just loot the chests and then just grab the pork chop and go for a pearl hang. Wait, actually, do we know where the fort is? I think we do. I don't
yeah, we
remember.
taught at the start, right? Left of the portal where we spawned.
Yeah, okay. Then go grab the pork chop and then since you're already over here, just like send a pearl hang back there and then go back to your trades and like Loki, you're gonna be out so quickly.
Was there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, I would throw it, yeah, that way.
Like where this
Sure.
or there? Right or left?
Left.
Or to the portal? Okay. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, oh fuck, oops.
Good.
Well, I got there in the end.
Yes. And eat a bread because it landed. Yeah, nice. Um,
Read your
cool.
mind. It's over for you.
Okay, we can drop these 19 leaves we don't need. The 2 wheat. Grab grab the arrows just cause, and then 2 wheat shears. Put on
Yeah.
or
Right.
soul seed boots away. I think. Okay, it's fine. Just yeah. We can do this, and then okay, maybe check your trades. Yeah, I think we're out. Yeah. Let's just put fires on your bar and then splash it and then unhang your pearl. All right, sweet. And then let's
Ooh.
see here. Yeah, you're gonna have to ball clutch. You're gonna have to pearl and ball clutch.
All
I
right.
believe in you.
Let's.
Just be ready. Just remember to
All
look at
right.
the angle and just spam.
Yeah, I forgot the angle low key. Was it like this?
Yeah, that's exactly perfect.
All right. What?
Oh,
Okay.
nailed it.
Never mind. I'd hit for some reason.
You're gonna go to that early. I grab these. Okay, it's fine. Leave the other stray. It's way too far now. Just go. Keep going that way. Oh yeah, spawner there. It's pearl.
Bro, like how do I get there?
You had to throw like a second earlier, and then it would have been really easy. But it's fine. It's literally fine. You're. This is good. This is really good pace. Get your pork chop. And then craft your 2x2s. Like just craft all your wool, all your nether brick, all your glowstone. Yep. And then just make a bed. Yeah. And then let's build a blaze bed here.
I need to nether brick it though.
Yes.
Oh my god, it's.
Okay, that's fine. That guy won't drop a rod, but
Okay,
that
I
other
killed
guy will
one
be
of
fine.
them. I forgot it didn't drop anything when you
It's
kill
okay,
it
it's
like that.
okay. Yeah, and then just kill this guy and then build out at the back of the spawner. You don't really need to do too much, I don't think, but just quickly like try and build it out. Oh yeah, you do totally have to do a lot. Build out
Oh my
more.
god.
Oh yeah. You should be starting out by building out by 3
Yeah,
and then yeah. All good though.
bro. Do I have to
Deal
repop
with the
fire rush too?
annoying blazes first and then keep building this out, and then you probably are gonna have to repop powers eventually, but not right now. There's so many strays. Kill these blazes and then go kill those strays and like that grab that rod that's on the ground. There was like
This
another
one?
rod below. No. Towards where the other blazes are.
Okay. Oh, there.
Yes, kill this blaze as well. And then kill those blazes.
Bro, why is there like a million
Actually,
blazes here?
how many rods do you have? Yeah, just kill
4.
these. Yeah, kill these actually. Fires.
Bro.
Cool.
No!
That's cooked.
Oh, there's a new spawner here.
Yeah.
Bro, why is there a skeleton here now?
Annoying. Alright. I think we can first portal. Yeah,
Got
just
6.
build it, yeah. Or kill the, I mean, 7's not the end of the world. Like 7's pretty good to grab, but like it's fine. Yeah, portal.
Thank
Oh,
you.
they lit it. Alright. Measure. Um
Right.
Alright, just build over to the side. The eye broke, so we're not going to bother with
Wait, left 2 blocks. What?
yeah. And just build up with gravel 1. Just you can just build up
Oh
on
wait,
top
yeah.
of yeah.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually.
And we just don't have to worry about the eye because it broke, so we'll just kill another blaze.
All right.
Alright, so fire us as you come back through, and then we're just gonna kill one more blaze, and then it'll drop. Nope. Okay.
Journey. Nope.
Come on.
Nope.
Alright, head back to the other spawner maybe, or this one might spawn soon. Just clear your inventory. Or okay, yeah, this one.
Yeah, crazy
Oh
luck.
my god, go back
I
to the other
wonder.
spawner that's blaze bedded. What's the angle? 30?
29. Right,
That
this
way.
direction.
Okay. You want a pearl hand? Oh, there's spawned.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Nice. Alright.
Mm,
Yeah, keep going
okay.
that way, and then 174, 124 is not too far. Pearl down. It'll be more to your right, I think. And then down, like in that cave or something, probably. 74, one. Oh, wait, you're past it. Wait, what?
What? Wait, minus 174. We have to go way more in this direction.
Yeah, we passed it. Am I dumb? Oh, because we measured at the, or like we started running towards it.
Minus 174, minus...
It's because we went to the second spawner, so our angle is off a little bit.
So, yeah, here.
Yeah, nice.
And this, okay, anyway, like... I mean, I have so much obsidian, like, who cares?
Yeah. Alright. Enter.
Okay, that's like, this looks pretty good here. There's like,
Yeah, I would
but,
keep scanning though.
oh, that,
That looks
yeah,
really good, yeah.
that's good, yeah. So, bottom
Bottom
right.
right, yeah, I would try bottom right. And then, yeah, try to follow this, yeah. Yeah, no, keep going this way. To the right, hold the right here. What?
Okay. Yeah, by delay, it's kind of cooked. Okay, there's the
Okay.
library.
Try to go down the stairs and hopefully it leads right, maybe?
Goes way down, that's for sure.
Oh my god, it's going left.
Wait, I
Okay.
heard a silverfish.
Oh, dig towards it.
I don't know where it was, though. It sounded here or something.
Maybe try the lava pops?
Not hearing it.
Go,
Hmm.
Where
know.
would
It
it?
was
Where would it be? Mid and then right, I guess.
yeah, I guess. I guess we go back.
Nice.
There it is.
All right.
All right. Okay. So
Raise your settings, and then I don't think you have like that much health. But like low key, you can pearl twice. Like it's fine. You'll pearl in on 5 hearts, so that's like plenty to kill the dragon. It's just like you can't like look at any enderman or anything. So you should probably pearl into the middle here anyway.
yeah, there's so many Endermen though I don't want to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go from this. Oops. I need
Alrighty.
to craft my beds
Yeah. It's totally chill.
and throw out my obsidian. All right. Well, I mean, if I hit the beds, it's a sub 20 for sure. With 3 minutes, but
Oh yeah, you
well.
do have rotten flesh, don't you?
Oh, I
As
have
well.
31 rotten flesh.
I forgot about that.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, but
Yeah.
yeah, we got the pork chops, kind of OP.
Oh, it's going probably.
Oh, yeah.
Right side.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, clutch the last bet. I feel
Yeah.
like
You
uh,
clutched it.
I like to clutch the last bet. That's for sure.
Yeah.
For no reason. All right, 18 minutes.
Damn.
Damn. All right.
Cranking.
Cranking today.
Yeah. Let's go.
Not gonna lie, after getting 18 minutes, I feel like we can end on Minecraft. I feel like
Yeah.
it's a good one, yeah.
Okay, that's valid. That's valid.
This was actually really
I know, 2 sub 20s
I
today.
can't lie. Yeah, and the other
I like
runs were like 20 minutes, 22. Like this is pretty good.
Yeah, I feel
Not
like stuff like hasn't even been going like perfect and you've been just like still improving on your PB so much. I think bridge is definitely your best bastion. I think your stables, like you just kind of keep forgetting like micro things with stables, like you might want to practice that a little bit and then
Bro, low key, I should just look at the layout. Like I just forget where the things
yeah,
are normally.
yeah.
It's just
It's okay, it's okay.
but yeah.
Yeah, and so that was yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think your housing today as well, when you were like letting the pigs in and like blocking up with the block and stuff, that was like a little bit like not like what you were exactly supposed to do, but like
Wait, what do you
I don't know.
mean?
Like do you want me to show you real quick? I like when you were blocking I'm just trying to remember because I feel like okay, to me at least, okay, your bastions have stood out as like one of those things where like you're like not bad at them or anything like that. But like it's just like I feel like most of the run, you just have kind of micro things to improve on. Okay. One thing that you really have to improve on though is like using your 8th and 9th slot instead of constantly switching out the stuff that you don't want to be switching out. Because you switch out like your pearls or your
Yeah.
blocks or whatever, but your 8th and 9th slot are just completely unused. Because you'll have like you have like iron nuggets and like a lava bucket on those like the whole run. When you could have put your obby there, you could have put your light there or whatever.
Yeah, my lighter, like I know, like the thing
Yeah.
is, for me, it's just like in when I want something really quick, when it's not my hotbar, I always do like
I
Control
yeah.
X X and put it in my X slot because I feel like that's just the most accessible. And then I just like, oh yeah, I guess I switch something out that I need, and that kind of happens a lot. So
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know.
fair.
I feel
Um,
like I just should put my lighter in like 9 slot always, and I don't know.
That's a good plan. Just honestly think about it like that and just like do that. I think that's probably just like your best bet. Okay, so for stables, what I want you to do is, okay, imagine I have like like 4 pieces, right? I'm going to block up, and then I'm gonna mine 1 gold block, and I'm gonna grab this 1 gold block, craft it, drop all of it, control Q, and then I'm gonna let the pigs in. And then now I'm gonna mine down, and so you can see like I'm overlapping mining the gold blocks while the pigs are pathing. Okay, they've bugged because I dropped a freaking stack of decimals down there. So like it's just like overlaps that. So like that is just like a slight thing that you could probably add to your bastions. And then treasure. Your treasure is fine, but like I think it's just one thing that like one thing that about treasure is when you are grabbing your trades, you should never gravel the pigs. Treasure is the only bastion where you shouldn't gravel your pigs. Instead, what you should do is like, because sometimes this can happen where there will be an empty block down here, right? And
Yeah.
so all you have to do is like, when you're coming back after grabbing backups, like, let me get this guy in the pit. All you have to do is just like, as you're running up, mine this block and then use that corner to drop your gold. And then like what you'll do is you'll just like kind of stand back here, right? And you'll just drop all your items out, do all your inventory management, and then you'll go back to the corner and they'll be done their trades. Like it'll just like work out like that so that it's like so nice every time. And then also like, I mean, like your pathing in between the ramparts like is not like perfect, which is like fine, but ideally it's just like something consistent, right? That you like are like, okay, I'm going to like because you went down here and then you went back up and over and then that way and then went back into here. But like if you just immediately know like, okay, I'm gonna drop the pigs to gold, or like sorry, like earlier, you come down here, you drop the pigs to gold, you mine this last gold block or whatever, and then drop that, and then you're gonna run this way and then run out here and then immediately like block this, loot this chest, grab this backup block, come back, block this off if you need maybe, and then block that off, loot these 2 chests, grab this backup block, and like you should just be doing that like and then coming back up
Yeah.
here, like you
I
should
feel
just
like
be
I
doing
just
that
switched
fully
up for no
consistent.
reason.
Yeah. And I guess it's just
like,
because
oh
like you're just
yeah.
like not comfortable and you kind of just like running around like for like 1 second. But anyway, this is the most important thing. I think is like when you're doing manhunt here, like, so I'm gonna like punch an extra guy, so okay, I'm dying. So when you're blocking up, ow, um, like you can go like this, and then remember like that, and then you can like, okay, well I can't loot the chest but I already grabbed armor. But then like all you have to do is just like open it up with like that block instead of like making like you went like 1, 2,
Yeah, I
3,
know because I didn't.
4.
Yeah.
That's all. It's just like
Should
a
have just
lot of
gone for the
just
chest
small
instead.
things. Um, Let me do this properly. So like you drop a piece of gold or whatever, and then maybe drop one more there, and then block up, and then build up like that, and then loot this chest, and well, there's no armor in it, but I'm just gonna drop a bunch of gold around, and then I'll let this pigs up, and I'll just keep dropping gold, and then I'll just build up. And then also one thing that you could do is like you should probably be dropping the gold earlier. And like the way that I mine this is like I mine like 1, 2 like that, and then I let the pigs start falling in, and then I mine the bottom, and then I mine the middle. So I don't like mine it all at once. And then I drop this gold usually too. And then I'll grab like these last 2 gold blocks just because then they're like trading the whole time, and then I'm gonna like be like dropping fluttering like this, and then I'm gonna be dropping fluttering like this, and then I'm gonna go in. I don't know. Like it's like a lot of just like micro stuff with your bastions that I feel like if you practice them, you can just iron them out and just make them 100% consistent, and that's why I'm like pointing them out. You know what I mean? Because bastions are so easy to just like spam the reps in. And it's not like it's really a big deal. It's not like you're losing that much time, but like might as well just try and optimize that part of your run because it's very easily optimizable. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, so I think the hotbar thing is like a little bit of a like it's a little bit harder to like get down because I should have prepped you with like kind of exactly like what your hotbar should be, but uh I just didn't, and now we're kind of past that point. So I feel like for you, it's just like yeah, try and make it so that your 8th slot is your maybe your flint and steel slot every time, and then your 9th slot is your obby slot, or like 9th slot, 8th slot is obby, 9th slot is flint and steel, whatever feels more comfortable for you, and just like try and do that. I mean, that's really the only thing that like I can see, because you're just like going in your inventory a lot. Obviously, inventory management itself, like I think like what the biggest thing is like even top runners, like everybody has to inventory manage. Like it's not like a thing where you just never have to inventory manage. You just have to make a time for yourself to throw out all your items. And for most top runners, that time is either in the bastion, maybe, um, while you're grabbing your trades, right? Or it's at the spawner, at the fortress spawner, and then you drop out all of your shit while you're at the spawner. And it's just, you're gonna have more time to overlap at the spawner as you get faster at blaze bedding, as you get faster at crafting your stuff. Like, remember what I showed you, or what you did like today, where you crafted all your 2x2s at once? You just went glowstone, bang, uh, like wool, bang, netherrick, bang. Like, you should just do that every time because it's so fast. Like just doing all your 2x2s, like bang bang bang, and then doing
and then
the
throw
blaze
out the
bed
rest that
afterwards.
I don't need. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And like, yeah. So no, this is great though. You got an 18-minute time, you got a 19-minute time. Like you're cranking like crazy. This is actually hype. This is hype.
Yeah, there's just like no like time saves still there. It's just like a
No,
lot of small
literally.
ones. I mean, me opening up the inventory like 10 times more than I should do. That's just losing like half a minute, I feel like, just by
Yeah. It's just like it's like 2 seconds here, 2 seconds here, 2 seconds here, and then it's
yeah.
just like kind of adds up. But like it's yeah, no, there's nothing major at this point at all. I mean, maybe I would say the biggest thing is probably being more confident in your pearls, and then practicing half bow. So like, oh, one thing I could show you is if you want to practice. This is very like it's such a controlled environment, so I don't know if it's the best thing, but like it's better than nothing. In the Bastion practice map, there's or not in the Bastion practice map, in the MCSR practice map, there is general practice, movement practice, and then pearl practice. And so you can practice different types of pearls. So you can practice, this is like an overhang pearl. This is really like hard pearl to throw, but that, and then there's wall pearl. So you can pearl like that and then block clutch. So like it
Yeah.
just gets you like practice with block touching. So you'll notice like I'm looking down. So like I'm looking down and then I'm like I kind of move my mouse up as I land. So I'm like looking a little bit low and then I kind of move it up. So like I'm accounting for like all cases kind of when I do that. Fuck, okay, I just fucked it up, but also I'm spam clicking, but and when I throw the pearl, I'm also crouching and I'm holding S. So I throw the pearl, crouch, hold S, and then I'm kind of like looking at that angle, but like sometimes I look a little bit more down than you might think, and then I kind of pull up. Is I guess like the biggest thing. So like you can get really comfortable with this so that you can just fucking start nailing these like every time.
Yeah, they seem really
Oops.
useful when climbing like the fortress.
Yeah.
Because
So
for some
yeah.
reason they like to spawn on like big lava lakes for no reason. So
Place obsidian at... Oh, wait, what? This is kind of cool, actually. Wait. Place obsidian at negative 204, 90, 25.
yeah, so you can practice how far you have to throw an ender pearl in the lava.
Oh, fuck, I overshot. 204, 90, 25. Wait, this is kind of funny, actually. That's fucking hard, though. And also, it's not that useful, but that's kind of funny. Anyway, I'd say this one's the most important one for you. You should probably try and just, like, fucking run this a bit.
Yeah. I feel like 10 minutes of that.
Yeah, you'll, like, get it down. Yeah.
Surely. All right.
All right, amazing. That's
Well,
sick session.
well, Minecraft going well.
Mm-hmm.
GeoGuessr, how we
Going,
going?
like,
Actually,
low-key, I'm
let me
chopped.
add you and maybe I'll see your the registry, but I don't know if it goes retroactively. But
I have like questions that I want to ask you.
all right, I mean, you sent me. I feel like I didn't answer it in depth, but you were like confused about low cam and Gen 4.
Yes.
So it's hard to explain. Like technically, small cam is its own thing, just because like the resolution is technically not as high as all the other normal Gen 4.
Mm,
It's just a bit lower, but in terms of image quality, you will not notice a difference.
okay.
It's just the blur that really sticks out, just because
Hmm.
it's mounted a bit lower. So
Hmm.
it almost seems like low cam, but as we've discussed, you can kind of tell where the front and the back is, and the blur is not
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
circle. So you kind of know that it's not low cam. So
Okay.
yeah, so the basic thing is, like, image quality wise, they will probably pretty much look the same. You will not spot a difference. Gen 3, Gen 4 is like miles apart compared to that.
Okay.
And yeah,
Okay. Okay. That's good to know. I was just like kind of confused. I think Brazil and Peru have low cam as well as Gen 4 as well as um Gen 3. So yeah, I think okay, one thing that I wanted to ask was okay, I was doing this map. Maybe we could do I'm not sure if it's better for us to be doing like full pure arbitrary world or if it's better to like because I was doing arbitrary uh is it just Latin America, I think?
yeah, there's arbitrary
Latin
Latin America.
this yes, I think I was doing this one. Um and basically like I was struggling a lot with differentiating Chile and Argentina like a lot and Bolivia sometimes too. Like these three I just keep like trolling on and like Brazil I get it a lot and I always get really low points on. I'm always so far away.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's totally fine, because that you have to go really in depth to reason guess Brazil.
okay,
That
okay,
is
that's
that is
true.
a tough one. Like that, it's not easy for me.
And
The thing
sometimes I
is,
mix up Peru as well.
yeah, the thing is, I kind of get your confusion, but usually rounds like this should always be solvable with road lines and poles. There shouldn't be any mix-ups really.
Yeah,
Yeah, you just have to know data for the certain countries, and then you should probably in like 95% of rounds you should not mix them up.
yeah. I think yeah, maybe I'm just like I don't know if it's like a it's just like I don't think I've learned these polls even though I did some like
The
I
thing
know
is,
there's an alternating one that's like Argentina, but
I
these
mean,
aren't
so basically,
alternating.
all you have to really look here at that is it's round. Like this is not Chile, so it's just like, okay, they have like certain different arrangements. I have no clue, by the way. Like Argentina has like so many different ones. Of they kind of look similar, but I don't really care. Like they just look like this. And Peru has similar ones, but they just look way different. And Peru just has the landscape to me that just looks completely different. Like
Okay.
not even close. But it's kind of hard to say why. It's just like there's only like a few locations where I would be like, is this Argentina or Peru? It's kind of hard to say, but like on 95% of rounds, it should not be a problem. Just because Peru has like really distinct vegetation and are just kind of like flat, boring most of the
Yeah.
time.
Wait, so what do polls in wait, you said Chile looks different?
I mean, Chile has the one with the one step, kind of the Brazil pole, but only one step.
Oh yeah, you're
And
right, you're
those are
right.
not rounded.
Yeah, yeah, no, no, you're right, you're right. I remember now. I remember now. And
Yeah.
then
And road lines, obviously, as well. Like if you see yellow road lines, like in the middle, you will not be in Chile. So Chile just uses all white. That's how you can also like rule out Chile versus Peru, because Peru will use a middle line in yellow and Chile won't. So that's kind of, I don't know, you can do a lot with just road lines and poles and cars.
so like on this round, like wait, I legit don't know where we are. Um still
Well, we know we are in Argentina, obviously.
okay.
And I
So
said, like, it's so rare that it's Peru and it's flat. Like, that just doesn't happen that often.
yeah,
And if it's flat, it's like a complete desert.
and this is
So,
too dry for Brazil.
yes. Also, I mean, we have the poles.
Oh yeah, the
Like, I
poles.
don't know,
Yes, yes, yes,
Brazil will
yes, yes,
never
yes,
have
yes.
this
Sorry,
type
sorry,
of
sorry, sorry.
pole.
Yeah, Brazil and Chile. I need to remember that they have the poles that I know. Okay, okay. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. Okay.
I mean, as I said, geoguessr has so much to take in. Like, you have to know so much stuff in different places and all piece it together in your mind,
Yeah.
which is the fun part, but the unfun part is the learning journey to get there. Because you will fail over and over until it
Yeah.
just sticks for no reason.
Yeah. Okay, so middle yellow line. Okay, so we can already rule out Chile. Gen 4 blue car northern hemisphere is, well, I mean, okay.
It's Latin America, not only South America.
Yeah, so like, but like
It's up to
does that
Mexico.
automatically mean Mexico? But like, or can I like potentially get like these ones? Like Colombia
Yeah.
and
I
top
mean,
of Brazil, I guess.
yeah, but you should never trust the sun near the equator. Like, there's a certain pretty big range around the equator where the sun is not reliable.
Like, is this sun reliable?
I mean, there's enough in this round that you don't need it. Like, there's a double guardrail, there's agave plants if you look to the right. It's like super distinct bush there. Do you see the spiky?
Oh yeah,
Do you
yeah,
know what
yeah.
an agave is? Like, yeah, that's just Mexico. And I mean, these ones, actually, don't know. These ones look like, do they look like blue agave? Then we might just be in Jalisco. But yeah, Mexico has so many different plants that are in unique places. But kind of like
Yeah.
Brazil.
Yeah, I need to look for the freaky plants. Oh my god, wait, I know these bollards though
Oh,
too.
you know the bollard as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I like,
The thing is, even to pro players, Mexico and Colombia is still one of the hardest 50-50.
really?
But yes, it kind of is, just
I
because
get
they have
baited by.
similar looking. They just have so many similar looking rounds, and the only thing you can really use is Gen 4 car colors. But if you don't have them, it's hard. If you have a Gen 3 round, no car visible, then it's hard.
Mm,
So yeah,
okay. I feel like I've seen these polls in actually these look kind of like a default poll. Wait, no, support means something, I think. Argentina maybe? I don't remember.
yeah. I mean, with double yellow line, the only options in South America, like Latin America, I mean Colombia as well, but you have the pole again. It's like the round concrete pole.
Yeah.
Could be Brazil as well, but I mean, at least the pole top should never be. I don't know. It's like a T-shape concrete. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Uh
just like super similar to the other one. So
yeah, it is really similar to the other one, but like I mean, I don't know. I'm feeling like um wait, is Bolivia only Gen 3? I forgot. No, I don't.
yes,
Oh, it is. It is. Okay.
yes,
So, can't be Bolivia, so it's between Peru and Argentina, but it looks more like Argentina to me.
yeah. Again, like it's really flat and it's not a complete desert. So I don't know. And Argentina has like cold
So
mountains,
like
and Peru has like either super dry or super like green mountains. I don't know.
mm, okay.
Okay, this one pretty boring.
Yeah, wait. I think I learned something about like this is Wait, I'm forgetting now. This is wait, is this Guatemala? That's what the word is coming into my brain. And then I think I just remembered like something about like this line. If this is on the front, then it's like more.
Yeah,
Wait, is
that's
it
the problem if
Guatemala?
you use the Blanket guide, because there will be super in-depth stuff. But bro, for this tournament, you don't have to region guess Guatemala. Just click the middle. It is what it is.
No, no, no,
There's
no,
no
no,
way
no, no, no.
anybody is
Look,
region
look, look,
guessing
look,
this.
look, 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 look. Quatazadango. Oh my god.
Cold. That's cold. All right. The goat. Right here,
Yeah.
right now.
Okay. Okay, final round and then we can do regular. We can. Okay, but this is wait. What the fuck is this?
It's just a weird front blur.
Oh. Can I even tell what card? Does like not really matter. It's just Gen 4. I know this tree.
Oh. Oh, does he know?
I know this tree. Wait, where is it? Yeah, this one. Oh.
Yeah, generally it's a bit more safe with that tree to guess Santa Catarina. Just, I mean, I like to guess there, or
Oh,
like
okay.
closer to the like Paraná, Santa Catarina border. Just because like on the edge of where you've guessed, it would get more agricultural again, and then
Okay.
I feel like those like super foresty would be a bit more rare. But I'm nitpicking, region guessing
No,
southern
no, no,
Chile.
no,
Sorry.
no, no, no. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Okay. I mean, like, I don't know if it's better for us to do like these ones where it's like more specified, or just do the whole ass world. I don't know. It's up to you, but
I mean, yeah, we can definitely go through it, just because after we get each country once, we kind of get the gist of it and see if you are retaining
yeah,
it. Like we could do it for, I think Asia is honestly one of the easiest.
yeah. Okay.
Arbitrary Latin America should be fairly straightforward. There are some very hard rounds in there, but because
Okay.
you are relying a lot of maybe like car meta and stuff as well, and it's a bit more specific than just knowing the Guatemala car. But I feel like Asia should be doable for you.
Um.
Has very distinct poles, road lines, and cars, so it's like a
Yeah.
mix. I feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Yeah.
you always have something to use.
Okay.
We should,
Do you have a party or something?
yeah, I can invite you.
No, I'm chopped at Europe, but I was relearning the bollards yesterday. But I
All
didn't
right, all
fully
right.
relearn them. Okay. I just like I
Do you?
constantly forget which areas are flat and which areas are hilly and which areas are mountainous and which areas are well, that's honestly the biggest clue. Um, I just
Right.
constantly forget that.
Oh, wait, it's not dual. I was confused. All right, let's just go. An arbitrary Asia, so it's not learnable meta Asia. So technically,
Yeah, yeah,
sometimes
yeah.
there will be no
It'll
straightforward
have
clue.
hard stuff, but that's good. That's good, I think. Okay.
Okay, this should be very straightforward.
Uh, so you say that. Wait. Oh no, this is small cam. Yeah?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
nice.
okay. Um, wait, what? What language is that?
I mean, if you think about it, maybe you don't know that this is part of Asia. It's like a bit technically on two continents. Um,
Because I'm looking for.
so what are you thinking right now?
Well, not Southeast
Just like,
Asia. Um,
yeah,
wait, Tasker Ranlar. Ta-
Tashkiranla.
that was convincing. Like, look, are we in Germany right now? I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding. Wait, so so I think we are in. Wait, so what counts as Asia again? Like all the way over here, like
If
Kazakhstan?
Yeah, Kazakhstan. Turkey is still Asia as well.
Oh,
Israel,
is this Turkey?
Jordan. Yes, it is. I mean,
Mm,
so I feel like what you should immediately pick up is just the Mediterranean vibe again. We can have like the
yeah.
same speckled trees, a few rocks here and there, olive tree plantations. We have the language. Sadly, we have no bollard, but honestly, a pretty good clue for Turkey are these trash bins. They always look like this. They technically have the city name written on it every single time. Like on this, it says Didim Belediyesi. So it's the town of, yeah, Didim.
Oh.
And yeah, also something you see is when you look north and slightly right to the road, there's like a house with a water tank on it, like white water tank.
Oh yeah, I
Also
see it.
super common in Turkey. Pretty much everywhere on every house. Also, if you look west, there's one. But yeah, I mean, just these trash bins and the super grainy road. Honestly, that is pretty good
Yeah.
metaphor. Greece and Turkey, like very grainy, almost like I
Okay.
don't know if you know the Texas pavement.
Like,
Maybe not.
I've heard it.
Yeah, so Texas just has super grainy pavements, like white and black speckled on it. And honestly, this is pretty close to it. And in Europe or like I guess Asia, it's like Greece and Turkey uses it a lot. And with poles. And I mean, there's like a million things you could point out here. But that should be
Uh,
Turkey. And now, do you know where the town of Didim is, though?
yes, it's a small one.
Yeah, I guess.
uh, I'm just waiting for it to just jump out at me. It'll just jump right out at me.
Will it, though?
It'll just jump right out at me. So like we're not on the water, so I shouldn't probably be guessing near the water.
I think we're quite close to the water, honestly.
Wait, really?
It might be coast in like a 5 kilometer radius
Wait,
from
where
this.
am I right now?
It doesn't really matter, but it's going to be a bit tougher to find if you don't have a good region, yes. But to me, this just looks like more Mediterranean, as I said. That's not the Mediterranean. You're looking at a random lake.
um,
There we
whoa,
are.
how was I so zoomed out? Bruh.
It's actually pretty big. Like I didn't know it was this big on the map.
Small cam again? No,
Yep.
yeah, small cam, okay. Wait, what the fucky? Like, why is this Loki? Same vibes. Um.
Why might we have the same vibes? I don't know. It's quite
Oh,
suspicious.
is that the mountain of Turkey? I think I've heard of that before. Sorry.
I mean, I don't know which mountain it is. It's one of the famous ones for sure.
I think I
So
made that up.
what I would teach you for Turkey is that this roof of the house we have southeast is tiled.
Uh-huh.
Also the ones we see to the north.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be too far east. Like the more east you go, the more common either
Like
metal
metal?
sheet roofs get, like yeah, like
Mm.
silver metal, or completely flat roofs.
Oh. Dude, flat
Kind of
roofs are
like
so scuffed.
yeah, like the flat roofs are kind of close to Syria, and so it's okay. It can't be too far east, but also this just looks eastern just because it's so dry and
Yeah.
rocky.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that immediately like puts me so there's maybe somewhere in the middle, like maybe we're like in Kayseri. Maybe that's the HCS Dagi, maybe, but I don't know. Like that's just my vibe. So I just go middle.
Okay. I fuck with that. Oh my god.
Okay, it was a different mountain, I guess, but no, maybe it was the right mountain, but I was way too close to it. True.
This is Kyrgyzstan.
No.
What? I thought they camp here. Wait.
No, like when do you see the tent on the car?
Yeah.
Tent and spare tire. Kyrgyzstan has the Guatemala car.
Oh, is this
That's just like
Kazakhstan?
mirrors. No, Kazakhstan is Gen 4 truck, like white truck.
Wait, what? What the
Have you never had this country, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. It's Mongolia.
Mongolia?
Yep.
Ugh.
Mongolia also has Gen 4 truck though, but they will always have really funky stuff going on. Like, look, there's a flippin' tent, there's a spare tire on this location. They have so many different cars as well, but I still kind of know it's somewhere.
What, like, dude, what the fuck even is this place, bro? There's literally nothing.
Yeah,
I don't think I
there's
have
nothing.
been in Mongolia. Wait, so it's a bunch of different stuff, but it's like, is it just, does it all look like this?
No, there's also more hilly parts and a lot of green stuff. Like, there's different terrain, but always have like car to help you out. Like, either
Like
has
a
like a
freaky
tent.
ass car?
Yeah, like super freaky. It will not have anything close to Kyrgyzstan or Kazakhstan.
Okay. I like locate. Wait, what is Kyrgyzstan? I don't remember it.
Bro, if you get this correct, I might unironically give this up.
Okay, this
Like,
is
get this correct by your own, like you might be him.
so left side drive,
Yep.
white middle line. So that rules out, and it's low-key Southeast Asia vibe. And so that wait, white middle rules out. Wait, white middle has to be Malaysia, no?
I
Or
mean, generally speaking, you would be pretty much correct here. Like, technically, maybe like Bangladesh, it could be. But this doesn't look like Bangladesh, obviously. Like, looks way too nice. So, I mean, with Malaysia, you are pretty close to the actual country, but it's not Malaysia. It
is
is.
this Singapore?
Yeah, but it's a crazy Singapore because Singapore, I mean, usually you're always in the city. The only way of me knowing this is Singapore is, first of all, it just looks really nice. And there's like this pole with the black, there's something black on the bottom of the pole. And usually that means it's Singapore. But this is a really hard location, I think. It's just so far outside the city. Like,
Mm.
you usually never see stuff like this. Okay, we'll tell you. Yeah, that's why I said there's no way you get this. But with Malaysia, you're so close anyway. I feel like there's no way anybody
Yeah.
would get that.
Uh, this is we have a antenna. Is this says Gen 3?
Yep.
Because we can see the back of the car.
Mm-hmm.
And uh I mean it feels to me like Russia vibes. So oh, and there's also Cyrillic, which would usually either which would mean wait, hold on. Let me keep looking for a second. Um Wait, does Russia count as Europe or Asia?
Both.
Uh-oh. Okay, well,
I mean, they have parts in both. The Ural Mountains are the border.
wait, I forget what Kazakhstan looks like. Or like, is there like, wait, you said it's a Gen 4 truck?
Yeah,
So this
Kazakhstan
is
is Gen
Russia
4
then,
white
right?
truck. Yeah, I mean, technically, an option could be Ukraine, but we have no European license plate, obviously. And also, in Ukraine, you would never get a car like this, black car with short antenna. Like, short antenna in
Yeah.
general is pretty rare in Ukraine, but with black car, definitely not. So you know it's Russia, okay, because of the map, you know it's in the Asian part. It would be otherwise not as easy to get. You would have to look at the cars and see if there's a lot of like Hondas and Toyotas to get it. So honestly, just getting Russia would be fine. Like I'm not even sure where this is.
Wait. Sorry, where did you say the part cuts Europe, the
So basically
Russian?
between Ufa and Chelyabinsk, like north of Oktober in Kazakhstan. Do you see Chelyabinsk?
Yeah.
And west of
Oh,
that is
Ufa.
Ufa.
I see it.
And those mountains in between are the border, basically.
And do they like go up all the way up, like up here?
Yeah, but there's no coverage anyway, so not
Okay.
really. So we're somewhere east of
Interesting.
that. I have no clue where exactly. This could be.
I don't
Honestly,
see
this could
that
be.
many
Interesting.
Hondas.
Yeah, I see a couple.
Wait, really?
This one. I mean, I look at just Asian cars in general, but I can't see a steering wheel anywhere, so it's kind of hard for me to tell. I don't know. This car is just in a lot of downtown cities. You will not see this car outside of big cities, but yeah, who knows?
Mm.
I might just
Oh wait,
go for
that's
a
a
safety
Honda, I
guess.
think. Yeah, I'm gonna go for a safety guess too, which is right in Novosibirsk.
That's a cold guess. Holy shit. It's Banaul.
What the fudge? Okay.
All right. If you make those type of guesses, we're good.
So just get lucky. Okay. No car at all, so now I'm cooked. It looks like generation the three, and there's tiled roofs, and there's some people sitting outside, and there's wooden poles. What?
Yeah. But you should recognize a lot of stuff we had earlier.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for water tanks. Oh my god, I see one.
There's a water tank. There's two water tanks. There's the trash bins are in both directions. There's language on the street.
Oh my
It
god, I
says
didn't see that.
Büyükşehir Belediyesi, and it's just the logo of a big city. So Belediyesi just means like city, but Büyükşehir Belediyesi just means like, I feel like it just means like provincial city. So it's a city of which province it's like it has a province named after it. So it's a really big city, but there's a city logo. I don't know. I've never seen this logo. So
It's fucking
GG.
has aura though.
Yeah, it has aura for sure, but I would love to know which one it is. But yeah, as I said, there's just so much better here. We have the turkey poles as well. Also like round concrete.
Wait, which ones are the turkey poles? What the
I mean, they're everywhere. Like like round concrete.
Are these the oh, around concrete. Okay.
With like attachments, but
Okay.
interesting round. I don't know where in Turkey this is. But we have tiled roofs, so I would rather go western than eastern,
Yeah.
obviously.
And also I see a mountain with forest.
Yeah, there's a mountain here, but
Oh, I accidentally guessed.
it's fine, you 5K'd.
Fuck.
Okay, a similar area. Okay, maybe, I guess that was the emblem of Aydin.
Damn.
Maybe.
The emblem of aura, more like it. Um, what wait. Is this the Gen 3 blower? No. I mean, it looks like Gen 4 to me, so. Because this
It
guy's
is
so
Gen 4.
nice. Alright, northern, cars driving on the right, white lines, foresty, nicey, not a truck, uh,
landscape wise, what would you say? I mean, there's not a lot of places in Asia that look like this.
Russia.
Yeah, it's Russia.
Okay. Foresty. where in Russia is a forest?
Everywhere, sadly. The thing is, I don't know if we will get into road learning Russia. I don't think so. Like, you would have to have so much knowledge about the different cars and how it looks. Like, there's no way I teach you that. So I just want you to vibe guess.
All right, vibes are talking. Vibes are talking. We're gonna make sure I'm lined up with Canada, so it's like there. All right, and then a little bit higher though, and then a little bit like that. Bang. Fuck.
Okay. That's closer than I would have ever imagined, because I mean, all of Eastern Russia also exists. But I guess if guessing Novosibirsk is the move, sure.
Wait, I know this. This, wait, I was practicing Middle East. This, I think there's only two things this could be, because there's no, okay, so it could either be Oman or UAE, and I think this, there's so many yellow plates. I don't remember. I think it is more Oman mountain area, but it could be UAE, I don't know.
Hmm. Okay, so basically, how you would get this is, I mean, technically, I guess the car is different, but also it's super hilly, as you noticed. But in the UAE, the only hilly part is like in the east, and bro, I don't think there will be a 6-lane highway through it.
Oh, it's like way too small.
I don't know. It's just like, to me, there should not be a 6-lane highway, but it's also the UAE. Like, there's no way this many car just drive to Kalba or something. Or like, there's no way. Might be, but in my mind, this is Oman. But again, wait, is it UAE? I'm a bit confused myself right now because I don't
Okay.
know the actual difference.
Bro, I feel like every single time I get in Qatar, they have 7-lane fucking like
Yeah.
highways, and then there's one car on them. There's just the fucking Google car. It's like and like one other car or something like that. There's like never anybody around. It's crazy.
It's a bit weird because in Oman, I would never expect a highway this big.
Wait, in
So
Oman you wouldn't expect a highway this big.
I mean, it's just super
Because of
nice
its
through the middle. Like,
yeah,
what is
yeah,
this?
yeah,
I don't know. It might just be like the 17 going through the mountains. Like, who knows? I don't know. Who
yeah. I
knows?
mean,
I
we could
hope
just
it's not
kind of
UAE.
go like there or something. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I guess if there's so many cars on it, it has to be near Muscat.
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense.
But
I was low-key hedging. um,
yeah, right.
uh, what the fuck? Okay, rounded concrete with lots of attachments. That is instantly Turkey vibes, but this looks like, oh no, this is just a big ass lake. Is it just a big ass lake? Or is this an
Those
ocean?
and islands.
Oh, those are islands. Okay, so it's an ocean.
Yeah.
Oh, but also Turkey is touching on two oceans. Okay. Uh, okay, rounded concrete with lots of attachments. That's my one thing that I have right now. And then, wait, what's the car again? Okay, yeah. And then what's the sun? Okay, yeah. And then it's pretty dry. Like, is it too dry for Russia? Or does Russia have
Okay.
places like
I feel
this?
like Okay, I'm just gonna stop you there because I feel like there's just so much more stuff than just the pole here that you can use.
I don't see any. Oh,
The
architecture, I
the
guess.
sorry, the architecture. I mean, okay, the architecture for sure as well. I mean, that alone will always give you the country, obviously, but I will just focus on more straightforward clues. It's like literally just a white guardrail. I mean, I guess it's a bit rusty here and there with that, but you can also see that the signs are for left side drive. So that leaves
Wait,
us
where are the?
with not that many options. If you look west, you can see, okay, that one is facing
Oh,
away
I
from
see
us,
it.
so
Yeah.
and there's one in the distance that's facing us, so it's definitely has to be left drive. And have you noticed something about the camera? I guess it's not that easy to tell here, but
Oh, are we low cam?
we are. Also, there's just a Japanese pole. We have the two white plates on it. If you look at the bottom of the right, I guess it
Yeah.
depends on when you look at, but there's like two white plates on it, so that's just the electricity plates. So yeah, that's just Japan. Now as to where, not quite sure. That's for you to figure out.
Okay.
I'm just gonna completely send it somewhere.
Wait. So white guardrail is a Japan thing?
Yes, very Japan. They oftentimes have like one of the posts like painted in yellow or something. Okay, in this location, there's every single one is painted in a different colors. Usually, like the most
Hmm.
common ring you would see is yellow, but in this one, there's just a lot. But yeah, the yellow guardrail just would be an instant Japan. Unless it's the Yamaguchi guardrail, of course, which is yellow. We know.
Yeah, we know
As
that.
we know.
Wait, so I
It's
couldn't
gonna.
really see these houses, but like Loki, they don't look like Russia anywhere at all. Um,
Yeah. Also, Russia's coastline is quite limited, and they will never have like islands with hills. Like, you will not see this.
mm, bro, I didn't realize like you can like. Okay, well, first of all, let me make a guess. I think, yeah, I think like, dude, like, Loki, I have no fucking idea. Okay.
Okay, usually in Japan, when you see a lot of like super small islands clustered, it's usually gonna be south. There's just so many more of these small islands, but
Mm. Oh.
it's hard to get.
Huh. Okay. I'll remember this surely.
Surely, surely. So, do you prefer doing just Asia, or do you think, or just like, do you think?
Loki. Yeah.
I
I
mean,
think
we
this
just
is
play until you get it, and I feel
okay.
like maybe after then you're just gonna grind. What is left? Africa alone. What
I've
is
done
left for
some
me?
Africa and then oh wait,
All right.
car with
Okay.
Oman.
Yeah. It's a truck. It's fully blurred with the writing, obviously.
I mean truck, yeah, I don't know why I said car, but I was thinking truck. Um like Loki, this is well it's mountainous. Is there mountains at all in the south? Like oh like a tiny bit maybe?
Yes, there's a very mountainous part near Salala.
And that's where we are.
Yes, because never mind. I trusted you.
Fuck. I'm sorry.
The thing is that it's just like a very small part that is hilly, but it honestly almost looked like it, so I kind of liked it. All right, this should not take long.
I hate when you say that because I always take. Oh wait, low cam.
Yeah, poles, houses, language. Just getting flooded.
What language, dude? Oh, never mind, I see it. Dude, wait, these are like I've never seen houses that. Oh my god, I see a lot of language. Like, Loki, I just think I don't ever like. I think I like scroll around, but I don't actually look at what I'm like scrolling around at, or like I tunnel vision way too hard on stuff, or something.
Yeah, that's like me switching every item with my one item slot. I always switch it.
Yeah.
Tough. Yeah, it's not
This
easy.
is the canal. This is the Japan Canal.
The Japan Canal. Okay. All right.
Like the Panama Canal, but like
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a boat fitting through this one.
I
Not sure.
think it's wait, no, wait, okay, wait. The houses look like different than like oh god, what does that mean? Here.
The houses look different.
They don't have like as much aura. They look like they're more like standard.
Oh, we're just in Tokyo.
Fuck.
Standardized housing.
Yeah, it looks like nicer, but like less aura. Like nicer, less aura. That's what my vibe was. Wait, what? I thought it was
Right.
on the I thought it was on the left, but isn't it on the but it's on the right now? Okay. Wait.
Let's see if you know this. Not Kenya. Can't tell you that much.
No, it's not Kenya, but I thought wait, maybe I've been doing too much. Okay, it's definitely not okay, not it there's no way it's Qatar. There's just no way. Um unless it unless because I'm pretty sure
Qatar doesn't have elevation at all.
yeah, 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 yeah,
It's
yeah.
just flat and a desert. That's it.
Okay. So I didn't get baited by this stupid little antenna. And then what the fuck is going on here? Okay, so it's hilly and very much fucking empty. There's absolutely nothing here, and we're in the northern hemisphere. So to me, that would be mm, I don't know. Mongolia? What did we say about Mongolia
Yes.
earlier?
Yes.
Really?
I mean, Mongolia has a different. Okay, so basically, even in both generations, generation 3 and 4, it has a different car that has a snorkel on it, like here.
Oh, really?
So you can see it in both generations, yes. In generation 3, it will be like a white-ish car and has a snorkel on the same side. So I guess it's also white, so just the camera quality is a bit different. So yeah, that's a pretty rare Gen 4 Mongolia with a snorkel. Doesn't appear that often. Can't lie.
Okay.
But you got it anyway. What you could use here is I don't know if you saw the poles west, northwest.
Oh,
Those are like the Soviet style poles. And obviously Mongolia pretty close to it, so makes sense.
like when you say Soviet style, it's just like concrete and round and
Yeah,
circular.
concrete. I mean, they're not round; they're like uh, rectangular. But they also have like this leaning thing where they kind of make like an A shape. That's also quite common.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's hard to
yeah, yeah.
describe, but it's just like super common format of poles in Asia and obviously Europe. Always those
Hmm.
Soviet style.
Okay.
Okay, so I have no clue where there's like a 6-lane highway in the middle of nowhere. Like, where are we? I have no clue if they just built a new highway here and I have never noticed, but sure. Okay, so if you see a 6-lane highway, the thing is, okay, so basically Mongolia is empty. Like, there's nothing. Unless you're near the capital, there's literally nothing. This was a white road, by the way.
Okay.
But yeah, like If there's a 6-lane highway in Mongolia, you have to be near the capital.
Okay, that's good balance.
Like literally, there's probably more people living in Vancouver than all of Mongolia.
Really?
East.
Uh,
All right. Interesting round.
it looks like we're driving left. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it also just looks like we are. Can I tell what color car this is, or does that not really matter? It looks like, I mean, it's Gen 4, right?
Mm-hmm. You can definitely
So
tell the color here.
when I hear Gen 4, is the color white?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't include that much countries with driving left. Like, but good to know.
I don't really remember what cars are, like that. Oh, text. I think this is India. Maybe.
Right. Okay, so I can instantly tell you why it's not India. India, if it's Gen 4, it's small cam. It has shit cam and small cam. There's no regular Gen 4.
Wait,
And
that's
this is
goated
regular Gen 4.
knowledge. Okay.
So that's pretty good to know. And this country, on the other hand, has technically there is some super small percentage of shit cam and Gen 3. India doesn't have any Gen 3 at all. This is Gen 4. So you can instantly know it's not India and it's Bangladesh. So it's a similar language with a line on top, but this is Bangladesh.
Yeah. How much?
So
So Bangladesh has like a bunch of Gen 4.
yeah, pretty much Gen 3 is really rare these days there.
Okay.
And you also have these like green plates on like work vehicles, I guess. I see 2 of them in this location.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. That also the houses are just super Bangladesh. Like the, there's just so much here that just screams Bangladesh. Adverts on the poles, they like to do that. But yeah, honestly, I didn't region guess. I just clicked middle.
Me too. Hmm.
All
Why am I
right.
getting blinded by the sun?
Yeah.
Definitely Middle East again. Yeah. I mean, wait. Where? What is the other one that I could be right now? It could technically with truck. We were
It could be Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan. It looks not like Kazakhstan to me. Maybe, but I don't think so. I think it's like too sandy, right?
Yeah, although technically there are parts in Kazakhstan that look like this, but
Okay, well we have truck with the little antenna, which I think is just again Oman UAE, right?
mm-hmm.
And this is definitely Oman.
Yeah. I mean, can't really argue with that. It's just super empty again.
Yeah.
Middle of nowhere. I have no clue where this is. Some hills. Like, where is that even? I have no idea. This country is just so boring in general. Like, what? Okay, we're crossing over to Yemen. It's kind of hype, actually. Never mind.
What the fuck?
What the hell? I've never seen these poles painted in
It's,
what?
they're so
Light blue.
blue.
Okay, has to be like specific to something. Like I've never seen those in my life.
um, So Gen 4, Blur.
Yep.
Probably Northern Hemisphere, a little sus, but Gen 4, Northern Hemisphere. Can't really tell what side we're driving on. No road lines. I don't really recognize these poles very much. Like, what even material are they?
Should be metal.
Metal. Metal means what? I don't know what it means for me, but
So what I think,
not
yeah, it's
concrete. Asphalt, maybe that means something.
yeah, I guess if you're the goat, sure. That's skipping over a lot of things that are in this location. I feel like what's the vibe
Mhm.
here? Like what do you think? Like where in Asia would this be?
Well, Southeast Asia to me, it's like so like tropically.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, I don't really know how to explain these poles to you, that they're just super different from the other ones. It's kind of hard to just explain. They just look completely different to what we. I guess maybe you could confuse them with something in Vietnam, but in general, these poles are just so unique looking.
Yeah.
Um, what is unique and it's easy to spot here? Do you see like I don't know? It's like a flap on the pole that has like an electricity warning sign
Yeah.
in yellow. If you see like a yellow thing on sticking out from a pole like this, it's always going to be Indonesia. So this is Indonesia. It's like the Indonesian poles. It's not the black one with the flag on it, but this style of pole with like the pole top. I don't know. It's just super Indonesian. Honestly, it being blue is just super, it's just very interesting. I kind of want to send just to know where this is.
Okay.
Um, but yeah,
It's definitely right here.
you tell me. I have no clue where this is. Banana plants. Where are we?
Oh wait, I
Hmm.
have to keep doing that. That's right.
I have no clue. This looks like East Nusa.
What the?
South Sumatra. Interesting. Super blue poles.
Um, left side driving, yellow line, like very like foresty. Um, pole with white sticker, which means
Yeah, shouldn't put too much emphasis on the sticker like that.
oh
Does it looks really washed out? Don't know what it is.
oh
So, what shape do the poles have? Should
S-
instantly give you the country, kinda. If you
are
combine
they
it with something else.
tie poles? Are they the square ones? Or is it circular? I literally can't tell.
It is kind of hard to tell. I guess I'm just making it part of with the whole round. But yeah, those should be the square ones. But you do see the holes all the way to the bottom. If you look east, you can even spot the pole sticking out at the very bottom, even seeing the holes between the leaves.
Oh, I see it.
Okay, you're looking at a different pole, but it's fine.
Oh,
I'm
this
looking
one.
at the one very close, but yeah, okay, that one, yeah. Yeah, so there's just a typo. I mean,
Wait,
everything you said was correct.
I was just looking at such a difficult poll. I was looking at this one to try and figure out if it was square or
Okay,
not.
yeah, there's no. Okay, that is pretty hard. The one next to us, I feel like you could
I didn't
definitely
see
tell.
this. Yeah, I didn't see this. Yeah,
If
it's
you look
obvious.
very high up on it,
It's so
becomes really
obvious.
easy.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, yeah.
you see all the holes as well, so you just okay. Could this be Sri Lanka Gen 4? Oh, it's not low cam. GG, it's Thailand. GG. Then you think about where this could be in Thailand. We have huge hills to the north, so it's either max south or max north.
Wait,
So
wait, wait,
I'm
wait, wait,
gonna
wait.
go.
Not low cam, because I forgot what you said earlier.
So Gen 4, if you have it in Sri Lanka, it would be low cam. In Thailand, it's not. Sri Lanka has low cam in Gen 4. In Gen 3, it has like the French flag car.
Okay.
Yeah. But they also just look different. The vibes.
The vibes.
Vibes.
Uh-oh.
You're done.
Uh-oh. No, I give up on the mnemonics, but maybe I should bring them back.
Bro, the thing is,
I just need
does
to,
it
like...
work for you in the other, like, if you do stuff for like uni, do you use it?
I used to use it a lot, and then more recently I stopped using it, and Loki, it was still working fine without using them, so then I was like, well, okay, maybe I don't need it. It's so weird, like, for me, um, like, the connection gets made to, like, one-to-one, where, like, I'll just see it, and then I'll instantly think of the word, compared to, like, see it, and then think of the mnemonic, and then think of the word, and sometimes the mnemonics are a little more consistent, but they're definitely slower, and so it's like, I don't know, do I want it to be slower? I don't know.
To me, the thing is, the thing why you remember it is not the, bro, I hate using the word. It's so like funky to pronounce.
Mnemonic.
Mnemonics, like I don't know,
Yeah.
bro. It does not roll off my tongue. To me, I think just the fact that you invested time in trying to remember it
Yeah.
gives you a better connection with what you try to learn, and so you just spend more time on it. So in
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
mind, if you just had the exact same thing and just had it a few times in a row, like, I mean, geoguessr is very repetitive. You can just get the same clues over and over,
Yeah.
and it's like, okay, maybe it takes one more step to learn it, but then you don't have to do any step in between.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. No, yeah, that's fair. I think, yeah. Yeah, it's probably
I don't know. It's a
fine.
personal thing, honestly. Like anything that works for you is fine.
Yeah, I think I'm chilling now. I'm just trying to write stuff down, and then I'm trying to commit it to my memory by, like, typing it out and, like,
I mean,
just...
writing it down, honestly, I mean, that's why you should take notes in class. Like that's literally the only reason. It's not for you to read back. It's kind of like, okay, you have to pay more attention to what you hear
Mhm.
and repeat. But yeah, it's just a super like personal preference what you like to do.
Yeah.
Anyways, that was kind of off topic. Well, I guess it's on topic because you guys are literally just memorizing things, a lot of things, and putting them together.
Yeah. All right.
People like to compare you guys with chess.
I like to compare Minecraft with chess.
All
Um,
right, yeah, you're smoking something.
no,
Minecraft with chess.
yeah, Minecraft
Yeah, what?
speedrunning, bro.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
literally it's literally a chess match, dude. You have to make better decisions.
maybe with speed chess. I don't know, but like to me, a classical game of chess is far away from a Minecraft speedrun. But
Yeah, but like who plays classical, bro? Um, okay.
me,
Oh hell no.
your TikTok brain,
Yes, I need bullet. I need bullet
Zoomer.
chess. I need bullet chess, and I need to flag my opponent, and that's how I'll win.
You need to 5K this location right now. Like, what do we have? Like, this should not take longer than 5 seconds this round. We have everything.
I don't know what we have. We have a keep distance sign, and we're driving right, and we are... Like, low-key, why is everybody driving in the middle of the road?
I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on here. There's like 4 lanes, and half of the cars are just driving on the. Wait, what is going on here? I have no clue. Like, if you look back behind us, there's like a guy driving like the same direction as we do in the 3rd lane, and so they just leave the other
It's just...
direction with only 1 lane to drive on.
They're just taking over the
Yeah.
extra lane. Um,
Anyways,
I think
So
it's Philippines because of English and driving right and wait. Yes. Wait. Philippines? Wait, there's a green plate on a service on a truck,
yeah,
but it's not locam.
it's not. Yeah, everything you said so far, I think you are getting confused. It is Philippines, but I mean, the most striking feature about this round is the pavement, concrete slab pavement.
Hmm.
So you instantly think Philippines, Thailand. That's it. Everything else should just vanish in that moment. And then it's right drive. So you know it's Philippines. You have a tuk tuk behind us, two tuk tuks. You have the green plates. You have, I mean, your language you mentioned. There's English language mixed with something else. So yeah, this should just be the easiest Philippines of all time.
Wait, what does the green plates mean? It's just like,
They just have green plates. I don't just on general. I don't think it has to be like a service vehicle. Like if you check the other one, it's not. For you, it's
yeah,
just like a design thing. It's like
okay,
custom plates. So I have no idea. I think there's a system, but I low key don't know.
okay.
But you will see it. As to where this is, no clue.
Ocean to our south.
Yeah, so line up a 4-lane highway where everyone drives where they want. Like, actually, what is going on?
Right here.
I'm sweating. 5K. Flippin' heck, there's no divided road here. What do I do? I'm cooked.
Ugh.
Okay, it's max out this road. Alright, that makes... It's not divided on the map. Okay. I guess there's no divider. Fair enough.
Gen 3 blur.
Yeah, facts.
Cyrillic.
Yup.
Flat roofs? No. Yeah, kind of.
I don't know if you could...
I
There's
don't
like
know.
a
There's
shed.
some more. Oh, yeah, that's a shed. There's some more houses that don't have flat roofs in the distance. Um,
So, I mean, there's only one country you can really consider because of the map, but you could consider two if it was a world map.
which are Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah. And
But like, why is this not Kazakhstan again? I forget.
Kazakhstan only Gen 4 truck.
Oh,
Free with a long antenna. And yeah, not sure if you want to go that far, but if you had to take a closer look at the blur in the back, like what car color would you think? You should not get baited by the thing right next to the antenna, which usually has like either the red brake light. So I would always just look either very far down or in the blur itself, a bit right and left of that. But do you think you could tell the
uh,
car color here if you had to take a guess?
I mean,
It's really hard.
it like I have to. What I have to do is like compare like to the pavement below and then to what it changes,
Yeah.
right? So it looks like it's getting lighter and maybe a blue hint, but I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Light colorless basically just means okay, in Russia there's like a silver car and there's a white car, and I feel like with silver it would maybe get darker, and with white it would get a bit lighter.
okay.
So to me, this just looks like a white car blur.
Uh-huh.
White car in Russia, they're pretty limited. There's like two very big areas, one being south of Chelyabinsk and one being all the way east in Khabarovsk, Vladivostok, like all the way in the most eastern part near China, like super far east. You see Vladivostok,
Yeah.
and you see Khabarovsk north of that, also a huge city. If you zoom out,
Oh.
yeah. So these two have it, and a bit west of that. And usually, if it looks like this, it's super green. The things south of Chelyabinsk will be very dry. Usually, it means you're somewhere here. And I see, oh, it has rained recently, so I will go the city of Birobidzhan, but I might be wrong. Famous city, of course.
Yeah, I never heard of it.
Right, let's line up the road here, shall we? Doesn't line up. Tough. Whatever. Okay, it's the other city. Blagoveshchensk. On the border with China.
My goodness. Like, I don't get car glitch. I mean, it looks like it made the blur get darker. So, is this the same car? It's got a long antenna. Oh no, it has a really long antenna. No, I mean, not the same car, but like Silver Edition Gen 3? Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, it looks more black to me just because of the glitch.
Yeah.
But I could definitely see this being silver. I actually don't know whether this is the silver or the black one, but yeah, it should just be Russia again with the long
Wait, I
antenna
thought you
here.
said there's only silver and white.
No, that's like the lighter ones. There's also just like
Oh,
completely like the
oh.
black one is the standard one. That's pretty much everything in Russia with long antenna is black car.
Okay.
There's like Ukraine on the other hand has the like a very similar antenna and red car. So
Yeah, I get you.
if it's black, it's basically Russia, and then white is very specific areas, and silver is just okay, very weird patches here and there. I don't even know where they are.
So we're cooked, is what you're telling me right now.
Black cars everywhere. Where because of the map, you know it's Asia, and if you look at the terrain, it's quite hilly, like pretty big mountains,
Hmm.
and they're forested mountains, and that doesn't happen a lot in Russia. Like forested
Really?
mountains.
Okay.
There's the Caucasus, which is pretty dry. There shouldn't be that many mountains like this. So we should be somewhere like on the border with Mongolia. There's like a very big ridge of mountains southeast of Novosibirsk, like south of Krasnoyarsk. There's a huge chain of mountains going on. So we should be somewhere there. The exact road again, brother, I don't play this country. I just pray. Just pray it's one of these roads.
So you were saying a lot of words that I didn't understand. Never mind.
It's
I did
fine. You
understand
could.
them.
Guess it was blurred card then. Maybe I missed that. Yeah, I mean Russia is, as you can see, like it is what it is. Right?
Black car, Gen 4, driving left. Square pole to the ground.
Yep.
Okay.
So, you know?
Thailand.
Yes. All right. So we guess.
Okay.
It's very interesting to me that you always check the car first, even though there's like the type hole is like right in your face when you spawn in. Like the first instinct is always to look down.
Yeah, because I
Yeah,
feel like
it
it's
makes sense,
OP.
but it kind of is. But at the same time, it's not the thing is. Do you know what the word meta is like an acronym for something.
Yeah, yeah, I know, I know.
So it's like it needs like most efficient tactic available, and the most efficient part is there to just look at the pole. It's not because driving left. You're saying driving left, Gen 4 black car. That's a lot of countries still left, but instantly spotting the type hole would be the best tactic available. I guess it
Yeah,
doesn't make any difference because you have like a 60-second time window, but it's just very interesting to me that you always have like the same routine of checking the location, which can be good because you're not missing anything. You're never not checking the car, which is good
which I used to do a
because you
lot. uh,
yeah. So what do we have here?
I mean,
Again, there's a meta here that which instantly tells you the country, but there's also a few other things you can use.
I mean, it looks tropical. It looks like and we're driving left, so it's gonna be Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia. And it's not typos, so Malaysia, Indonesia. Oh, wait, center line, Malaysia.
Yep. No, you made everything to get Malaysia here, but you could, if you were lazy, you could just look at the pole south and see a black sticker and be like, "Oh, it's mainland Malaysia."
Oh yeah, I didn't
It's
even
like
see.
that's like zero cycling this location, basically.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Like, how do I miss this? Like, I know to look for it, but it's just like, how do I miss it?
Yeah, it is hard. That's the thing.
Because I'm literally looking at the poles. I'm looking at the pole. I'm going like this, and I'm like, huh, okay, it doesn't look like the tie pole. I'm like, okay, move on.
Yeah,
Like, motherfucker, don't move on. Uh,
pros doing pi radar motion in geo. That's crazy.
I'll just,
Okay,
it's, yeah, what I'm doing. I'm 30
cool
FOV.
guess. Fine, you're winning.
Holy shit. I'm totally, like, actually region guessing properly and not just placing my shit down randomly. French flag. That means something. Left
It does.
side drive.
It does.
And wait, I know these. Vietnam?
On what side of the road does Vietnam drive?
Right side. So Thailand, because these look like no. Wait. What? I thought I knew these, but I guess I don't.
The poles are quite similar to the ones in Thailand. They are square. They have a very distinct pole top here. And the French flag car is the goat right here. I feel like you're just not remembering. It is Sri Lanka. Didn't seem
Mm,
like you were
yeah, I mean, I'm
hitting there.
cooked, but like,
It's just like either you know it or you don't. It's
I
either
think
like,
I,
okay, it instantly jumps to you or it doesn't.
I think I did learn these like bollard looking things, or whatever those fucking things are
I
called.
have no clue what those are. That's just whatever.
Oh.
I think they're just marking a culvert going under the street where you could kind of tell that there's water running through that, I guess.
Wait,
I mean,
so square pole that's not that no dots, then is Sri Lanka?
yeah, but I mean, here in this location, French flag car.
Okay.
I feel like Sri Lanka just has so unique car. Like, there are some locations without French flag and it's Gen 3. So you technically have to learn the poles as well. But if you have it, just get it. And if it's Gen 4, it's low cam. So, I don't know. Quite easy country, no move, I feel like. And it's very dry, so it's north. That's basically it. Or east, I guess.
Turkey bollard.
What are the roofs telling?
Oh, Western. Right?
Yep. Would generally agree.
I mean, there was some, like... I guess these are
There's
not
some.
houses. This is, like... some
I
shed
feel like there's
things.
some houses that look like they have metal sheet roofs. Might be. Looks central to me because of that.
Hmm.
Loki goated meta might just be the dark field here. I don't know. But that's a bit too advanced. I don't know. It should just be somewhere in the central part of Turkey. But without the bollard, what would you use here to get Turkey?
What even car is this? White Gen 3?
Yep.
Stubby antenna.
Nope.
Wait, it's Gen 4?
Yes. And look how nice the sun looks.
Yeah, it does look really nice.
It's really nice. So white car is super Turkey. Like, there's not that many countries that have Gen 4 white car. And especially not with a landscape like this. Like, other options would include something like Sweden. And if you go Sweden on this, might be acting as if I didn't know you. But yeah, so I think the white car would be good to know for Turkey. If it's normal Gen 4, not small cam, not truck. Turkey just has a lot, so it's kind of tough. But yeah, the bollard saves you here.
I mean, it looks like not that dry, so I feel like I want to go like... But I guess it's just gonna have parts where it's like not dry and parts where it's dry.
Yeah.
Probably Russia.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, like, there's nothing in Asia that will look anything remotely to this, like, with these trees. What you could maybe use in general is, I feel like I have told you about this in the Baltic states with the roads. That's just like a very wide unpaved road, also quite common in parts of Russia. So that's probably something you should use here. But I mean, if we have a map like this where it's just Asia, it's kind of easy to know that it is Russia because nothing is that far north. So yeah, it's kind of a waste of a round.
What did I just do? What?
What did you do?
How did I do that?
You're holding a key. You can turn the one with A and D. Just press A or D.
I'm not holding anything.
click on the panel and then D. Bro, what are you doing? You can move around with AD. Yeah, it's like.
Wait, why was it getting held though?
I don't know. It's probably just bugged out.
Plus left.
Maybe you should spend more on keyboard than $10.
Bro, my keyboard's like fucking a million. Alright, looks to me like Norway, so I'm gonna line up with Norway. Go down a little bit. There. Okay. Shouldn't have gone down a little bit. And I shouldn't have gone as far to the right. I should have known those fucking trees, dude. Ooh.
Just know the road.
This is small cam. Small cam is only within. I don't remember. I don't remember. Wait. I don't know, but this looks very Southeast Asian. It doesn't look like India to me. Like maybe, but like it's more like wait. Small cam is it
The thing is, I think there's only 2 countries in Asia with small cam, which is Turkey and this country.
really?
Yeah. Am I sure?
We are driving left. There's no concrete, and the floors are kind of scuffed. And I think that it is Sri Lanka, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, you're close. Is India, which is the other country with small cam. I think I mentioned it shortly when talking about Bangladesh. Like Bangladesh only has normal Gen 4, and India has small cam and nothing else in Gen 4. And well, you could also use the trees here. I don't know, like date palms, and no clue what these palms are called. But yeah, small cam here, and if you get an Asian vibe, I don't know. I feel like the clothing of the woman to the northwest, it's also maybe like very Indian.
Hmm. Okay. Fuck.
But not the easiest India, can't lie. With date palms, should be somewhere northeast. With the other palms, we should somewhere beyond the coast, and we're somehow in Western Bengal. Interesting.
Um. I. What the fuck? Right. Left side drive. Wait, what? Oh, we're passing this guy.
I think we're overtaking.
Yeah. Okay. What the fuck is this? I just like don't. Wait. No, maybe I do know this is. I'm just staring at the language. Cause like I think it's either, if it looks like that, I think it's either Bangladesh or India, but.
And you can just know it by what car, what generation are we in?
Generation 4
Which
black.
means, I mean, if you are between India and Bangladesh and you have Gen 4 normal, then
Bangladesh because India has small cam.
yes.
Okay.
And if you wanted to use other things, there's these. Honestly, just knowing these fuck ass like yellow, green tuk-tuks. I mean, look, there's one to the north, there's 2 to the south. You will literally see them so often in this country.
Wait,
Like they're
do you also see these in Peru? I feel like I got a
similar ones. Yeah, you
Plonket
see them with
thing.
Peru as well.
Okay. That's good to know. I was wondering, because in my head I was like, wait, what the fuck? Like, aren't these what we get in Peru? And then I was confused. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Bangladesh.
Uh, Bangladesh, yes.
This is very flat.
Everything in Bangladesh is flat, except very close to the mountains, but the mountains are in India.
Oh.
Like this might be one of the flattest countries I've ever seen. There's like some mountains in the very southeast as well, but that's pretty much it.
Small cam. And
Mm-hmm.
uh Dur. Isn't that
Der,
Turkey?
Derziggi. It's me.
That's you.
So it is Turkey.
I mean, it kind of looks like okay. So it was. Wait. So our thing that we came to earlier was in Asia, small cam, India or Turkey, and they look very different. And this looks more like Turkey than India because it's Turkey.
Yeah, we also have the EU strip. We have a Der
Yeah.
sign. We're driving right.
Yes. Yes.
So now you get extra points if you use the houses or the roofs to region guess.
They're
Because I have mentioned
yes.
this.
They are. Uh. They. Wait. Bro, there's a big ass city over there. They're like flat roofs, right? So you
Yeah,
said
I
that's
just
Eastern more?
yeah. I feel like especially near Syria,
Oh, right,
it's
right,
where
right,
I would
right, right. The
it's where
flat
I
roofs,
would
yeah.
guess if I had roofs like this. But
Right, right, right.
the thing is,
Like metal would be like more towards Russia, and then flat would be more towards
yeah,
Syria, and then tiled would
yes,
be more towards Europe.
exactly.
That just totally makes sense. That just
And
makes sense.
if you want to farm aura, if you have a like a green roof, you're going to be north because the north is super green on the map. See,
Oh,
because it's like the roof of Turkey and it's like
ooh.
green. So if green roofs go somewhere in the north, but the north
Okay.
is very long, so it's kind of meh.
Bro,
Tough
why
to
is
region
this
guess,
country so freaking long?
bro. It's a massive country. Like if you compare it to Germany, like it's huge.
It's like so like Germany's like tall kind of, and like I feel like so many countries are like tall, but like Turkey is like wide. I mean, Russia, I guess, is
Yeah,
wide as well. Like even Canada is like more tall than it is wide.
I mean that's because of the projection though.
Oh yeah, true,
It's
true,
not
true,
really
true,
as
true.
tall. It's pretty wide though. Anyway, so we should be somewhere near Syria. I don't know if it's like we could be all the way there, but I don't know the small cam areas too well. What if I just risk it?
I'm gonna risk it too.
I'm going like here.
Oh shit. Okay, don't. Okay, please.
I mean, could it
I'm
be
gonna
there?
kill
Like,
you. I'm gonna kill you if it's
yeah, I mean, you
not
might
there.
win if it's just like here somewhere. Like, I don't know. I'm getting a feeling it's here.
Ugh!
Okay, you're the goat.
Oh my god, I didn't kill you. No.
No, 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 no. We can't be letting you win that easily.
How did my final go? It went well. Um, yeah, it went pretty good actually. Um, so this looks like almost nah. I mean, what? We're probably just like okay. I don't really know what the car is, but like it definitely looks Gen 4 to me. And then it looks like what I would think of as like Norway, so like I want to say or like even more like north, like I don't know. It's definitely Russia, right? I mean, like what else would even look like this on the map that we're
Yeah,
playing?
as I said, it's kind of pointless to
Oh,
get these
also the roads
locations.
are like low-key scuffed. Is that like a good I mean, I know like
Yeah,
Ukraine has scuffed roads, but like I feel like Russia like kind of has scuffed roads too.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine has also very scuffed roads with a light red tint, but yeah, that's also a pretty scuffed road. So yeah, we should be somewhere in Russia yet again.
Alright, peep this though.
Peep what?
Fuck!
Oh no. Bro, you guessed on top of a mountain.
Dude, it wasn't my fault. It was down to RNG. Alright.
True, where you placed your pin was RNG.
Yeah.
That's like me jumping while pearling and say it's kind of RNG where it lands. No, it wasn't
Dude,
jumped.
you didn't see, bro. I closed my eyes and I started waving my
Oh,
mouse around.
oh. That's fair, that's
But like,
fair.
also, I don't know where the mountains are. I feel like I struggle. Well, okay, that one was just white, right? So I should have just known because it's like so tall. But I feel like I don't look enough at, like, I don't know the terrain enough for like all the, like, I know kinda. Okay, so okay, but there's no coverage here. Yo, what is this mountain called? Oh, it's a reserve.
Yeah, good luck getting there, by the way.
Bro, have you seen, I mean, obviously you've seen this, but like I was looking at this area earlier. This shit is crazy, no?
It is quite crazy. They have like super crazy volcanoes up there.
Yeah. Wait, I want to see one.
Yeah, you
Okay.
just have to go a bit further away to see them.
Bro,
It's
the
like,
mountain, the trees are always so tall.
yeah. I feel like the easiest is to just go near the downtown of the big city. You usually see them, or more in the south in general. Like I feel like that's where you usually
Oh
see
my
them.
god, there's big ass mountains over. Oh, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like this shit is
Yeah,
gonna, this
this
shit
one.
has lava. There's lava that is gonna pour on them.
Yeah, you can definitely pour out a portal in there.
Yeah. Could probably build like tons of portals. Yeah. This place is crazy. Anyway, I'm never
It
gonna
is,
guess there.
bro. If you get it, go there. You also have white car there, by the way. I forgot to say that as well. You also get white car there.
Oh,
Check
really?
it. It's like white.
If
So
I
low
see
key,
this mountain, I'll know.
I mean, if you see a volcano in Russia, like yeah, you know where you are. There's it's quite limited.
Yeah, but you underestimate my ability to like know what volcanoes look like. Bro, why does
Well,
this road just end?
low key, yeah. I mean, it's kind of maybe mismapped. You think sometimes you guess us like memory, like the
What
game.
does that mean?
Or is it a German thing? It's probably a German thing. There's actually a German game called Memory, and I don't know if it's an international thing actually. It's like flashcard. It's like
Is that Clue? Is that quiz?
no,
Is
no, no.
that?
So you have cards laying on the table, and they're like facing down, and you can pick two up and look at
Oh,
them. If they're the same, you pick. Yeah.
what is that called? Uh,
So,
is
bro,
it
we
just
call it
called memory?
memory, so it's like memory.
I think it's just called like matching or something, or like match two, or I don't fucking know.
Yeah, is it that basically. But I guess
I
it's
get
like
what you mean.
it's funny that we just use the Germanized version of the word memory. That's kind of funny.
It's funny.
All right, what do you think? Asia done? Are you an Asia expert now?
Like no, but like sure, we should probably move on and like do other stuff.
Honestly, what can we do? I feel like Africa's too easy. You say?
Yeah, I kind of got
Yeah, I
but
think
like
it is. I think Africa's too easy. The thing is, we did Latin America. There's not that much left. Europe is left, and I guess Australia, New Zealand, but
Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, US.
yeah, Canada. Low key. What do you think about doing a Canada session?
I'm down. I'm down for a Canada
Because
session. Bloom,
yeah, I
thanks for
feel
the
like
raid.
it's quite gettable. I don't know.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'm not the best player at Canada, so might be making a few mistakes here and there, you know.
Oh,
But
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
let's see how how badly it goes. If I can even explain something to you, because if I can't find anything to explain to you, there's no point in doing
Kogumo
this. Okay.
Goki. Thank you for the
All
5
right,
gifted.
good
Holy shit, thank
example.
you.
This is actually pretty good.
Wait, this is
So off
good?
the
Oh,
bat,
what the fuck?
holy shit.
Is this Gen 2?
Yes, which is good.
Bro,
Quite the
what?
important clue.
You died in the fort. Unlucky. Okay, Gen 2 is an important clue, so it's probably somewhere that has been paved and not repaved. Well, it hasn't been repaved, so it's somewhere super north, is my guess. Well, also because it looks really northern.
Yeah,
Oh my
so
god,
basically,
why are the trees
what
looking like this? It looks like they got burnt by something. Oh no,
could
never
be,
mind.
but I think it's just fall. But
But,
so yeah, mountains in Canada, if they're this tall, you already know it's your home state, BC, or it's Yukon. I guess
mm,
Northwest Territories as well, technically. And Gen 2, just go Yukon.
oh shit, Gen 2
It is what
Yukon?
it is. Gen 2 Yukon. Like,
Oh, fuck.
that's the thing with Yukon. It's either Gen 2 or Gen 4. It's never Gen 3.
Really?
That's the thing. So
That's
it's
so
either one of the
funny.
two. It's either really nice or it's this. And so you just have to learn every single road near. I actually don't know which road this is. Do you know?
Yeah, it's,
Is it the road to Tungsten?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is it though?
Where the fuck is tungsten? Um,
Famous, no?
like,
The
I
word
know,
tungsten?
like, the metal. Um,
Damn, we don't know tungsten. I thought
I've heard of, like,
you're from Canada.
White Horse.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I mean on the correct road, but
Oh my god, what the fucky?
yeah, there's a road to Tungsten, which is on the border between Yukon and Northwestern Territories. All right. All right, this will be such an easy round.
So you seem to say that, like, every time, and I never
Just to get
know.
the province here, it's really,
Oh,
really easy.
BC. The one tech that you...
Or, or,
Or...
or
Nova Scotia?
New Brunswick was correct. And okay, do you think this looks like BC? Do you think this looks like Vancouver?
No.
All right, so we go New Brunswick
Okay.
because the transformer is facing away from the pole. And yeah, I don't know. Vancouver is either really like super flat or you have a massive mountain in front of your face.
Hmm.
So it's... see, this country can be quite easy if you get good enough clues.
Yeah.
But we will get into more pole meta surely when we get them. Ooh, this is good round. This is a good round. Perfect, actually. Perfect to get this.
Oh, I know this because of Plunkett, or because of Learnable Meta.
Okay,
Quebec.
so you already know. Okay, so you know the Quebec. Nice. Do I go for it? Okay. You think it's Quebec? It's super cloudy. You have mountains. You have a big river. You go on the Gus Peninsula, of course.
The Gus Peninsula?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
What is that?
Max East.
Where does Quebec even end? Over here?
I mean, it's on like the border with New Brunswick. Wait, let me see where you are.
Oh, on the border of New Brunswick.
Yeah, there's like a town called Gaspé on the very eastern tip of that, and there's like a national park called Gaspé. Gaspé is a national park. It's further west. It's not near the town actually. It's just like
Oh.
in green text. So yeah, it should be somewhere there because it's like super cloudy, it's overcast, big mountains, big river. So it should be somewhere on the river. Obviously, I already lined up the 5K, so
What?
I mean, bro, I had everything. Bro, I run
Bro,
Canada.
I don't even. I feel like I know like other countries better than Canada at this point. Like, I feel like I could like. I don't know. I feel like I know like Oman better than Canada. Um, is this the Quebec polls again? And is this cloudy again? And then is this
I mean, it's
not
cloudy. It's not.
mountainy?
It's not really mountainous though. Could be close again. Like the thing is, black card 24, 24. Let me use the copyright. Oh, 23. Then I don't know. GG. So
Hmm.
yeah, I don't know where this is. To be
Bell.
quite honest,
Fuck Bell. Wait, what is this flag? Um,
American flag.
do not. Double lines too, low key. Okay,
All right, I don't know where. I don't know where this is.
I'm gonna go Quebec City.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have to get something else other than the Quebec polls. We have to get something.
Just
All
like
right, it is gonna be tough to explain, I guess, but it's a good round to guess.
what in the fucky? There's some thick signposts and
That is a wooden signpost. Yep.
there's some wooden regular posts and double little yellow things, and over here has like quadruple yellow things, but maybe that's a glitch.
So infrastructure-wise, nothing here is really gonna help you. It's down to knowing the landscape
Okay, well, there's
because it's
no tall trees, and over here it's like looks like a rock
barren.
beach or something.
Yeah, it looks like barren, like rocky mountains. This is how you would expect something in Norway to look in the far north. And that's
Yeah.
just how it looks like on Newfoundland. Newfoundland.
Newfoundland.
Yeah, whatever you say. Whatever.
Newfoundland.
You also called it New Brunswick. You named it after a German city and misspelled it. GG. Um, it's what it is.
Bro, I feel like I like the last time I thought about Newfoundland and Labrador was like when I was coloring it in for like coloring in like you know how you have to like color in every province?
No, I'm not from Canada. I would have color in every province.
You know, and like how like fucking like this shit is like so annoying to color in because it's just like a bunch of like little islands and shit. It's like really annoying to color in.
I mean, yeah. And there's like so much sticking out there. Yeah. So if you get this landscape and recognize it, that's pretty good because honestly, in Canada, nothing will look like this.
Okay,
Really short
yeah.
trees, barren landscape, a lot of lakes, a lot of inlets, something
Mm.
like that. Just I don't know. To me, just looks like a Norway type of round.
Bro,
And
I guess I don't know what Norway looks
there's no
like.
coverage in Labrador. There's only coverage in Newfoundland on the island.
Wait, what?
The island, the island, the big island.
This is
That's the island of.
Newfoundland
That's the island.
and
Yeah,
this is Labrador.
yeah.
I just thought the whole thing was both of
Oh my.
them.
No, 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 no. There's a label even for you.
No, okay, but this is Newfoundland and Labrador, and then this is the island of Newfoundland. Kind of like how they have like the UK and then they have England.
England is my city. All right, bro, we're cooked. I mean, I kind of the thing is here, just getting the vibes of like two places or one place is good enough.
Bro, I colored in the fucking map when I was in grade 1. Okay. And never looked
Yeah,
back.
Okay, so in what color did you put the island?
I probably like failed. I probably didn't even put it in. I just failed the
Oh,
class or
oh
something.
no, you failed grade one.
Yeah,
Over. Yeah, kid, that's why you should stay in school. Otherwise, you end up as a Minecraft speedrunner.
yeah.
So, I mean, as a
Like,
person, do you think what community is more like, I don't know, like insane in learning, like insane in a bad way? Like, why would you over obsess about Minecraft speedrunning, a game that is like blocky, or like GeoGuessr, which is just depicted in the real world, but we're using clues that are not supposed to be there? What do you think is
mm,
more like more
yeah,
cooked?
I feel like geoguessr is more cooked in terms of like, because you guys are just kind of making stuff up. Like, at least we have like set and defined rules. You know what I mean? Like, there's no set or defined rules in geoguessr at all. It's just like life. You know what I mean? And like Minecraft has like rules, and like we can look into the code, but there's no code for like images of the world.
Yeah, it would be very boring if you could look in the code because they would just have the coordinates, and that
Yeah.
would be quite boring. Um,
So,
See, that's the thing. You in MCSR, you're just cheating. I'm saying it. Like the eye
mm,
measurement, that's cheating. I'm saying it. You guys are cheating.
okay, that's
Cheating the
like,
system. You're
um,
cheating. Bro, you're just taking
yeah.
shortcuts.
Honestly,
And life
yeah,
is
I
not about
agree.
shortcuts.
Honestly, yeah. Okay, so this looks like birch spam.
Yeah, bird spam. Yep. You see that in a few places though. I think what you would generally do in a round like this is okay. Is this BC? Hell nah, bro. There's no mountains. It's not BC. Is it the plains? No, honestly, the small elevation gain to the east, that's more than you would ever see in the entire plains. So like, okay, I'm left with all of the east, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia. And then it gets kind of tricky because then it's just really down to vibes. My vibes are saying Ontario, but I have no clue on how to explain this. So
Okay.
we should move on to a round that has actual information. So
All
yeah,
right.
I'm using my boat and then throwing my eye of ender in.
Okay, me too. I'm gonna put it in Sudbury. Nope.
Okay. It's in Migisi Sagai Gun.
Oh, I've
Yep.
been there before.
You
No.
have not.
I haven't left. I haven't been to any other province in my life. Actually, now that I
What?
think about it, I've only
I
ever
mean, no. Have you been to Banff? Because that's in a different province.
No, I haven't been to Banff. I've never been to
What?
Banff. Lots
Ah,
of people in my in grade 4 or whatever, they would like go on trips to Banff, but like I never went because like yeah. Um, I've
all
been to the
right.
US a lot.
Okay, please just you have everything here to 5K this. Not 5K, but to know the province.
Bruh.
Yeah. You have a clue and you have landscape.
Okay, the clue is that it's not. Oh, wait, the clue is that it's in. Wait, what the fudge? Look at this one over here, though. It's a prank.
It's end of the road though, so
Oh,
it's not reliable.
this one, inward. Oh, and a mountain, BC. And
Yep.
this looks kind of like. This kind of looks like. I don't fucking know. It literally looks like nothing I've seen in my lifetime. So probably somewhere north. 'Cause I haven't been very north, but I've been
All right.
east.
I trust you. I go north then.
Okay.
I go. What's the town called? Hmm.
I go.
I go New Ayanch.
Where the fuck is that? I go 100 Mile House.
All right.
105 Mile House, actually.
There's no mountains there, but that's fine. You're closer anyway.
So I was wrong.
Okay, I got trolled by you saying it's north.
So I've been
I
here
guess.
before.
Oh. Okay.
No, I don't think I have been there. Okay. So, huh.
Oh.
Um,
Okay, if you use your eagle eyes, there's something that instantly gives you the province here.
Arret.
But
Is that what you mean?
Yes. Okay. Bro has 10 out of 10 vision. 3.
Alright. Alright. So
That is, I think Blinky should rate that pronunciation on a scale of 1 to 10. Honestly,
it's the
you're lucky if you get a
Quebecois
2.
pronunciation. It's different.
Okay.
They would pronounce it like alright or something. Like really like grungy.
Alright, so yeah, nothing else to really say here. I don't see a Quebec pole sticker. Unlucky. But yeah, Adet on a sign. By the way, if you see both Adet and stop on a sign, where would you go? Bilingual.
Nova Scotia?
No, it's either New Brunswick or like on the, like it could be like Ottawa, something like, or like
Oh, really? Wait,
like
what
close
the
to the
fuck?
Ontario border could have both as well.
Bro, I did not know the border was like this. What the heck? Okay. Why is there a stop sign in the middle of the bush?
Where?
Southwest
What?
west.
Okay, somebody just threw that off the road. I feel like, I don't know. Somebody just yoinked that shit in there. There's no way that used to be a road and this is a stop sign. Because the sign looks new.
White center? This has to be yellow.
That's yellow. Especially if you look south, it becomes easier to see.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, I
north, I
see it.
definitely can see. I mean, you have like difficulties telling apart white.
This does you cannot. If you put this in a color picker, it's definitely like B000F or whatever the fucking whatever white is. Okay. I think this is okay to me. Okay, so this is pretty flat, right? This looks kind of like the trees that I could see around in Canada. So we're probably in Canada somewhere, is my guess.
Hey, you're cooking. How did you know it's Canada? So, to me, this is just very flat. Nothing, literally nothing is here. So it's the plains. Honestly, just guessing the plains here is good enough because we don't have any specific clues. We don't have Saskatchewan lines. Yeah, so I can't really tell you anything about it. We don't have a Manitoba signpost. We don't have a Sask signpost. So honestly, just guessing Alberta or something like that would be good. Obviously, I know the road and I have the 5K already, but yeah, it's kind of tough. There's nothing here to really explain to you. It's just a free road because we have 22 copyright driving south with this coverage. You just guess on this road.
So why is it all grid pattern?
I mean, that's because it's nothing stopping you.
So freaky looking. Wait,
I
what?
get the road. I get the road, but
Was I not listening to you or something?
Hmm?
Why did
I
I
said it's
go?
not Sask.
Oh, sorry.
We
Wait.
don't have anything specific for Sask. Oh, it was BC, by the way, so citizenship gone. It's a weird BC, though, because, like, the border, but let's go again and hope for rounds with actual meta.
If you play Minecraft, you actually probably don't know this, but if you hit spacebar after you craft something, it will
Okay. Oh, we have a spicy meta here.
Stop.
Stop. Yep.
Flag that I don't know.
I thought you colored it in. Hello?
Yeah, but no, I don't know it.
Bro,
Ooh.
Loki.
sorry. I don't
Okay,
know why I
okay.
said who.
I'm getting weirded out, bro. There's like a Portuguese no hunting sign there. Anyway,
Wait, really?
So you know what the biggest clue in this entire location is? It's not the poles. I mean, we have to ignore the flag. We have to ignore the flag. Landscape alone, this should be enough, because again, short trees, pretty barren landscape in the distance. We have an inlet, but if you look directly south, so you see the wooden barrel.
Yeah.
That's a Newfoundland,
What?
and I guess technically Nova Scotia as well. But if you see a wooden barrel, just guess like Newfoundland.
The island of
They like their
Newfoundland.
they like their wooden barrels. I mean, Labrador has like one road of coverage.
Also, there's no front plates that I noticed. I noticed that.
Yeah.
Which I memorized is BC, Manitoba, Ontario
Yep. Okay.
are the front plate ones.
All right.
This looks like what we were at like a while ago.
Yeah. This time though, low-key,
The trees are a little taller.
I'm kind of sniffing the soil here, and it seems more like Manitoba, Saskatchewan soil.
Oh, sniffing the snow with the soil. Bro, this is so it's gonna be okay, I'm sorry. The tournament is gonna be so annoying if it's just like a Canada and then it's just like somebody goes like one province over and then loses 5,000 health. Like it's just gonna be so annoying.
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, especially if you get like the plains. I mean, I'm not sure if we if we get around like this that you will be able to tell apart Alberta from Manitoba. Honestly, I don't even know which one it is.
Yeah.
I'm just going somewhere. Like I'm just hoping as well. Let's go to vibe guess this. I hope I sniffed the soil correctly.
It less looks like trees that I've seen around my house, so I'm gonna go farther away. What?
Bang! Well, I told you I sniffed the soil.
Oh.
But I mean, yeah, even pros complain about how the scoring is kind of cooked.
Like how to even get fixed? I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it's very hard to fix. It's not, there's no easy part. All right. The good thing about this, we technically have something that will give you the state. Do we have more though?
Oh,
Mm.
well, that is interesting.
What is interesting?
The green sign that has a little arrowy. I mean, this looks flat as hell. This looks like it has to be.
It is flat as hell.
and and there's no front plates. So, I mean, Alberta, Saskatchewan,
Yep. That's
and
good.
probably
And
Alberta.
okay, so you don't need the meta. All right.
No, I need the meta. I
All
need the
right.
meta.
GG's.
Sorry,
Doesn't need
I
it.
just wanted to guess the defense.
All right. So if you see RGE Road, it's Alberta.
RGE Road?
Yeah. They have like either RGE, which I think stands for range road, and then they have township road. Range roads are the ones that go north south. Township roads are the ones that go east west, and that they will always have like township road number, range road number, and technically there's like a system behind it, but it resets at certain points. So it's I don't know. It's kind of like how there's multiple I don't know possible chunks for a stronghold. I don't know, kind of like that. If that
Oh,
makes sense. If you have a coordinate system and there's multiple possibilities. So if you even find the correct range road, it could be that you found the wrong one.
what the fuck?
So you
It's
kind of
like
have to get to the
it's like
township
getting
road.
a cave spider spawner.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. So, I mean, if you see that, you know about that. That's good enough. But you already knew it anyway, so whatever. Goat.
Range Road and Township Road.
Wait, I trolled. Wait, was it not that way? Or is it just a weird range road? Okay, I thought it was only. See, that's the problem. Not a Canada expert here.
That's okay.
Usually, if you see the combination of those two, I'm quite sure. Okay, maybe I'm cooked. All right. This, on the other hand,
This, on the other hand,
looks quite cookable to me. Ooh. A mount, like a small hill south. I kind of know where I'm already want to guess.
what?
Is it what I think it is? Oh, instant vibe. Where are we at? Fake coach,
Back
bro.
to Alberta.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, but I'm sniffing the soil here, and it's like,
Is it
I don't know, it kinda
Manitoba
looks like,
soil, or is it?
I don't know, it looks like Manitoba soil. I don't know. Kind of hard to tell. I mean, again, with sadly no Saskatchewan lines. And the thing is, usually, like, yeah, these places are just flat.
Hey, what's
But
the
Manitoba has like
Saskatchewan
a few
lines again?
hills. No, we don't have Saskatchewan
No,
lines.
yeah, what do they
Saskatchewan
look like?
lines would be like yellow, and they have like very short white dashes in between. Like it will be like a double yellow and then like a very short dashed white line in the middle. I mean, surely we get a
Oh,
location with it, but
okay.
this should be Manitoba. Although the plate, I don't see the Manitoba plate. But I thought we were looking at the the Riding Mountain National Park, because that's the only hill I know in Manitoba.
And I know the phone code. It's just like
1-800. Yeah, I'm sure you know. Oh, it says, bro, it says Manitoba on that sign.
Wait, really?
It says 1-800, and it says Manitoba and the logo of Manitoba, the buffalo or whatever that is.
Oh shit.
You will also find it on the road signs. So we know it's Manitoba from that, just because of the flippin' animal, and because it says Manitoba, but it's hard to read. And I feel like the only mountain here would be somewhere near this park, so I'm guessing there. But I don't know where exactly.
Right about Saint Laurent. Isn't that a store? Oh, GG.
You mean Yves Saint Laurent?
Uh,
YSL?
what?
Yes. YSL. Yves Saint Laurent. Yeah.
All right.
Just say yes.
Yes, BC or Manitoba or Ontario. And it don't look like BC. Maybe. Well, okay. No, definitely not. Maybe, but probably not.
Okay, you can exclude Ontario. How?
Transformer.
Yep.
And Manitoba, right? Let's just wait. It is BC?
No. Unless it is, but I think it's a different one.
Wait, what was I just thinking about earlier? Oh, front plate. I thought front
Yeah.
plate. Front plate's in New Brunswick or whatever the fuck. Yeah, New Brunswick, right?
Looks like New Brunswick, but why?
I mean, I could see this.
I'm a bit confused because I
Like
mean the
low-key.
transformer should be consistent enough. And if you say it's not, this doesn't look like BC to
Nah,
me
there's
either.
no way. There's no way this is BC. There's just
So
no way.
I'm quite sure we're somewhere in New Brunswick.
But like it could be, but like
No, I trust
but
you. I
like
trust
why
you.
do
I
we have
trust you.
front
I trust you.
plates?
I trust you because it's probably the US plate.
Wait, what?
Maybe. Loki. Loki just a US citizen driving over the border. All right.
Ooh, basketball hoop. Dang, pretty rich. Holy shit.
This is like a proper rich neighborhood.
Yeah.
Holy.
Holy fuck.
Okay, they're balling. Although they got a lock in on the cars. Oh, this actually, they're cooking with the Audi. I mean, the other ones are driving like a Mazda. They're trolling.
458. Hey, well, at least I know the phone codes for my own city or like
where do you
province or
even see it?
whatever.
Where do you even see a oh, there, bro. Bro says he's bad at looking at things and then spots like a washed out phone code on a dump container.
Uh, do you know the Canada phone codes? Do you have them memorized?
No, bro.
Okay,
As I said,
four
I'm
five eight. Is there a pattern to them?
no, just
Cause
like the U.S.
GG. I mean, it's not BC. I could tell you that.
Well, apparently 458 is the code of Oregon. So, um, I don't know if it's really 458 or it's just like missing the. So yeah, I
What?
don't think it's Oregon.
Oh, it might. it's just the back half of the number. It's just 4584640. So they're just assuming that you know the first three. So we don't know the first three. So you're supposed to tell us.
Yeah, but I don't know where this is. I have no clue. Like, I don't see anything that would help me here.
No, not like
Oh,
you
actually,
specifically like them. Okay.
nah, might need a Canada goat for this.
I don't know. Like probably just like east, right? Well, but like I could see trees like these around my house. My house. But these are too tall, maybe.
I mean, I'm not getting a Vancouver vibe here, especially with the pines to the south. Like,
Oh my
those look
god,
like,
these are fucking massive.
yeah, I don't know. This just, it feels like Ontario to me.
Yeah, I get that.
Maybe I'm cooked. I just feels like a rich neighborhood of like Hamilton or Toronto.
Hamilton,
Sorry, Toronto. My
Toronto.
bad. I'm a Toronto man's. Bro, what's your opinion on Toronto man's?
What's my opinion?
Isn't it like a whole thing about like how people in Toronto talk?
Yeah, they had there's like an accent or something. Wait, what is it again? It's like
Yeah, it's called Toronto man's.
Wagwan Delilah something. Have you heard that song?
What do you mean, Wagwan Delilah? Oh, Wagwan is something you would say in the UK.
No, I swear it's a Toronto thing.
No, like in the UK
Wagwan Delilah.
they're like Wagwan Pifting. What's your BBM pin?
What is that?
Bro, you don't know BlackBerry Messenger?
No.
Okay, I guess I'm too old. BlackBerry Messenger
Oh,
pin.
as in the phone BlackBerry.
Yeah, they had like a messaging app which called BlackBerry Messenger, and they like a pin. It's like a friend code. So it's like basically asking for somebody's number on a BlackBerry, which is crazy. Anyway,
That's funny.
I'm descending somewhere. I kind of want to know where this is. Okay, so it's Quebec.
What?
Maple Ridge.
Wait, what? Maple Ridge. There's a Maple Ridge the other way. It's a Drake AI cover. Wait, really? It's AI? I thought it was real. WeBuyScrap.ca. Does that
Oh,
first
204.
204? Not correct.
All right, 204. We sent it, right?
204
204
is what?
Manitoba, right? I mean, I'm trusting that. If you say so.
Okay. Manitoba.
I'm trusting the phone code. I'm trusting you.
What the
All right.
fuck? Okay, wait, I can actually remember that phone code, Lucky. That's kind of easy.
Yeah, it's kind of like Mr. 305, which is Miami, which also starts with an M. So it's Miami, Manitoba,
Oh,
305.
I know the Ballard.
I mean, there's a million clues here that are more helpful than the bollard.
What?
But yeah, this is a specific bollard as well.
Manitoba. But
No.
I mean Alberta.
No,
Wait,
no.
what?
Alberta
It's
is a
not
different one.
Alberta?
No.
Oh, this is the Nevada bollard. Dude, I don't fucking know then. Wait, what?
Bro, it's your house. Like, what do you mean?
I've never seen this bollard in my entire life.
This is like the BC bollard. And also, okay, here's a cheeky meta for BC. Do you see how the back of the sign is green?
Yeah.
That's BC. Like,
Really?
nobody else does that. Like, nobody else does that.
Okay. I actually would. I noticed that in my life. Wait, this is not the Manitoba. Oh, is it because it's got black on the sides? Oh, no. I was thinking about the Alberta bollard. The Alberta bollard is like way smaller than this. Now I think about
Yeah,
it.
also, this will not have like the white thing all around. It's only like a reflector on the front.
Ooh.
So, yeah. But we also have the
What does this
transformer facing the
say?
road.
1,000 plants plus a head.
Yeah. I guess it's like a plants center.
I've seen this sign before. I can actually recognize it. It's a sign that I've seen.
Okay, so where is it?
No, like they're everywhere.
Okay. Okay, I guess.
No, I think it's this okay, the vibes of this are definitely like right about here.
I mean, you're on the correct road. It is the 5. It is just near, yeah, McLure. Okay, we have a good meta here. Let's go.
Does this mean no hunting or does this mean a bollard? Wait, no, wait. I do know this meta because I read it one time ever. It's the guardrail, like stupid ass looking ass guardrail
Yeah,
ass.
and also this diamond, this green and white diamond. It's very easily recognizable.
What the I don't know, but I have seen it before.
It is the Ontario guardrail with this diamond.
Okay. Like what?
Yeah.
Like why do they make the guardrails like this? I feel like this wouldn't do anything. Am I crazy?
See, that's the thing. I have no clue why it is. We just accept the fact that it's helpful for us and call it a day. Like honestly, it's crazy how diverse in infrastructure Canada is. Like every province just kind of does its own thing.
Yeah.
Which is like very interesting.
It's like we're on our own countries in a way.
Kinda.
Sorry. I feel like I don't see signs like okay. Also, we are on a mountain.
I mean, like hilly, yeah. Mountain, maybe a bit of a stretch.
Would you say snow is more north, or would you just say snow is everywhere, so it doesn't matter?
Well, the good thing in geoguesser is the amount of times Google has driven in snow is like close to 0 in Manitoba and in Ontario, so it's quite easy to know where the roads are. I don't know which exact road it is, sadly, but it is somewhere here.
I'm gonna guess
it should be close to the Manitoba border. Not like very close, but it's one of these roads. I don't know if it's the one to Red Lake, if it's the one in the middle. Is it the 622? I don't know. One of those.
Red Lake for the red floor. Oh, GG.
It was the 622. GG. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, I guess I should say Gen 3 snow, not Gen 4 snow.
I'm not gonna remember it. Just not.
Bro, but what if you get a Gen 3 snow location with this and you just 5k the road?
Oh shit. No, I'm gonna like not remember the road.
That's actually how it goes. You learn something and it never comes up. And then it comes up and then you forgot. But the next time it comes up, you remember. It's like a long circle.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Bro's just staring. One stop. 196.9 per regular per gallon or whatever.
So how close to the prices you guys have?
I don't ever buy gas. I have no idea.
Oh my god. Guy who has never left the province, he doesn't buy gas.
I don't go
All
outside.
right.
It's 250.
All right. We have a million metas here to
Wait.
get the province.
Inward New Brunswick.
What?
Isn't it an inward transformer? And it's
Oh
not.
yeah, I thought you said New Brunswick instantly, but yeah. It could be New Brunswick.
It's not the same phone code as us.
Yeah, but there's
Oh,
multiple
green's
cities.
back sign though.
Oh yes. And also if you look past that to the south, you also see the concrete guardrail. Also BC.
Wait, what? I've never heard of 250 here. I guess like just random like places can just have like random phone codes, right? Like focus. Oh yeah, concrete okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. And it looks like BC, not New Brunswick. Okay, well like what the fuck?
Yeah. I just looked it up.
250?
250 is the entire province, but it's covering the non-metro areas and smaller cities.
Huh. Never
And is
even.
yours like 604, I guess?
Yeah, or 778. That's
Yeah, that's the Vancouver ones. I mean, Vancouver is its own place, basically.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Like I don't even like I used to not live in Vancouver, but like I guess that was when I was really young, so I didn't even have a
Bro,
phone.
I watched a reaction earlier by Hikaru reacting to the Rainbow video, and he said Vancouver's because Rainbow slandered Vancouver, and Hikaru was like, wait. Vancouver is one of the greatest cities, like, period. He was really upset about it. Kind of
Nah.
crazy, kind of crazy an American is, like, defending Vancouver.
Yeah, I don't even think it's that good, low key.
No, Nadia, I'm not making him learn the phone codes. Because I'm not teaching him anything I don't know myself. So, yeah.
Well, I'll remember the phone codes now. They're in my brain forever.
All
Like
right.
low key, like we're in hope. What the fuck?
Ooh, it's Vancouver Island.
Really?
Mud Bay. Shout out Mud Bay. Ooh, small cam. All right. Ooh, this is a great round. The great round. Okay. How would you go about this if you didn't know the small cam distribution?
Well, I don't know the
Uh,
song I'm just reading.
okay, I'm just gonna say it. Small cam is only in Ontario and Quebec, as far as I know. If somebody in chat knows if there's more covered now, let me know. But last time I checked, only these two. So, if we ignore the sign that gives us the province here, which says Arets, how you would get this is basically, okay, small cam. If we have a straight east-west grid, it has to be like near Val d'Or, which is in the northwestern part of Quebec. And if you zoom in, you can see that it's all gridded north-south. No, like more west. Way more
What
west,
the
northwest.
fuck? Oh, I'm going east right now. Wait.
No, more south. There's no coverage where you are right now. More west, more west, more west. Close to the border. There you go. There's Val d'Or. Armos is also there. Yes. And you see how
Valdor.
yeah, and you see how northwest of that everything is just gridded. It's like north, south, west, east. Which is
Yeah.
quite rare in Canada if you're not in the plains. So that's kind of where you have to guess because it does. But if you look closely on a stop sign, you can kind of tell it says Arret because it's too long for a stop.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, if you happen to get a road like this and you get north-south grid, if you 5K, it's kind of aura. Yeah,
Oh.
it did not say Arret, never mind. But it's still a very close guess because the other side of the border just looks the exact same.
Bro, what are these grid ass? What the fuck?
Yeah, they copied it from the US.
That's
That's
so
great.
weird. No front plate. Stop ahead sign.
Are you sure it's a stop ahead sign?
A red ahead sign.
Or does it say red? I mean, I'm not
Dude,
the best,
you
apparently.
literally. No, it definitely is a red, actually.
Oh, Nadia, all I mention is copyright to him.
Yeah, dude, I know.
2024, yep.
Yup, 2024, that means that it could only be in, Quebec and, also every other place in Canada.
Wait, you said Quebec? All right, I'm going Quebec.
Dude, you said it's in a red. I'm trusting you.
I'm trusting you. That is Quebec.
Oh, I've never seen this garbage can in my life.
I mean, you have never left your city, so it's kind of hard for you to have seen different bins. Bro, why have you never been to Banff? That's crazy.
Because I don't know, I probably should go at some point, huh? I'm too
You
old
know,
for it now.
Fuck up. All right, this should be a 2-second round.
Brandon Hills. I don't know where that is. Wait, why is it the 2-second round when I don't? Okay, front plates. BC.
Wait, no. Check the color of the plate.
Green and blue.
It's like filled in green left and right.
Yeah.
And that is Manitoba. If you Google Manitoba plate, I mean, in Google, it will be like unblurred and you can kind of see what it looks like. And
wait, so what
then
does the
also,
BC license plate look like again? BC.
I mean, bro, okay, if you don't know your own license plate, it's kind of over, no?
Wait, but I thought it. Like Loki,
maybe
this
just-
one's Aura, right?
Okay, who actually has that license plate?
Nobody, bro. Nobody. Who the fuck would have that? Okay.
Okay, so basically, and also now Google Saskatchewan license plates because they have, obviously they wouldn't have a front
Wait,
plate, but also just to see how similar they can be. Because they are also like greenish, but only the text is green. So they will appear like slightly greenish. But on a white background, you can kind of tell it's only that
so
lettering.
front plates,
green.
and then I just have to differentiate the plates because I can see them different.
Yeah, because the Manitoba will just be way more green on the sides, and like Saskatchewan will look like slightly greenish everywhere. Just
Yeah. I get you. I get you. Also, there's no. Well, no, there's no Transformers because there's no.
I mean, Manitoba doesn't really have unique poles, but these are quite common. The ones we have.
Also, the sign
So,
doesn't have green, or is that where did they put green on the back of the?
Oh, we have the green and white striped.
I did
thing
see
on it.
that.
I
I
think,
didn't know
yeah,
what that meant.
that's definitely Manitoba. I mean, obviously, just like the plate, white and green. So, how do you region guess Manitoba?
I mean, it looks really flat.
Right.
So.
All right, that kind of narrows it down, honestly. Like, it's
Uh,
even better now. Wait, I saw Brandon Hills. As soon as I guessed, I'm really close. Wait, I actually lined it up without. Okay, there's actually a town called Brandon, and it's just nearby.
Oh.
Brandon Hills. Guess the main road, not in the.
Wait, really? Oh
Oh.
shit.
Okay, that kind of. It's crazy. I line up the road without looking at the town I'm guessing in, and I just randomly was there.
That's crazy.
Anyway, okay.
Small cam,
Yep.
which you said is only in Ontario, Quebec.
Yep.
Okay, and it says watch for children, not what the
Yeah.
fuck is it? Flower or something? Okay. So it's
Can I hear it
probably
again, please?
Voir.
Okay, what?
Okay.
Just that's 3 words.
Is that even no poor? I forget what children is. Like
Infantile? Like
something like that. All right.
close. Maybe. I've never had French, so it's over. So we think it's Ontario, I guess. Also, if you look southwest along the road, on the left side, there's like a blue marker, like a property marker with a number on it. It's kind of small, not gonna lie. It's
Yeah, I see it.
that's like an Ontario thing as well. Like these property markers, they're like blue, green.
Is it like
Like
possible to
these.
tell like the transformer based on like it's like facing away from the road, isn't it? If you like imagine the road
I mean,
goes like
I
backwards or
would never trust a pole being that far away from the road in general.
okay.
So it's, I mean, it's kind of cooked. No, like doesn't look like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we should be in Ontario if we trust the language. So we shouldn't be like in the southern parts of Ontario just because it's not a gridded road. It's like a windy road in the middle of a park or something. So I'm going closer to the Quebec border.
Okay. Wait, it's gridded. Oh shit, it is
Yeah,
gridded.
down there it's just like literally, it's
And
like
then
the US, but not north-south.
it's gridded up here or something too. Oh.
Yeah, like near the Quebec border as well in the very north. Then there's like north-south grids again.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
BC plate?
We have
Agawa
better.
crafts?
We have
Oh.
very good meta here again.
Uh oh, fuck. The triangle
Yes.
the Ontario?
Yes.
Okay.
It is. So now you just need to know where Agava Rafts is, which I don't. Oh, I found Agava Bay, so it's just going to be near it, right? Okay, it's not helping me. You're not saying if I'm correct or not. Unlucky.
Where the fuck is that? Golde.
It's fine if you don't want to help me.
Bro. There's so many places and things out there that I've never been to. Oh my god, bruh. Oh my god, bruh.
31 meters. Blimey.
Oh, BC.
PC. Okay. This
Ballard.
is not your house.
This is not my house. This is.
This looks more like Kamloops.
Yeah,
Luna.
I could see that.
Something like that. But since you're the expert.
Since I'm the expert, I'm gonna say. What the fuck is that? Hill houses.
Oh, bro, I've just 5K. Just zoomed in and found the road number. Oh my god. I found the L and A road.
Where the fuck is the LNA road?
Oh my god! I was just small, bro. I don't know. I just got really lucky when zooming in,
What the fuck?
bro. That was a generational zoom. I can't lie.
Jesus.
So, do you see how like Canada's low key easy
Yeah.
and it's pretty big?
Yeah.
So like low key, if you get a Canada around, you can kind of cook them.
Yeah. But the problem is that I just have to remember the Manitoba dirt.
Yeah,
And
okay, that's maybe a bit too tough.
That's
Maybe
to smell the
Yawaga craft.
Manitoba.
Right, let's do one more Canada, just
Okay.
to maybe get a few different things, and you just. I want you to be quick. Like, if you have
Yeah,
something
I'm
you
so
know, just
slow at
you have to be more.
everything.
You have to be more decisive. It's like me in Minecraft.
Yeah, I know.
Be more decisive with the pearls.
Wait, what the? Do we have anything to go off here?
It's flat. we have black car, autumn coverage, free road. That's if you use cheats.
So it's probably not. You said Saskatchewan has the middle with the middle lines or the triple or something?
Yeah, that's where you would see it mostly.
And so you might go Alberta or Manitoba here?
Mm-hmm. It's kind of unfortunate because you have to go either side of Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
Kind of tough.
I would say this looks more like Manitoba because it's more trees everywhere.
All right, I like it. And obviously, you know the road as well.
Oh, the grid. Yeah, it's yeah, I know this road. It's
All right.
right here.
Cursed the wrong way. I didn't 5K.
What the
There's the
fuck?
road though.
It was so much more north. I guess maybe I don't see anybody, and also I don't. Well, there was a car out there, but like it felt kind of chilly. Okay. Yield sign. Double yellow. Big
See,
house.
it should just be a very free province, but I have no clue how to explain this to you.
It's not. Is it green backup sign or nah?
Where?
North.
Ooh, wait, it actually is, and but the thing is, it happens if this is like a provincial park. It happens in this province actually, but it's not the usual sign we just saw in BC. And I mean, if you go BC on this, you kind of deserve the loss anyway. So it is the different place which uses them. I'm just gonna say it because also they have double line is very common in that province. It is Nova Scotia, I think. We didn't have that one yet, but this is just how it looks like.
Double line is common in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, I mean, if I just see a double line with this landscape, I instantly just think about Nova Scotia, and then it's just usually Nova Scotia. But if it's actually a greenback, that would make a lot of sense. I'm trusting you. All right, you didn't lie. Good.
Well,
I mean, honestly, crazy that you recognize colors better than me.
okay, it's not
after
that
what
crazy.
happened.
What the actual fuck? We're like super far north. I'm getting that vibe right now.
Yeah, okay. What generation?
4.
Yep. So where could this be? Very far north, big mountains. Generation 4.
BC?
Yeah, could be.
Or
But you said north. Why not very north?
Yukon? No, but it's Gen 2. Oh, Gen 2 or Gen 4.
Yep. Okay. See, you remembered. Gen 2 or Gen 4. And Gen 4 is very commonly autumn. Like this. So, yeah, it should
pretty,
be
so pretty.
is a very pretty road, I can't lie. Do you know the road?
Yeah, of course. It's
Alright.
It's
Then no help needed, I guess. Alright.
dang.
Road is it? Is it the 4?
Yeah.
Is it though? I'm not very convinced about my guess.
Mm.
Okay, the 4. Wait, how did you know?
I knew it. I just knew
How
it.
did he know?
It's the vibes thing. It's just all the vibes thing. Okay, no front plates. What the fuck is this? 911. Ooh, I know that area code. Okay,
Hey, I think you should call it.
no. Slightly hilly. There's a lot of wood around, and you said the wooden box thing, but that's not this, and it's very cold. Oh my god, there's snowy. What am I missing? What am I missing? Poles, green. Why are you painted green?
I'm not sure about this, by the way. This is a hard round.
Okay.
This could be a few things.
It's a log cabin. Somewhere there they have money. Probably east. Black trash can. I feel like I don't see. It's usually like green. Like I've never. Yeah, it's like. I'm gonna go with Quebec.
I can see that. To me, it's either Quebec or Manitoba. Not Manitoba, Ontario.
But they don't have front of
With no
plate here.
front, yeah, with no front. Okay, you. Okay, I trust.
Because the last time we were in a really rich area, it was Quebec. And then
But if it's
this is
snow
confirmation
coverage, do
bias.
I go? Do I go Chibugamau?
Yes.
All right, I go there then.
So I just pranked you. It's actually
Damn, bro lied to me just to win.
Lac Superior. Oh shit.
Okay, it's just La Roche.
Seguene. Ooh. Forest POV.
Oh,
Is
all
this
right. Only one
Gen
place in
4?
only one place in Canada has trees like this and
Which
ferns.
is my own province.
Yes. Is this your house?
This is not my house, like holy fuck I wish, but low key I know where it looks exactly like this,
This is a crazy cabin. Like, who?
which is somewhere
Do you think this could
here.
be Texada Island?
No, I think this is like Gambier. Fuck.
Bro, it's your house. GG.
Never been there.
Steelhead resident.
Do they have coverage in Gambier? Where the fuck am I right now? No, they don't. God damn it. Bowen would have been a better guess. W Bluff. Dude, I don't live there, bro. All right. So we are in the middle of fuck-ass nowhere. So this is the bush. This is the bushes of... The bushes of... Bum, 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 bum. Is it Manitoba dirt, like low-key? Is it maybe
Hmm.
Saskatchewan dirt?
The thing is, what is worrying me about plains is here. Do you see the mountain to the north?
Yes, I see the mountain to the north.
Would any state in the plains, province in the plains, have a mountain this big?
Not that I know of.
So I'm kind of stumped here, honestly. I don't know where this is. My only hope relies on the fact that we're somewhere near Tumbler Ridge, maybe?
What is Tumbler Ridge?
It's like, it is in BC. It's like pretty far north. I guess it's a pretty small place, maybe.
Oh, I see
Guess
it.
it shows up pretty early. I don't know. This is the vibe I'm getting, but I don't. It has good coverage, but I
Really?
don't know how it looks like. But where else would you get a hill like this? I just want to know where this location is.
Okay. We could go
This
Tumbler
doesn't look
Ridge.
like that at all. I don't know where I'm guessing there. It's probably gonna be the other side of the country. Okay, Nova Scotia with a hill, bro. How have I never seen that ridge? That has to be the biggest mountain of all time, or we were looking at a cloud. Oh no, it's the mountains on the other side of the sea. All right,
Wait.
sure. All right,
Oh.
we
What the
got
fuck?
this.
That's crazy. Meridian Red. Wow, that's a nice looking barn, dude. Generation 3 with in the plains, the Great Plains, the great old plains of Canada.
Okay.
In Alberta.
I like that. On location like this, what I like to do is click the border between Sask and Alberta because I feel like both sides have coverage that looks like this.
Valid, valid, valid. Yeah, I
But if
feel
you
like
say
we
it's
could just
Alberta,
be
you should go
anywhere.
with it.
Alright, I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go right on Eston, so that if it's not right, then I'm kind of close. Oh, okay.
Okay, you didn't guess Alberta after saying it's Alberta.
Oh, I didn't. Wait, right. Hey.
Alright, so you just try to trick me again.
Okay, so Generation 3 and singular yellow, and wow, it's windy.
Mm-hmm.
And
Quite
we got
windy, yeah.
some rainy, and it's autumn.
Is that the way you say the word?
Autumna. And what the fuck? I don't know. It feels more Western to me, but like
Okay. So, in my
Northern
mind,
as well.
yeah, like northern. Because, I mean, the trees are just super short, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And short trees equals
BC.
Newfoundland. Correct. Exactly. It looks like Norway.
Oh,
I mean,
that's right. I don't know why it said BC when BC is like the tallest trees.
maybe you can. Nah, I don't know. It should be Newfoundland, unless I'm.
Wait, actually Newfoundland.
Can you stop guessing Labrador, please? There's like one road in Labrador as like Gen 4 and really like, recognizable. Bro, it goes to the town Happy Valley Goose Bay.
What the heck?
Bro, that's the big town.
Never heard of that. Okay, so I've never seen a sign that neon in my life. Actually, I definitely have. Dawson, as in Dawson Creek.
It's in Dawson City.
as in there's a mountain there,
Yep.
and the trees are low-key. I think if I
Some
could see
plants
the
that can help
speed
you
limit.
here. If you look northwest, do you see these like pink?
Yeah. What is that?
Do you see them?
Yeah, I see them, yeah.
So those have to be very north, and you have mountains. So, and it's what generation is it?
2.
So,
Oh, Yukon. Wait. Fuck, how did I not notice it was Generation 2? I just didn't look for fun.
yeah. So we should be somewhere in Yukon, I imagine. Now, as to where and exactly, I'm not sure. It says Dawson Road, but I don't think that would be in Dawson City, which is on the border to Alaska.
Hmm.
So, yeah. Just gotta guess somewhere and pray. Is what it is. What can you do?
Is what it is. Let me look at the coverage real quick. Ooh, okay. This is probably fine. Okay.
Okay, it's in the middle of nowhere.
GG.
Carcross Cutoff. Nice road or town name.
Why is there triple road? Oh, Rue. That's French.
Okay.
And we're smoking.
And we have a Quebec flag.
We have a Quebec flag. Yup. Dude, what is this freaky ass walk guy? He's like stepping.
Yeah, he is kind of stepping, yeah.
Okay.
All right. We know it's Quebec. GG.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go this city.
I will go. This. This. Oh.
No!
GG!
Oh my god, cool. Oh, how is it the smallest town of all time, by the way? Like, it looked like such a built-up city. There's actually one road in this town. Oh no. Yeah, it's not looking good.
I'm the winner of Canada. Yay. Okay, low-key, I got it. I got Canada down. Like, I think I got it.
So you know what that gives you? It's like it's like the respawn anchor in Minecraft, kinda.
Yeah.
Because you can always think like, okay, I might be down in points, but I get multis ramp
Yep.
up every round. Plus, I could just get a
If I
Canada
just
run
get
next.
Canada. If I just get Canada.
You can just cope.
Is nobody
It would
else
be
in
like,
the tournament from Canada?
I mean, you might. I think you know that better than me because I don't know most.
Wait. I have to
Hmm.
have the. Oh no, fruit is in it. Fruit is in it. Fruit is in it.
Oh, okay. Did you see the lineup has been announced of the casters?
Oh.
I quite like Moo's picture. Just
Aura farming. Holy shit.
aura farming.
Analyst. Host / caster. Let's go.
And as you can see, it confirms that all matches in GeoGuessr will be best of 5. So 2 moving, 2 no move, and 1 NMPZ for if we get.
Wait, that's okay. That's gonna be hype. No, I'm so nervous now. Holy shit, it's real. Okay.
Bro, you literally have 2 days left, by the way.
Okay, I need to play like
Million games.
10 more hours after you go to sleep. Okay. So that's okay. Canada goated. Asia
Yes.
goated. Latin
Africa,
America,
3.
Africa, goated, Latin America, kind of hard, but still goated. So all that leaves, if I've drawn the U, is just fucking Europe? Is that literally it?
And the US and
I
Australia.
guess US, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, US. Nah, US would actually be pretty good to get because I am cooked, especially on the people who are from the US. Like, they're gonna cook me. And
yeah,
then the people
so
who are from Europe are gonna cook me on Europe. So what? So, okay.
the thing is, for the US, it's kind of tough because I feel like getting the West correct and the plains is kind of easy. Kind of how like it's easy to get BC and the plains in
Yeah.
Canada. But then the East is kind of tricky because you have to know the difference between the Northern Pines and the Southern Pines. Sorry, and I guess which states use front plates, where there's no front plates.
Oh, I actually know that. I
Okay,
memorized
so
that.
let's get a random. Okay, Missouri.
Okay, let me find Missouri first, and then I could tell you. No, because I
Fine.
have a system. Where the fuck is
Oh,
Missouri? Um,
okay, so if we get a sign that says Missouri, we're cooked.
what the fuck? How
Bro.
do I not see it? I thought it was
All right.
like.
Yeah, we're not winning the moving games. We gotta focus on the no moving.
It's on my mouse. Missouri has front plates.
No.
What?
What about Oklahoma? I'm kidding. It does.
You motherfucker.
Would have been funny if you just had noticed.
Wait, what do you say? Oklahoma?
Yeah, Oklahoma. That should be a free one.
Over here. Okay.
Oh, you were looking for Oklahoma the whole time.
It
I was like
had
always thinking.
no. I know this. It has no front plates.
Okay.
Because look,
Texas.
look. It's the tech. It's the tech. Look, Texas has front
Alright.
plates. It's this line right here. You draw this line. Everything beneath it, except you swap mirror Kansas, Texas, and then you do everything that is touching Ohio and Ohio itself.
Mm-hmm. What about Delaware?
And also Delaware.
You know that I'm from Delaware.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I used to live in Wilmington.
Whoa.
I'm kidding. I mean, we technically lived there for 2 years, but I was like 1 year old, so I have no
Really?
clue. But yeah, I technically lived there. Big
Yeah.
ups, Delaware, best, greatest state on the planet. You kind of have to zoom in like a million miles to see it, though.
Wait, what did Blinky say it does to?
Missouri, because
Oh, because you were trolling. Okay.
that would have been funny if you said like, "Oh yeah, this system figured out."
Dude, I have a system.
But I mean, it works. But the thing is, you know that I feel like which state swapped it recently? Was it Colorado or Utah? I
It
forgot.
was Ohio.
No. Didn't like Utah switch to? I forgot which way it was, but or like Colorado. I don't know.
All I know is that when I was looking at the Plunkett graph, it said that Ohio has front plates, but then I think it doesn't have front plates. Wait, yes, it doesn't have front plates. Okay.
Right. So basically, since you know all that,
So
you're already the expert in the US.
yes, but the problem
what we
is that I
should do
can't
is
find the states.
okay. So we're cooked on moving if we get it, because technically every single state also has or pretty much every single state has a unique highway sign for state highways.
Uh,
Yeah.
I can find Florida, I can find Texas, I can find California, and I can find Washington.
Okay.
That's it. Oh, maybe
We're
New
safe.
York.
See, okay. We can do a bit of US, but the problem is I'm bad at the US.
Keep in mind, I've
So-
also been to New Mexico and Nevada. So I kind of actually I know what New Mexico looks like. Like New Mexico,
Why have you been to the US but not anything in Canada?
because all my friends live in the U.S.
Oh my god. Well, you need friends
And
from
I've been to,
Saskatoon.
I've been, Loki. I should probably see my friends who live in Toronto, but like, too lazy. I've been to San Diego like 500 times because fucking TwitchCon is always there, so I know what San Diego looks like.
All right, let's go. An arbitrary United States, and I feel like what we should focus on is just getting the vibes west, plains, east.
Okay, plains.
All right, we have the plains.
Holy fuck, bro.
So
This doesn't even look
yeah.
like, this looks like super flat. This doesn't even look like plains.
Yeah, so this is flat, so you guess where it is flat.
Oh,
And
hell
the
no.
rest comes down to vibes. I have the vibes for this state, but who knows?
1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4, 5.
sunflower, low-key good clue. Maybe.
So plains is like this?
I mean, a lot of states are plains.
What the fuck?
Cold.
Plains is plains like this line? Do you see my mouse?
Like eastern Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Colorado. Guess
Oh, so
kind of
it's
like
like,
northern Texas as well. I don't know. It's like
okay,
obviously
okay.
the location changes, but all right. So this round should be easy to know where, like, kind of region it is.
It's hilly.
Yep, hilly, but
But
only slightly.
only slightly. So,
And the trees.
and the trees are not western.
Yes, and we have like red barns.
And red
Which-
barns. Norway.
And we have yeah, I mean, honestly, it kind of looks like it. And we have a white house. Like, this just screams like, to me, it screams like that more than northeast, but who knows really. Like, this is
Northeast.
where I sent like New York, Pennsylvania border maybe, but who knows.
Bro, I don't even know what New York looks like. I actually really want to go to New York one time.
You know that New York is quite big.
Yeah, I only know
It
about
goes
the
all the way
city.
to New York City.
Whoa, it does. Oh.
Bro, Wisconsin Hills, that's wild. Makes sense though. They have a lot of Swedish immigration, like, or like Nordic countries. So I guess they just built the things there. All right, what do we have here? No fronts.
Trailer.
All right. No fronts.
No fronts, so bottom half plus Ohio and everything attached to it plus Delaware and swap the Texas and Kansas. Bang.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a big old lake here. And how did you see that there was no fronts? I don't see any cars with no fronts.
If you look
Oh,
east past the pole,
yeah, I see it.
there's like
Actually, I see
two
it.
cars
Yeah.
where you don't see it.
Golf
Yeah. Golf
cart.
cart. Yeah.
And
Right.
the United States flag.
So my immediate vibe was that we might be in Michigan, but I don't know why. It's kind of weird because we have no fronts, but it looks very northern. This looks like something close to the big lakes, maybe, perhaps, maybe trolling.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my immediate vibe was either Wisconsin or Michigan, so maybe no fronts makes Michigan, but I feel like if you get the vibes down for at least something in this area in the east of the US, it should be good enough. And yeah, I mean, I'm useless in the US. No, I'm not saying it's a Great Lake. Actually, it's just very close to the Great Lakes, but it's just giving the vibes of near the Great Lakes. I don't know. And no fronts kind of makes it Michigan.
No, it was not.
All right. Okay.
Looks like Luxembourg.
Luxembourg.
If you look this way.
I can tell you this is not Luxembourg.
It doesn't look like Luxembourg. Dude, what is this house? Holy shit. Big and long. And rich. And north. And maybe west. Because mountainy.
Okay, so it's hilly.
Really, it's only hilly.
Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty. I mean, it's almost mountainous, yes. But in general, I don't know.
ATV
I feel like the
repair.
architecture can help you. White houses. I don't know. You just never see those in the West.
Yeah.
Especially like if you look to the one to the west, do you see how it's like they have like the horizontal thing, this like horizontal structure? I don't know. Like the paneling from outside. I don't know. It's just such a New England thing. Or like at least Eastern. I feel like we'd never see a house like this there.
Yeah.
It's hard to figure out.
No. I see the
Need the
vision.
vibes.
I see the vision. But like probably pretty far north, right?
Yeah, I thought it's like maybe a New Hampshire plate because it looks slightly greenish, but I mean I'm just banking on that being real. Don't know.
Dang, New Hampshire. Maine.
All the way. New Canada. Why is there a New Canada?
Wait, what the fuck is New Canada? Oh,
There's
I
a
see
town
it.
called New Canada, yeah.
Nah, we don't need a New Canada. Whoa, what the fudgy?
Wood pedal. Yeah, but not the horizontal ones, Blinky, right? Like it's kind of like almost the New England like white paneling. I don't know. I feel like if it's like wooden, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe I'm coping with that.
Plunder.
All right. So where would you see massive dry mountains, like the general region?
Utah.
Yeah, that's a good one. So definitely western somewhere. Bro, not gonna lie, why does this car not have a front plate? That's all I'm saying. I'm a bit confused. But maybe I'm not seeing that correctly. Well, you have the vibe guess.
Why is there a fire extinguisher in the middle of nowhere?
What do you mean fire
I
extinguisher?
mean fire hydrant.
Hydrant? I mean, if this field is burning, how are you gonna put out the fire?
Wait, that's a great point.
By the way, there's like a fire hydrant every 50 meters.
Oh my god, I'm seeing that now.
So, I mean, they're just being safe.
Yeah, lame. Oh, this cone. I've seen this cone before. It's region specific.
Bro, is it? A cone in the middle of a field?
Yes.
Sure, alright. I'm watching your stream to where you guessed. Okay, Utah, I'm trusting.
Yes.
Dang. Alright, seems like you're a natural at the US.
Yes.
Already know it's Utah. It's fine. Okay. Here we definitely have something to teach. We basically have three things we would look at here, which is the car coming towards us, no front plate, the reflector on the road sticking out, and the trees, or like a very specific kind of tree.
Oh,
It's not a piranha pine, sadly, but it's not as
piranha pine. No, it's
man,
got
piranha
really. I think I was watching Feinberg and Zigzag. It's like got really long pines or something, right?
Yeah, so this is what we refer to as southern pines. Now,
Southern
if
pines.
I were anything close to being okay at foliage, I could tell you why this would be different from a northern pine, but I don't really. They just look different. Does that make sense?
No, I get it. It's like more blurry.
But what you definitely can see, and I think there should be a map on Plunkett. I will check it out real quick. Is the reflector on the road sticking out? Let me just Google reflector.
I feel like I've seen a reflector like this before.
Yeah. Right. Infrastructure. Bro, how are they called? They just give me bollards with reflectors on it. It's not what I'm looking for. Where is it? Bro, is it not in the Plunkett guide? What is this? Okay. Why do I not see it? I feel like I'm getting trolled. Bro, this has to be one of... Oh, here it is. Okay. I'm gonna send you a screenshot of the two most helpful ones.
I feel like this doesn't feel like Texas to me, but maybe I'm tweaking.
Here you have an overview of what reflectors can be helpful.
Oh.
Like, it might not look helpful at first, like the upper one, but it kind of is because, I mean, Washington will not look like Florida. So here we have the upper one, so you know it's one of these states, and there's the other one, which is made so you can drive over it with a snow plow, apparently. Plow? I say plow, right? Not plow.
Yeah, plow.
Snow plow. American citizen, by the way. Anyways. Yeah, so you know it's one of these states, and now it's just about figuring out. So you would not see southern pines in New Mexico, for instance. You can get them still in Texas, but that's the most west it could be. So you know it's one of these states. It's basically they just built like a line. And usually what people do is just click like, I don't know,
Doesn't look
Alabama or
like
something and
Florida.
call it a day.
Yeah. Oh, I just clicked it on. Oops. Okay.
Oh my god, we're cooked. We're cooked already. All right.
I guessed on map making app. Oh, hell no.
But what if I guess South Carolina here, even though it's like the only state it could be if it's like that far east?
Do it.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Here we go. Nah, that's cold. Western Alabama. How are we getting that? We click the middle, I guess.
Yes, click the middle.
All right.
No fronts. Trees. Pine needle, but not the same kind of pines. Unless it is the same kind of pines. The key.
What is going on in this round? I have no clue what this is.
Like, why are there a bunch of like floating pine needles?
Floating pine needles. Unlike Minecraft, things don't really float here.
Fuck. Everything is grovel. Well, it's not looking. What about the reflectors?
I didn't spot one, but maybe you can.
No.
Don't see one. So we have no front. We think it's like pines, but what is going on here in this location? I'm very confused.
I'm feeling in Alabama.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very confused.
I mean, maybe less pines means more west.
Like, if the front plate... no front. Alright. I think you should make the call on this.
I'm gonna go Mississippi, Alabama border, very south. A little bit less south.
Alright, then I copy your guess. Well, Southern Pine, for sure. This looks so weird to me. Right.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Because I was like, is that really like a no front car, or is it just a weird plate? Because usually I feel like landscape like this would be East Coast in general. So I was thinking Virginia, New Jersey, something like that. But I trusted the no front, but it was just like a light yellow plate. So the
Oh.
New Jersey plate. I don't know if you know the New Jersey plate. I guess not, but
Is that the Nevada baller? Oh, wait. Wait, what? I thought this was the bollard for Idaho, Utah. Do either of those places look like this? I guess, maybe, right? Because it's right next to... It's probably Utah, huh?
okay.
I mean, like, I could see the Nevada vibe, but I could more see low-key a New Mexico vibe. But I think this bollard is Idaho, Utah.
I don't really. I think there's some system to it because this is neither the circular bollard nor the diamond. I think that just looks like a square one, and those are in a few places. I think.
Oh.
But if I look southeast, does that look like the Grand Canyon? Kinda. Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know what the Grand Canyon looks like.
I don't know. To me, the landscape southeast looks like the Grand Canyon, so I'm guessing there. And since that's in Utah, I'm cooking. Because you said it's there. And if it's not, well, then we're done.
Well, I think it is Gold Hill.
Gold Hill. So it is the Grand Canyon or the Glen Canyon. You were cooking. You just didn't.
Fuck. You're right. I should have. I know about the fucking Glen Canyon now.
All right. What is this?
Are we in? Wait, what fucking? Is Gen 2? Why does it look so like this?
It's Gen 4.
How?
It's just Gen 4. I don't know what to say. It's just the weird lighting. It's like hazy. Maybe a wildfire or something.
Ooh, probably. If it's a wildfire, then Washington, Oregon.
Hmm.
But the key doesn't really look that much like those. Yeah, I could see the vision.
I don't.
Oh,
The
wait,
trees
these
might look
houses.
western. Yeah, I guess we have the paneling again. I guess this time we're not northeastern though. I guess you get them everywhere. Blinky was right as always.
Wait, what the
Me
fuck?
too.
Oh,
I mean, the thing
front
is,
plates.
front plates, yeah, but that doesn't really help us.
Because we already knew we were up here. Up here.
So, yeah, we know it's not the south, that's for sure. But, I mean, I'm just getting vibes that we're somewhere near the plains, just east of it, maybe like a Minnesota, maybe like a Wisconsin. Something like that. It's so hard to
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Anyway, Minnesota. But I have no clue how to guess this because we don't have anything. We just have a front plate and landscape, and I can't
That's
explain landscape well
crazy.
enough.
That's crazy.
But I see a lot of birches, so that's my guess.
No, I fuck with that. Wait, how is this not Gen 2?
How is this Gen 2?
Look at the
You know that
ground,
Gen 2
there's
is
a
like a
ring,
circular.
and then look above, there's a ring too.
That's not a ring. What? It's just a cloud.
Sorry, I'm just kidding. I'll
Okay,
stop
okay.
arguing.
That's crazy that you say Gen 2. Bro, I can't wait to see where this is, and I'm gonna be like a million miles off. Okay, I said Wisconsin, Minnesota. That's good.
It died.
The bad part is you died.
I
All right,
died.
we got like time for one more game.
Of
Then I
US?
have to go.
Okay.
I don't know. It depends on what you want to do.
Do you want to just rip the whole world now for a little bit?
You
Or
mean with a little bit? You mean one game? Yes.
yes, for one.
All right, then. But then I can just sit back because now you know all the world. We literally went for
Yeah.
every single continent, unless it's the US, Australia, and Europe.
And Europe. And it is Tunisia.
Okay. All right. Good.
So I'm gonna put it real quick. Bing, bing, bing. Bang.
So we have the map in the car, which is fucks.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Or Gabes. Unlucky. All right. It's time for you to flawless.
Surely. Okay. Okay.
Let's see. Let's see.
Wait, what? Left side. Drive. Outside. Outside, yellow. I think. Yes. Outside yellow divided highway. So. Wait, really? Wait, is this slow cam? Or small cam? Small cam?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Left side drive. Small cam. Has to be South Africa.
Yes. Nice.
But how it doesn't look like South Africa to me. It looks like maybe I've just been staring at the US for too long.
Too long, like one game. Yeah, I guess that's really too long.
It's
Fair enough.
very dry. I'm definitely gonna go Bloemfontein.
All right. Which mountain is this?
I
It
need
looks
to
so.
guess faster so you don't have time to line it up.
I mean, I just looked there for like a.
Oh!
Bro, you're cooking. Bro, it's over for everyone in the tournament. It's a wrap. Who is stopping him?
So white
Ah.
car.
Okay, this is a diabolical location. Go ahead. It's gettable.
Gen 3 with some sticks in the ground, and it's very desolate, but also kind of dead trees, dry. White car Gen 3 is either, I'm pretty sure, wait, let me look at the sun real quick. I think we're in South America. Peru, Bolivia, Chile.
You're on the right track.
Like low key. Like low key. Right here in Chile.
Okay, it's not Chile. I mean, this is a very hard location to getting the country and where it is. So this should be Peru in the very far north, like literally on the border with
Really?
Ecuador in the Reserva Nacional de Tumbes, somewhere close to it. I mean, it's so hard to describe. It just has this. I mean, is it? I think it is. I hope it is. I hope I'm not wrong.
Bro, this looks crazy.
But
This
it
looks
is kind of
crazy.
crazy. It's just like you have all these trees, but it's like they're like,
They're
how do they even grow? Because it's so like deserted as well.
They don't even have leaves. Like, how do they collect sunlight?
See, I don't know, but this area just is super unique. Honestly, I feel like if you go Chile, that's good enough. Because I don't know, I don't expect your opponent to get Peru here because we have no poles, no nothing. It's literally landscape guessing.
You know.
So I mean, I hope it's up there for my own sake, but
Dang.
but it's just such a distinct area.
Yeah, I think I know it now. Like, if I get that next time, like, I'm locked.
I mean, it's very rare. Okay, we need a 5K here from you.
What? Oh, truck blur and that's
The Bollard quiz.
oh. Oh. Iceland.
All right. Now, can you find a road number 1 in Iceland between Akureyri and Egilsstadir? Okay, so you found one of them. Now, where is the other one?
Up here.
All right, so between those. And now, if you look at if you check the off-road in the game, there will be another road number on it, so you can look for the intersection of those two if you have the other one.
Wait,
And more to
what?
the right.
Oh.
So the other road number is F88. So now you have to find along the Highway 1 the road F88
Here.
and click on the intersection of those two. Where do they intersect? So we're still on the 1, but the F88 is going off.
This one.
Yeah. And if you click it, you 5K it. Yeah. Closer though.
What the
1 meter
fuck?
instead of 2.
I went one more to
Unlucky.
the right because I was trying to like. Whatever.
But yeah, that's a 5K right there. All right. That's you can also do this. Quite confident.
Generation 4. Blue. ambiguous. Text that I can't really read very well. Birdie in a cage. Oh boy. Yellow lines. Pole to the bottom. Yes. I think
Yes.
so. Thailand.
Yes.
Like, why did it take me so long to find the pole? Okay.
Yeah. Also, I feel like these blue like bins, like I don't know, these are very common in Thailand. And for region guessing this, if you want to put the cherry on top here, really, I hope it's where I think it is, because we have oil palms to the east, and oil palms are very common in the far south peninsula of Thailand. So that's usually where I would guess. I'm a bit worried about the car though, so maybe I'm hedging a bit more. Just going on the part that is very close to Myanmar.
Where? Here?
That is not Myanmar, but
I don't know where that is.
that's a country. But you cooked anyway. It's fine. You're cooking.
Oh, up
So
here.
you're literally 5 king.
So if it's not in GeoGuessr, I don't know it. So it's
Yeah, I mean, same. I would not know the capital of most countries that are not in GeoGuess.
What the fuck? This Gen 3?
No.
Really? Huh. I thought that blur was distinct to Gen 3. But I guess because we're going up a hill, it looks a little freaky. Bro, what the fuck? Metal roof. Asphalt. Roof has aura.
Yeah, it kind of does, yeah. Lots of aura.
Does it look like we're in the southern hemisphere? Bro, I cannot tell. It's cooked. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay. See, the thing is, next time you look at this location, you instantly know what it is, because there's something that will really help you in the future.
Oh.
So, what's your initial vibe here?
Like, I feel like I could be throwing and it's India, but I feel like maybe like, wait,
Why can it not be India?
well, I just didn't think it looked as fun, but
Okay, that's fine. I mean, if you just exclude it by looks, yes, but it's Gen 4. India doesn't have Gen 4 other than small cam.
Oh yes, 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 yes,
Okay,
yes, 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 yes.
so it is not an easy
And
round, but yeah, so you fought Vietnam, I guess.
I guess yeah, but like I feel like I'm
Would
forgetting something about Vietnam.
would be fair. So what I would use here is the round concrete pole. I guess we can't see the pole top here really, but the most helpful thing here is the roof. You said it has aura. It's literally the tiled roof from Java, but they're like upped it a bit. Do you see the horns at the edges, or like the
Yeah.
like the edges? Yeah, those are like the ornaments that you will find in Bali. So those are like the Bali shrines. I don't know. They just have a lot of aura, and it should be Bali. pretty much. You can also look southeast. You will see the coast. We're just on top of a volcano. Yeah, those are like the Bali shrines. So that's how you get Bali.
Bali.
Makes sense? Yeah.
Balikpapan.
Oh, Bali is east of Java. It's an island, but there should be a big label saying Bali.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah. So it's such a specific roof that I don't know.
Wait, what did you say is southeast Bali? Or you said... What did you say?
No, I said the coast is northeast. We're
Oh, the
driving down a
coast.
volcano.
Oh.
But here we're not here to pinpoint a road.
Yeah. What the actual focus is? What the fuck is all this smoke up in there?
I think there's a field burning or something. Like, that doesn't look good.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm getting turkey vibes because of the soil.
Mm-hmm. So what car do we have?
Generation 4 blue car. Which...
So continent-wise?
Europe.
All right. And which color does Turkey use?
Not blue.
Yeah, it's white. It's not blue.
Okay.
So it's not Turkey. It's not the worst guess because honestly, it's just super dry. Like, there's not a lot of places in Europe that would look like this. I feel like places to consider here are maybe like a Bulgaria, maybe Greece, but the main candidate that should pop into your mind with, I don't know, this dry should be Spain. And with the
Yeah.
fields, it makes a lot of sense. So this should be Spain. Obviously, this is a kind of a tough round because we have literally nothing other than the car and a bit of architecture that is really hard to see. And you have to be really good at being able to tell it from a distance. But this should be Spain. I hope. I hope. And see.
How the fuck does Italy ever look like that, bro?
Oh, it looked very depressing. Holy, I don't go easily on that ever. See, the good part is, as you can see. All right.
I get
Yeah.
confirmation.
This time, I'm very confident in the country. And this time, yeah. What would your What would your thought process be on this? Because this is a tough round.
Northern Hemisphere plus Generation 4 with a metallic guardrail. I mean, driving side is impossible. And that would be it. I guess I would look at the trees and think more northern, and I would see these ferns and think maybe like somewhere near my house. But then we have these guardrails, so it's like, and the floor of the road is kind of cracked, but like it's old. Bruh, I don't know. Maybe like Canada somewhere.
Okay, this is a tough round because, yeah, we have like a fully blurred car, but it's Europe, so it's kind of hard to tell. I guess if you look northwest, there's like a fence, and that just looks European to me. I feel like like a short fence like this.
Yeah, that's fair. Wait, do
I don't
these
know.
guardrails exist in Canada? Probably not.
Not in that way. And the thing is about this guardrail is that it gives you the country,
Wait,
Europe.
did I learn this?
I don't know if you have.
I
Not with me.
I've looked at. Wait, hold on.
But specifically, the guardrail ending will be what gives you the
Oh,
country.
okay, never mind. I have no idea then. I was looking at.
So
I'm pretty sure like there's like a clue for like two countries that has like two like little like it could either be like a yellow reflector or something like that.
oh yeah, if you have a yellow reflector in Europe, it should be Spain or Andorra.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's good. But here it's the guardrail ending. It just like curves out, and if you have any other guardrail, it will not look like this. And this is found in Italy and Bulgaria, I think. Also Spain, but mostly Italy. And Italy would fit also with the landscape, so it should be Italy. But it's a tough one because we have no car at all. The ferns are kind of misleading. I feel like these are the ferns that you I mean, these you can see anywhere really. You see them in Italy,
Yeah.
France, like Ireland, UK. I mean, I see them in front of my house. Like,
Yeah.
there's just a lot of places in Europe. Like, you can see them in Norway, so it's kind of all over the place. But this should be Italy somewhere.
Okay.
But yeah, the guardrail is really helpful here. But also such a small detail to check. It's like the guardrail ending in specific.
Yeah. There's a place called Latina.
Yes.
Huh.
Oh my god, bro. It was a flippin'. What? Why is it guardrail there? I mean, it was no car, but bro, it's 2 a.m. It's too late,
We're getting trolled. It's fine.
bro. It's fine. I'm too bad. Okay, you know this.
Okay, I know this. This is
We just practiced this country.
double yellow with the little with the. I know this. We just practice this country. As in the United States, we just practiced it, or as in like we practiced it like earlier today?
It is the US, yes.
Okay.
Double yellow.
And is this the little? I mean, this reflector looks like neither of the two that you said, I think.
Well, what about the pavement?
Oh, Texas.
See, I mean, it is mostly Texas. It could also be over the border in New Mexico.
I think it's New
Especially,
Mexico.
especially with the spiky plants to the north, you see them.
Yes, dude, I was getting trolled by those.
But also a way to know it's the US. If you look like northeast, like near the spiky plants, there's like a bollard with a orange thing
Yeah.
on top. That's like a fiber optic like
Oh,
marker to mark the spot where they have like cables in the ground. So that is a very US thing. They're like 95% US and 5% Canada. So that's also a
wait,
way.
is there no fiber optic anywhere besides US and Canada?
I mean, nobody would mark it like this,
Oh,
like
okay.
the specific white and with the orange on
I
top.
get you, I get you, I get you.
So yeah, I feel like we are somewhere like New Mexico, Texas. I'm not sure which one, but somewhere there along the lines.
Yeah, I've been to a very limited part of both of those states. And do we look elevated right now? Yeah, I would go New Mexico.
I'll go this road.
Oh, GG.
It's Texas pavement. GG. Should have trusted it.
I should have gone
Next
lower,
time.
probably. Oh, no,
I got the border vibe. I went the road close to the border. All right. I believe in a quick round.
Oh, wait, I know these bollards because I learned them because they are from Finland.
It's crazy you picked the only Scandinavian country that doesn't use these bollards.
Huh?
Also, does Finland have fountains like this?
Unless the fucking guide is trolling me.
I think you're misremembering. I know the Finnish bollard quite well. It has the same bollard, but in a different way.
Because it was Sweden and Norway that look the same, I thought.
Yeah, but Finland has the white
And
on top.
Finland looks different.
Yeah, Finland has the white on top, and by Finland and Norway, Sweden and Norway have it in the middle, the white thing.
No, but I thought Sweden and Norway have like a longer strip or something like that.
I mean, it's also longer, yes, but Finland has just a small strip near the top.
Okay, I've only ever fucking done flashcards. I've never actually looked at in game, so maybe that's my issue here.
It's fine. Also, I mean, we have massive mountains, so you instantly know it's Norway, but also the road lines, because obviously Sweden has the short dashes, doesn't use yellow lines, and usually Finland is either like double yellow or not yellow at all. And Finland doesn't have mountains. So, all right, have I driven this road though? Bro, it looks so familiar. I will go a certain road. Could it be this?
I'm gonna go Lundamo.
Okay, here's Trollsting. So I thought it's the road.
I'm not giving you time to. I'm not giving you time to line it up.
I don't know. I thought it's like. It's probably not in here. Quite close.
Dang.
Have I been there? Yes.
Gen 4 black car, Northern Hemisphere, yellow plate, damn, and oh, wait, I know these poles. Cambodia poles?
Yeah, they are Cambodia poles, but they also exist in another country that borders it.
And we are driving to the middle. We were driving to the right.
Yeah, but okay. So
not Thailand, so Vietnam.
yeah, so Vietnam uses the exact same poles, but the way you can exclude that this is Cambodia is that Cambodia either has Gen 3 or shit cam. It doesn't have Gen 4 at all. It doesn't have small cam. And a lot of other things, but that's the main way.
Okay. Huh. This looks so interesting.
Yeah, these, if you have a lot of canals like this, it should be like the max south of Vietnam.
Like right here. That's my vibe.
I don't know where you guessed, but
What canal was that? Bro, everything is so much smaller. It looks so massive in game, and then you go on the map and it's fucking invisible.
massive?
Ooh.
That's massive as the low taper fade meme.
Oh. Car with the with the medium antenna. And, Gen 3. And I can see some houses in the back. And I don't see any rifting.
Yes, okay. So you have some language actually, and one of that words has a country or like almost language specific letter. But it's quite rare.
E dot dot. E dot dot.
Yep. an E with 2 dots on top.
E with
I mean,
2 dots on.
we do it with the same with U and O and A, but not with an E. You mentioned it doesn't have a rift, but what if it's in one of those country, but it just doesn't have a rift?
Well, there's only
Could be
one
possible.
country that I know that has rifts, which is maybe an issue.
It should be 2.
Albania
right next to each other.
and Montenegro. Oh, Albania has the E with the dot E. We should have.
Yep.
I had the vibes, like low key. I had the vibes.
I mean, it's crazy that you checked for rifts in a location like this if you didn't have the vibe of Albania. So you definitely thought about Albania, which is crazy.
I've just been thinking about Albania and how I've never actually had
Yeah.
a location there before. It's like nowhere else I've ever been. Okay. Let's go to right here because there is no, actually no. I feel like does Albania like all mountains?
Pretty much. I mean, coastal has like some flat parts, but the rest is very mountainous, yes. Also like slightly red soil like we just saw.
Holy schmoly. Malcam. EU plates.
Yep.
With black sign backs, which would end O with the dots on top.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And log houses. And
so what's the initial vibe here?
Try to read the name on the sewer right thing.
Oh my god. There's nothing on it. It's just like the make model of the. It says like P144, PP14707 or something.
The vibes are maybe like somewhere northern Sweden or maybe Norway. But with the O with the dots is Sweden more, no? Because I see a town with O with dots.
Okay. So which road lines would Sweden have?
Long dash?
That's Norway.
Short dash.
Yes.
I see some
no dashes at all.
I see no dashes at all. So that would be
third country in the mix.
Finland.
Finland, yes. It's kind of hard to explain why the language is Finnish, but as I said, it's very. I think it's not easy as a beginner to differentiate the two.
So.
Yeah, it's hard because you can't. Oh wait, bro, there's a singular snow pole in the middle of the parking lot with white on top.
Oh, I see.
There's literally not even on like near the road. It's just in the middle of the parking lot.
What the fuck is it doing there?
So instead of marking the road, it's marking the parking lot anyway. Like, okay, there's a Finnish snow pole, so okay, we know it's Finland.
Somebody in the chat said Finland is flat AF. This does not. This looks like hilly. But I guess like the other location that we had was mountainy. So Norway has mountains and Finland has hilly.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it's not Sweden. I mean, technically, it could be Sweden if it's like one of the states that uses more white dashes, but there's even more snow poles here, and they all look Finnish. So I hope I'm not getting trolled. And Finland can get quite hilly in some places. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit here. I'm gonna send here.
I'm gonna send Ulu. Oh! And I'm dead.
You're dead in game.
No.
All right. I think
That's
that's
good
it
though.
for me.
Yes. Thank
Holy
you.
moly. 7 hours 14 minutes.
Yeah, I'll keep going for like another 5.
15, you mean? Like, I think you said 5
Okay.
instead of 15.
15? 15 means like you would like wake up and then I would go to sleep. Wait, that's how it's gonna be already.
Yeah.
15 would be like, well, Loki, if I stay up for 15 more hours, we could just run another coaching session this stream.
Sure. I think you should get some rest, get your sleep schedule fixed, because by the way, you only have like a few days to adjust it.
How did you know I didn't sleep any time last night?
I mean, okay, I didn't know that, but I only know that you wake up at cooked times. That's it.
Bro, I woke up at 9 a.m. today.
What do you mean 9 a.m.? Okay.
Wait,
It's
did I
actually
not message
wait.
you at
No,
9
no, you
a.m.?
did. Oh, it was 9. I thought it was way later. I forgot that we were streaming for 7 hours. Anyway. Yeah.
Okay.
We can run it back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do the final sprint towards victory.
Yes.
Well, I hope you have fun with GeoGuessr while I'm gone.
I will be stressed the whole time.
It's fine. There's nobody talking over your shoulder this time.
That says every country is easy and that I fucking can never get it.
That's the thing, bro. In theory, like GeoGuessr is the easiest game of all time because you always you most likely have stuff you can use, but
yeah.
Sometimes it's just I just need to push you in the right direction. Wait,
Yeah.
do you follow Call Me the Ocean Man?
No, I follow GeoGuessr.
Oh, he's streaming on their stream. Okay, bro, he has the Newfoundland and Labrador flag in his background, by the way.
Wait, let's go.
The thing is, he's not even from there. He lives in flipping Montana.
Really? That's funny.
Anyways, he's a cool guy. Anyway, I'm gonna call it a day. Goodbye, chat. I saw your good nice messages. It's time for me. And
Bye-bye.
see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
See ya. So, low key, I haven't eaten anything today. Like, on the low key, I haven't eaten food today yet. Don't buy me dinner. Alright. No. I'm gonna go downstairs and find something. You should use meta. The meta is go in my fridge and I know there's gonna be nothing there because I haven't ordered groceries. Anyway, this will suck. Goodbye.
El Porto location. Oh shit. I can pro one more time.
Feinberg? Dude, Feinberg, he's a prime here. I feel honored. My man.
I didn't go far enough at all, or what? Insane. I just didn't go far enough by a lot. It's like 800 blocks and I went 600 or something. That sucks. But what am I doing?
I'm bored.
Maybe 1813 for LB. LB.
The Nether portal. Do they even have like did forts even exist here?
I don't know. Hurry, man.
Oh, this actually doesn't matter, Rick.
You def can lower your fort split by half. Really? I feel like the rates were just a little bit bad. I had to wait so many cycles. And this is when I got 3 rods from strays as well. But actually, I did spend a long time looking for the spawner. But to be fair, the fortress was like eating itself. So it wasn't obvious there was a path down there or a path behind that terrain until I went round. Because the fortress was on top of the path underneath it.
Wait, how many days through are
You
they?
know how it works with like.
How much elo is he trying to
proximity
get?
Stuff with Fortress Bastion stuff.
Yeah, I feel like if the spawner wasn't eaten and I got 3 rods from if I hadn't got 3 rod and I still got 3 rods from stray, sorry, this could have easily been like a 9-minute blind. And then I just need to pearl more aggressively during the blind to stronghold split. I opted to pearl less because I keep dying on pearls on the blind split.
Wait.
Also, I accidentally fell into lava.
No, it says 11 days, but how many days left? Oh, ends on the 20th. 9?
Yeah, totem I'll highlight, probably. I'm just gonna go in here. I give up. He is awful. Gonna get my iron. I never made
What is this like? This music.
Are we learning zero cycle or not? Absolutely not. I will never do that in a real run.
Why? You have the mechanics to do it.
I just don't like it.
It's like the coolest thing ever.
It is the coolest thing ever, but also so much stress. So much freaking stress. I'd rather just nail anchor only. Or like something like or nail half bow.
Anchor only?
At least learn the pearl clipping.
No, pro clipping doesn't matter if you're not going for 0.
Thank you. Defended me from that road chatter. That road speedrunning chatter. I want to queue so badly.
I know.
And redeem myself.
I'm sad that you can't, honestly. So I want to see you play as well. It's about me. Do you think if you
Is rank
had
down?
my like stronger Wi-Fi adapter, like we swap that to your PC, it would help?
Nah. Not
is
at all,
tough.
to be honest. Why can't you because the server keeps kicking me out and I'm just bombing elo. If I lose another one, I've been effectively sent back to sent back 100 elo for nothing.
It's not a they upped the cap. No, it's just Tubbo. It's literally just Tubbo.
Oh, Jesus.
Like, is Geo ranked even worth playing?
I didn't have glowstone in my hotbar. I'm stupid.
Let me just do arbitrary world. If I just put 1,000 matches of arbitrary world in, surely I improve after the 1,000, right? As long as I'm like VOD reviewing after, right? What the fuck? This person's airbags went off. What? I'm thinking US. I'm thinking Southern because there's no fronts. And this kind of looks like a play I don't know. I don't know. These make me want to go more closer to the coast. Florida? It doesn't feel that tropical, but I feel like when I was in Florida, it kind of looked like this. Hey, not bad. Yeah, I'm aware. I do that sometimes. Florida plate is orange in the middle. It's literally an orange or whatever the fuck is that. Nectarine or tangerine or fucking... Probably an orange. Alright, not bad. Are these the, Estonian flowers? I feel like somebody said that in chat one time. I don't know, like... It's not my city show. I feel like I'm struggling here because this road quality seems like maybe salt and pepper, but maybe it's not salt and pepper. Maybe it's like salt and... Because salt and pepper is just turkey, but it's not turkey, right? Because EU car? I'll just go Estonia and figure it out from there. Oh, not bad. Maybe I should have gone farther north. Where did I guess? Distant. Are dirt roads like more common in Estonia? Has to be Namibia, right? What the fuck? How does that even count? Small count? U dot, O dot. I mean, it gives me the, like, northern... What are these called again? What are these called again? Wait. Yellow. I don't understand the lines right now. Is it divided highway or something? But why would they? It's probably not a divided highway. Wait, what? Oh no, probably is. Wait. It probably is, because this is like an off-ramp. So yellow middle would mean Norway, Finland? If I'm going with the fact that this is really thin bollard that I don't really see anywhere else. And then not mountainy enough to be Norway, so it's Finland? I don't know. There's a lot of pine trees around. I feel like I don't see pine trees as much in Finland, but I'll try it. Just like more northern, maybe? Really? Oh wait, I forgot to look at the language. Or like I forgot to think about it. Wait, but I feel like to my eyes, that could literally be this. Balikli Koyun. I guess it's like definitely a different vibe. Like, but fuck, that's really annoying. Maybe it's like there's no birch trees and it's like more pine trees. Yeah, I'm curious. It like lines up. Uh, yeah, I guess. Wait, so yeah, I guess. Yeah. Kind of makes sense. Instead of using the info like and assuming like there's a different snowball that looks kind of like it, I should use the info to say it's not that. EU Gen 4 paved this language. That looks like German to me, but I don't really know languages very well. Brick house. Yellow plates. Why don't I remember? Yellow both sides plates. Was it Denmark? I think like Ireland was one or something. Or no. UK was yellow back, white front. I have no idea. Weg. I'm gonna just send. What are the plates in Denmark? And what are the countries with yellow plates again? Double yellow. Oh, Netherlands and Luxembourg. That's it. Okay. Good call. Like, we're definitely driving left. Why are the ballers on this side, though? I guess, oh, because it's a divided highway, again. No, it's not. What? What the fuck is going on here? I thought we were in New Zealand because of these poles. I mean, these bollards, but why are they, like, backwards? Bro, what am I looking at? Wait, that's the front? The white part is the reflector, yes. Oh, damn, that's so weird. I mean, I'm thinking it's just these three, and then I'm thinking, I mean, green, obviously, so I'm more inclined to go Peru. But there's these green plates. Just to make sure I'm not, like, forgetting anything. I mean, it's tropical, like... Maybe the coast is too dry for it to be Peru? No, that probably doesn't make sense, actually. I'm gonna just go here. What? Oh, this arrow is, I guess, more to the left. It's a good call. I forgot. I'm upset I got that wrong. I don't know, like, where the fuck else they have Gen 2, bro. I'm getting Norway vibes. Gen 2 would be like somewhere that hasn't been repaved over. Fuck, Sweden. Is this shit just like Gen 2 always? Super Red Road. Also Gen 2. Wait, is this Gen 2? Wait, was there a Red Road that I didn't see? Oh yeah. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Brazil. Uh, Probably should have guessed that. Fog. It absolutely threw one around. What the fuck is that? I mean, I think it's, you know, just from the language. Where am I right now? North with that flag. Low key. Shit. Okay. Hmm? I've never seen this vehicle before. I don't know. Like, I'm getting Europe vibes, but I've just never seen this car before. It's not a Rift or anything. I mean, I don't think Albania looks like this anyway. Wait, what's the other country with Rifts? I forgot. I mean, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'll just go like Spain, I guess. I really. I mean, maybe France actually is a better guess. I really don't know. What? I've never. If I see this boxy car, will it only be India? Like, I'll just kind of remember that if it's a thing. Or could it just be somewhere else? Like, I've just never seen this car before, so maybe I should have gone somewhere more freaky, but. Okay. That was shit cam. I'm kind of dumb for not recognizing that. I wonder. Wait, I'm not in Guatemala right now. I don't know. I don't know. I think like the only thing that I'm getting right now, the vibes wise, is just like somewhere Greek, but somewhere Greece. But like metal roofs, I guess you could probably find them in like maybe over here or something. I just like I don't understand because it's Gen 3 Northern Hemisphere wooden poles. As far as I understand, wooden poles. And then like it just could be anywhere to me. I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to try it. Oh, okay, not bad. The lamp and pole. Hey, look. Just like this like funky looking pole or this funky looking lamp. I mean, dirt road, middle of nowhere, full trees around, and Cyrillic. Looks like mom upside down. Let me look for that. I mean, okay, I guess vibes like more northern and maybe like like not that much more northern, but maybe. I don't know. We're here. Oh shit. Okay. Maybe I should have gone more northern. What is like coverage? Like Loki, I didn't think there was coverage up there. But there barely is. Okay. It's like right on the Russia thing, there's like no coverage. But anywhere else is probably a valid guess. I looked at these pools and I thought they were metal circular, and then I looked at this one and it looked almost octagonal. But it still looks metal. Bro, I don't know, man. Don't know. Let's try South America and then Not Chile or Brazil polls, so one of these three maybe? Oh, I could just be totally off here. Like, I don't think this looks like Argentina to me, so like I would want to go maybe. Looks like there's just info that I'm missing right now. Oh my god, those dogs are so cute. Really? This? I have no idea about that. The car antenna. Oh, wait. Yeah, hold on, I have it written down. I forgot about the car this whole time. I was just thinking Gen 3. Stubby antenna. Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, and Brazil. And it wasn't Ecuador. It wasn't Brazil. So it's either Mexico or Colombia, and it just felt like Colombia. Okay, fuck. I should have been able to get that. Let me look at. Yeah. No, that's really good. I used to fucking have a trampoline like that. Actually, it had no netting. Like, low-key, we could just fall off and die at any point. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, I'm feeling like more northern, but I don't think I want to put, like, anything higher than fucking Denmark. Like, well, trying to think about that route, and then I was trying to remember what these were. Like, I feel like, well, maybe it's they're okay. Maybe like seeing them blurry is like less useful. but I couldn't remember. There's like something about like them being filled in or not. The red and white ones. I mean, like, it's just gotta be Brazil, right? Like somewhere pretty low, I would guess. Oh shit. Okay, well, whatever. That poop. Wait, what? Gen 3? Black car? Wooden poles? Flat, can't see anything for so long. With no lines. And then this looks like a concrete ladder pole? I just don't understand what that means exactly. Like, I thought ladder pole was like Hungary. But I didn't know they had Gen 3 in Hungary. I'll just go with my first thought. I mean, it is flat, right? That lines up with Hungary. Hungary's flat. Oh wait, are we in the southern hemisphere? Just like don't get it. I just don't get this one. Because this is absolutely not the Brazil or Chile. But like it is this black car and driving right, like if it was South America, it would be what? Alright, I'll just go Hungary, fuck it. Like, I don't even know though, it doesn't feel like Europe. Oh fuck me. Like what is this pole? I can't remember. I don't know. I've just never seen this pole before. Like, can Black Gen 3 be anywhere in Europe? Probably, right? Oh. Where else can it be? Like some... Because I know it's Uruguay, Argentina, Peru, Malaysia, Indonesia. Oh, really? Fuck. Through that then. What was the poll that I was thinking of? What was that? Oh. Ladder poll. What was ladder poll? Jordan? Yeah, it did kind of look like the Brazil one, but it's not like the same. I feel like I'm thinking of like a poll. Like, what is it called when it's like a ladder poll? Oh, Spain, France. Yes, this is the one I was thinking of. This, it looks like this, no? Whatever, I moved on from it. Maybe I'm not like looking at it properly. Oh, it doesn't have the dots at the top. Oh, Jordan has a black car. Yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right. I don't know. Like, I just don't know what that pole is. And this one is surrounded by a fucking tree, dude. Bro, I have no clue. I feel like I don't want to go too Eastern because these houses look really nice, so maybe like Germany, but maybe I'm just forgetting something. Oh man. I just don't know what Germany looks like. It probably just looks very different than this. Oh! It's like the Color Cross. I think this is also something. I am for real. Make it out of crowd. Apologize. That's only old coverage. Alright, chat, NMPZ this. 1 second, I have to close my window. Or open it. Just had to open my window. This is probably easy car meta. What? I have no idea. I am for real. These look like birds you get on an island. And also there's so many animals just roaming. Kilometers. English. Ocean. Maybe. Unless it's not ocean. Unique car. I have no idea. I don't know, dude. To make it out of crap. I mean, I don't know. Like, can I even get anything from these? Just fucking deer. What? Ugh. Like, is this not dry enough for Australia or something? Or is it just this? Like, this car is just unique to Kenya or Uganda? Yes, because there's Kampala and then there's this. I don't know what an antelope is. I mean, I'll look for the... What the fuck is this? Fucking horror movie POV. I know it's here, but like, fuck, like, do I just memorize this? I'm like not gonna be able to remember this, I don't think. Like, I mean, I kind of get the vibe, I guess. Like, I was kind of curious because it kind of felt African, right? Obviously, because it fucking was, but like, I feel like where I clicked wasn't a horrible guess still. Like, this looks the exact same. Hair in my mouth. Gee. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, should I be able to know the difference between, like, these, like, because I always just go here. Whatever. What is this truck, dude? Okay, the only time I've had a follow car with lights on it is Nigeria. Okay. U-bar. Tunisia flag, but... Or maybe... Is that the car? I don't know. I feel like I have to trust the flag that I don't really know if it's the right flag or not, but... I don't. I feel like it. Oh, something that. I feel like it's somewhere South America. Um, but like I'm not even convinced of that at all. Like at all. And it's just like it's Gen 4 black car and the sun is ambiguous. I just don't know. I just don't remember what Gen 4 black car is. Like Brazil, Mexico are the ones I think of Gen 4, and then I feel like Argentina could have Pit. We're in mountains right now. And like these kinda look like the fucking bush trees thingies you see in Argentina, but like not really. It almost makes me want to go fucking like UAE, but like I don't think so. Like there's just no way. This is just too dirt road, like off. I just like don't know. Brick like stone like fucking path. I have no idea. Oh my god, it was, bro. Like, this is the most cooked location ever, bro. I can't remember what is the cars. Gen 4 black Colombia, Peru, Mexico. Like I guess maybe I could have thought of it, but like I just thought it was Argentina. It's just because I low-key have like low knowledge. Okay, but it's not gonna listen to that. Interlude on that song. Either way, I should have gone Peru, not Argentina. It's like it wasn't giving me Argentina vibes, so I don't know why I still went there. It was just like I couldn't think about of how that would look like in Peru. It's just like what am I thinking of? Like down here or something? Like down here, but it's just so different still. Like it just is. Like this is just small shrubs everywhere. That was like grass. And like these trees are just so different. I feel like Peru X, but this is all a bit extra. No. Like I should know that. Like, cause I have that written down. Like I just have that written down. I just forgot. Peru. Let me just like think about it. Peru, Colombia, Mexico. And then there was one that was Peru, Ecuador, Mexico as well. But Brazil, that's stubby antenna, Gen 3. Brazil, Peru, Ecuador, Mexico. No, Brazil, Peru, Colombia. No, not Peru. Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador. Mexico. Okay. So hard to remember. Small antenna, like some text here. Wait, is this just like what I just said? Like, stubby antenna is Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico? Not Brazil? Like, does this mean we're in the northern hemisphere? It's like pointing like that, but like, it's like pointing, not like straight up. Oh, is this a yellow plate? Are we in Colombia? I don't remember the coverage in Colombia. Up here. This is the perfect edge. Bang. Okay. Small cam. Wow, what? Oh my god, what the fuck is this? I thought there was a plane crash here. I thought this was a plane that was like crashed. But I think it's just a rock? Hopefully, I don't know. Bruh. Like, bruh. I feel like I remember birch spam here. Fuck, birch spam also in Finland. Damn, like I just didn't think Finland was so much like this, but like it does make sense. With small cam in Russia, I didn't know that. That would be good to know. I mean, I thought this was the Gen 3 blur, but I guess it's not as protruded because obviously this is the Gen 4 car. And it looks like Gen 4. Devieto de afición. Spanish? I don't think that's French, so... Could be Portugal, but... Oh, wait. It is Portugal? Wait, are these the Portuguese? Fuck. Like, I'm such a noob at bollards. Like, I've been memorizing them, but I only started yesterday. Like, again. Like, I memorized a bunch at the beginning, and then I forgot them all, and then I memorized them yesterday night. But I didn't get through them all. But this one is like the Croatia bollard, but not really, and it goes all the way to the top, and so that would mean... Like, maybe... Italy? Like, what is the word that's coming to my head right now when I look at this bollard? I don't know. I'm trying to think about what the Italy bollard is. And I just can't, so... Okay. What's the, Right. D... Something D something. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. I mean, like, what's the flattest part of Europe? Like, France or, like Hungary? Romania? I guess there's some mountains to the east. There's legit nothing else to go off, right? I'm not missing anything. How is it here, bro? I have no, like, clue that it even looks like this at all. Where did I click? Like, Loki, I don't know even what I click looks like at all either. I'm just so bad at fucking... I mean, like... I guess maybe this is a little too hilly, right? This is super hard. Okay, I won't overthink it. I mean, driving left? This has to be fucking Malta or Cyprus. There's no way this is UK or Ireland. I just don't believe it. Maybe, but I don't think so. Exotic driving school. I don't really know what those countries look like, I'm gonna be real, but fuck it. Where is Malta? Here. What do you look like? What do you look like? Is this not... I guess as soon as it has an antenna, then it's not the EU car? I'm so confused. Wait, it just has the same one? Wait, did I know that and I'm just being dumb? Okay, so it doesn't look like Cyprus. That was a bad guess. What does Malta look like? Like low-key, I can see the vision, but nah. I low-key didn't look at it. Yeah, I think a bit north. True. I don't know. There's no way Spanish has an accent on the O. Right? Where would though? Hungary? Okay, these polls. Slovakia. Czechia. I was just zooming in on the language to see what would like use like an accent on the O. Is this a baller? Okay. Fully blurred. Can't even tell what side we're driving on. Like, I think right. Looks like the back of a tractor thingy. And it's just fucking hilly as fuck, and I mean, I don't know, bro. This looks like Spain to me, but like I just could be wrong. Like, my vibe might just be off. Fuck. Really? I mean, I could see these houses, but like, what do the houses look like in Spain? Turkish Poles? These poles or these poles? Like, okay. One sec, let me fill out water. Okay. Okay. Alright, let me pick up the pace a little bit. Short antenna. I mean, Southeast Asia vibe for sure. But like, low-key, could be Latin America. Like, low-key, high-key Latin America vibes, actually. Except for like this, like I wasn't expecting like to see these like mud with grass. Alright, well, if I'm assuming Latin America, then stubby antenna is Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico. Looking down this road, if I'm just mentally going off of that, Brazil makes not too much sense. Because I can't really tell what these polls are, but don't look like the Brazil polls. And Loki, this might be Southeast Asia, but I don't know. I mean, there's just like a lot of palm trees, which makes me like kind of scared. It's like, why the fuck is there so many? That almost makes me want to go like. I mean, I know it's not Ecuador. Wait, what? Hold on. Gen 3 stubby at 10 at Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, and Brazil. Wait, I thought Ecuador had the truck. I guess sun was really important here. Alright, I'm gonna just rip it in Colombia and just go from there. Okay, nice. It has Gen 3, which would normally have the antenna like this, and Gen 4 truck, and shitcam. Oh, really? Okay. Good comms. That black Gen 3 car is only Uruguay. What the fuck is this? This is small cam still, right? It's not low cam, surely. Hey, these dashes, like I just don't remember. I just have I had nothing to compare it to, like. And the rock. Oh, France. So wait, what does France have? France has long dashes or something? Hilly would make me probably want to go more eastern is my guess. For sure, definitely. It's just gonna be like in here somewhere. Okay. Black Gen 3 with stubby antenna. Oh. Like, what an absurd blur. Is this just Nigeria? Because I see the fucking lights. The lights and shit. The lights and shit. I mean, it feels like Nigeria to me. Oh, where are we going? Okay. I just don't know. Like, are these styles only in US and Canada? Like, I think we're just in... I just don't know. Fuck. New Jersey. ShopRite. Wawa. So I have no fucking clue where we are. I mean, I guess I can assume this is the front of the car because this is where like the curve gets smaller, and then we look like we're more left oriented. So maybe it's just Ireland. I mean, do they have small cam in Ireland? Like, I fucking know, dude. And I say Ireland over UK because maybe just UK actually. You got small cam in Ireland? Bum 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 ba-dum, bum bum. But let me look at the car. I mean, I see it. Like, I definitely see it. Okay. So that's 100% Colombia. That's good to know. Likely yes. Okay. I mean, if you don't know, it's probably not that important. Chile poles. Chile white lines. Chile red thingies. It's cold as fuck. And a flag also. A Chile flag. Master. Probably just like somewhere down here, right? Good guess. I think whiskey spoil. What's that mean? It's definitely black, then if not, yeah, okay. Yeah. No, I get you. Spanish bollard. Pretty green here, actually. Zaragoza. I know where that is. Wait, that's like one of the only places I know where it is. South east to go to Zaragoza. The 222. Boom, 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 boom. South east Zaragoza 222 232. Two three two 222. Oh way home. I don't know, bruh. Like, how like cooked are these road signs? Like, they might just lead you like from like all the way over here, no? Dude, there goes like a massive city. Hey, maybe it says 232, but I don't think so. Or 122. Why is there no fucking 222? Alright, whatever. I'll just go like over here somewhere. What is the 232? Oh, wait. Truck coverage. With this antenna, makes me think, obviously, Oman, but not Oman. And then just Costa Rica, Panama, no, but how does this like not give me Costa Rica, Panama vibes at all? Loki, this car does. Chopped chungus. I don't really know what these countries look like, to be fair. I've just been using the car. I'm trying to think though, like, am I missing any countries with truck like that I could am I like gonna be am I fucking up here? I'm not forgetting any countries, right? I am forgetting countries. Well, I mean, it makes sense. It doesn't look like Costa Rica or Panama. Like, what am I misremembering right now? Is this car different from the one? I mean, it looked so. It's just like it just doesn't look like this. Like, it just doesn't, and I just know it doesn't look like this or this. So yeah, but like I have the truck, right? So I technically would just know it's Kazakhstan. Oh, it's this, right? It's this bar? No? Oh, okay, never mind. I just have to remember Kazakhstan exists. The antenna is different, like fully different, like I could tell different. I mean, I'm slightly worried because I feel like I've seen these in Japan before, but not locam, so To me, this just doesn't look like Peru, but like, low-key, like, I might just be chopped on this. I just like, I'm so confused. We were driving left, dude. I was like not confident at all, but for some reason I thought, is this Gen 4? For some reason I thought this was Gen 3, and I just like fully broke my brain on that. The other one. Like this one, right? This one where it like circles around instead of like circles around less frequently, I guess is a better way to say it. I just saw like I was like not thinking South America at all, and then I saw this and this, and I was like, okay. I'm surprised these are even in Africa. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, in Australia. Bruh. Like, I mean, like, am I ever gonna see this in like? I feel like you just don't have these in South America. Am I crazy? Like, there's just no like farms or fucking like this at least. Like, this is like a. I mean, there probably is. I don't know. I might just be stupid. I just feel like everything is more like close together. I was trying to like look at the poles and stuff too, but I just couldn't tell. Like, are these metal? And then the fact that they're yeah. Yes, it's the southern hemisphere. Fences don't feel South America. Like they're too like perfect or something. Like South America has like more like fucking just throw this shit down. Makes sense. That makes sense. So I'm either goated or fucking horrible is what we're hearing right now. Like I got 0 points on 2 rounds and I got 14.5. Yeah, I know. Sure. To be fair, that was only 6 minutes, so like I didn't spend that long. But I think it's the anxiety of having a timer that's kind of important. Why am I zooming so fast? Small cam? I really don't know. I do know. That's for the bits. Eucalyptus. Ah, you're right. I forget. Like, I just, like, I've been told eucalyptus, and then I just, like, don't mentally register what it even fucking looks like. They're, like, the tall ones, right? Like, not this, right? Or this? This one? Elna. Elna. What? What? Hey. Yeah. Loki, I haven't done much Australia, New Zealand. I mean, I guess what? This is surely just Australia. Unless I'm just completely wrong. And Queensland because of this grass. Loki, no. Down here? Fuck. And the wrong side. Oh, I have to actually log in. Boom, 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 boom. Eswatini, lock it in. What? Are we driving left? Like, what am I looking at right now? These signs are all on the left, right? So, yes? Yeah. So we are just Australia, New Zealand again. Surely. Unless, wait, hold on. Are we... Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Really? Those are New Zealand bollards? Fuck you. It's so hard to see them. This is low cam, right? I don't want to get baited. Like, I feel like this doesn't look like Japanese to me. Wait. Am I cooked? Oh god. Like, I guess this, like, is just, you're never gonna find this in Mandarin. Or in, like, Chinese or whatever. I just saw these stripes down to the bottom, and I just fucking went with it. So this is low cam. Like, low-key, I should have known that. Like, I couldn't see... Like, it was so much... R2 had a good meta. Fuck. GG. It looks like Spanish. Pare. Never mind. Wait. Pare. Fuck, why am I getting them mixed up now? That is... Like, what is Spanish? Because this is Peru polls. But this is fucking... Here, let me just look around. I don't know. I forgot. Okay. How do you say stop in fucking Portuguese? I forgot. Like, why did I guess up there? Wait, what? Oh, wait, really? Wait, what is Mexico? Fucking know. Oh, Alto. Wait, why? I don't understand. I don't understand. I thought I thought Brazil was the one that was different, but it's just Mexico? I don't get that at all. So does that mean the Portuguese word for stop is the same? What? Why? No, why do they use alto up here and isn't it Spanish? It's all Spanish. Is it like a different like dialect or something as you go lower into South America? That's so fucking weird. That's so fucking weird. I mean, you can. I mean, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Like, what car is this, by the way? Some fucking bunk ass car. I think it's Iceland, right? Yeah, it looks like what I would think of as Iceland. English signs are not the same in the US and UK? Yes, they are. Wait, what are they? Israel? Tunisia. Fuck. Oh yeah, wait, I wanted to look at. Right, it's just like all the outside. It's never like it's not in the middle. Wait, how like they use stop in everywhere that has English, no? Even places that they don't have English. Australia. Okay, so that they speak French there. What am I doing right now? This is just a classic Melbourne. All right. I don't know anything about region guessing in Australia. I literally know nothing. Oh yeah, you're like I'm just trolling. I'm honestly just being stupid. Okay. Okay. Where are we right now? Like actually, where are we? Like actually, where are we? Like I'm not fucking joking. Where the fuck are we? Like it's bricky, so I want to go more northerny, but it looks like Spainy or Francy to me. And the signs are black on the back, which I know happens in Germany, but I don't know what else it happens in. I low-key forget. I'm gonna just go towards France over here. Belgium? No. Yes, Belgium. They do black signbacks. Where do they do black signbacks in the no car in Gen 4? How really no car Gen 4 equals like, is there something where, like, you can predict that it's, like, not those countries because, like, you're going up a hill or something and then the car's, like, the car blurring is, like, a little more scuffed or something like that? Wait, I want to learn the meta that you were saying earlier, but I don't know how to get to my old matches. Bum 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 bum. Wait, so what is this? Okay. Hole with dark green paint at bottom to the yellow signpost on the intersection. Bum, 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 bum. This? See? Wait, what do you mean painted bottom? Because this thing is all painted. Oh, I see it. Okay. Okay. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Bang. Alright. Ah, yes. These bollards you only find in Quebec, but we are not in Quebec. Because we have a stubby antenna, and these aren't on guardrails, so it's actually just not even Quebec at all. That being said, there's yellow here, and white outside. And southern, I think so. We're southern hemisphere. Wait, isn't this an Ecuador bollard? I mean, I just have to roll with it, I think. Okay. Like, why does it take me like 5 seconds to come up with it? What the roof rack, low cam. I'm actually like I have no idea. I'm actually struggling. Avendre. The RE conjugate. In France, obviously. In Paris, obviously. Bruh. What is this car, bro? Yeah, but like I've never seen small cam with a roof racky. Like, why did I not get this? Are the plates something like really obvious? Oh. Do they have red tint anywhere else? Austria? Oh, hell no. Okay, so wait, that was just free meta that I just didn't know? What the fuck? Where am I? Is that EU? I have no idea what Switzerland looks like, but this feels like low cam to me. But I don't think it looks like this, but maybe it just does. Is this Gen 2? It's not Gen 2. It is. Oh my god, wait, I see it. Kinda. It's really hard to tell because of the sun. Or like, I just like can't actually visually tell. I need to use the quote. Use the car. No, I legit have never clicked into Switzerland before. I just don't know what it looks like. I mean, I feel like that's like the most compact like place I've ever been, and that makes sense that it's Italy. You know what I mean? Like Italy is like so compact compared to like the rest of the world. Like even UK is like compact, but like not like that. Like, I mean, this is just buildings, I guess, but. Can you see the plates much? I saw this one. It doesn't look like double blue, which I'm Like I just kept looking at these plates and like none of them were fucking helping me. Like maybe this one? Hey, maybe small versus large is what I could have used. Because like this is large on the back and then this one's small on the front, maybe, and these ones are small on the front. And this one is small on the front. I see this one over here. Heartbreak. Fuck, like where are these coming again? It wasn't, I don't think it. I thought, but am I dumb, bro? Maybe I'm thinking of this. Like I knew that was fucking Bangladesh language. Crashing down a... Normal Gen 4 would only be Bangladesh. Wait, what do you mean by that? Nepal Shikam only, India Shikam or small cam. Oh. Oh. Okay. It's my fault. Dude, I don't get this. I don't get this at all. Isn't a raised road something? Lithuania. That's my guess here. Tell me. What's green blur meta? Well, now I'm fucking pissed because how the fuck? What do you mean he's not gonna see it? Motherfucker, fuck you. I can't see it. This? Oh, this sounds really OP if I can fucking see it. Is it a specific part of the camera that's like smudged or something? Oh wait, I see it. Here, right? This goes to this? Or no? Am I seeing things? No, I think this is just the lighting. No, I swear it's my fucking monitor. I promise it's not me, it's my monitor. Let me change my monitor settings. Oh! Fuck. Whatever. I didn't even mean to open that. I meant to open this. I know you can't see what I'm seeing right now, but it looks fucking awesome. No, because I optimized my fucking monitor for speedrunning, and it's clearly not optimized for this. Wait, maybe let me drag it onto my second monitor and see if I can see it. Okay, like, tell me what is different. Is it this is different from this? No, I no, it's fine. I'm just so curious at this point. No, like, I feel like, why is it a waste of time? I don't understand. Like, if I can see it, then isn't it good or no? Plunkett has example locations. Where the fuck are we again? Oh, Estonia. Oh fucking Jesus Christ, I noticed it here, and I've seen this in game before, like this compared to this. Why was I zoomed in on the floor? I just like don't know how to optimize my settings for geoguesser. Is it this? And like I'm scared that if I change what I'm doing right now, I'm gonna like it's the car blur. What? What? Okay, fine. I'm so fucking mad right now. 20K! Not bad. Mexico. Right? Where does it look like this, though? What the fuck? I don't know how to region guess Mexico at all. Or just like somewhere around here, because it's like kind of dry, but it's like not super dry, but it's like kind of dry a little bit, and it's like not really, it doesn't look super... Like, low-key, does this look more green over here? Fuck. Dude, shut up. Indonesia! What? Boom, 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 boom. Java? Are we on Java? Bang. Yes. Where the fuck are we? Wait. Kazakhstan? That's what I already thought. Kazakhstan's like a DLC country for me. I feel like it just like doesn't exist. And then it did exist all of a sudden. And now I'm like trolling. Fuck! Oh my god. And Mongolia. Like these, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, like just didn't exist for me for my first week of playing, I swear to god. Die. My friends are dead. Wait, so what? How many fucking cars can Mongolia have? I thought Mongolia was the... Ugh! Okay, Mongolia. It like just looks like a low-key drier Russia. That's just... I mean, like, this low-key would troll me if I didn't have this tent car either for, like, somewhere. And then... What the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? Hello? That's just not what I meant at all. That's just not what I meant. Okay, Kazakhstan is only the white truck, and Mongolia is never the white truck, yes? And Kyrgyzstan is always this exact truck. Yes? This truck that you get in... Wait, this is different. No, it's not. Bro, I don't... what the fuck is that even supposed to mean? What are we making me out to be right now? Okay. Osh? Osh? He's here! These ones are solved. These countries are solved, but I just constantly unsolve them in my brain. These countries are literally solved, and I just unsolve them. Like, I scramble them in my brain. Generation 2? Generation 2? Where the fuck is this? Okay, you know what? Soul Read. Isle of Man. Fuck. Good edge. Why is there Generation 2 in Ireland? Update your shit? These 6%? Paraguay? Shame on you. And Bazinga. Bazinga. Fuck. And we're driving left, and we're in either Eswatini or Lesotho because it looks so... We are definitely in... We are definitely in... No Eswatini grass. Analyze. Not big enough mountains, probably. Slash... No. Yeah. Wait, really? Bruh, it looks the same, bruh. I thought I had a meta for this in my head, but I did not. Did I take a little break? I ate some food. I don't understand. You don't understand? You don't know if there's divided roads? What the fuck is this? Okay, so is Lesotho just like scuffed Eswatini? Is that what I'm hearing right now? And also, does it go way higher now that I'm looking at it? I mean, this goes high. Is Eswatini more like big hills, like very, very big hills, and then Lesotho's like mountains? I think I had that swapped in my head. UAE. Wait, we're driving on the lefty? I mean, Oman? We're driving on the left. Why are we driving on the left? Do they drive on the left? Namibia? No. There's just no way. I think this guy is just a chopped driver. That's what I think. Wait, look at the sun. That doesn't help me. Where does it look like this in Namibia? Like, this is what I thought. Bro, the bar is not real. Wait, is it real? I swear it's fake. Okay, well, I can't see the bar ever. Wait, was there something else that I could use here? So, no bar is Namibia? Yeah, I know driving left, but I thought he was chopped. I literally said it. Okay. Short antennae. What? Where are we? 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 Are we even... Wait, I didn't even look at this song. Oh my fucking god. I have never seen this country in my life. Bro, what the fuck, man? I'm stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid. Oh. It has to be Oman because we're driving right, right? But truck? Is this not truck? Oh my god, wait. It is truck! Where else would we be with truck? Oh my god, I couldn't think about it. Bruh. What the fuck are you looking at? How is this Senegal? I don't even know how I'm supposed to get Senegal here. Like, none of the metas that I would use for Senegal are here at all. This just looks like some fucking... I guess it's just between this or Namibia, and it doesn't look like Namibia, right? Is that all that's what it is? Or Oman, but it doesn't look like Oman? Drives right. Oh my god! Do you think... Front of the car. Bum, bum, bum. Road looks a little thin for the United States of America, but low-key I could see the vision. These are some thick-ass trees, and across the fucking whole ass United damn ass States. I'm chopped, 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 I'm chopped. Ah. I have no clue. On the phone. Like, I just didn't think that. No, I'm so shit. I'm so shit. I have no fucking idea where we are. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. This mountain. You see a lot of rocks. Oh, okay. Fucking rocks, bruh. I've got fucking rocks for brains. Montenegro is always Gen 3, yeah? And Spain also doesn't have any Gen 3. I just made that up. Spain. 27%. White rock. No, I'm just fucking trolling. I'm just being stupid. I don't fucking know. Okay. White rock. Like the floor that was in my map? Like this shit down here? Or this exposed rock? Okay, chopped mountains are in Montenegro. Chopped ass mountains are in Montenegro. I will remember this. Is there blue here? I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm so chopped. I'm so chopped. Ukraine. Is it snow in Ukraine? What the fuck? Are these polls something that... Wait, but... Oh, wait. Really? It's this, right? The alternating or something? Thank you. I'm doing great, but everybody else is doing better than me, and it's chill to be chopped and stupid and dumb and idiot. Solved. This is solved. This is simply freaky. Freaky? It's here. Unless it's here, but I don't think it is. What is here again? Right. Not freaky, but like a little freaky. Alternating. Okay. Speedrun. What the? Oh my god, I thought this person had GeoGuessr merch in their car, and I was like, or like fucking whatever this is. Not even Google merch. Wait, so what car is this? White car? Generation 3? Kind of chopped area. No white on the plates. I mean, no blue on the plates. Tight corners. Generation 3, tight corners, chopped. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Like, how is it here? What even is this place? North Macedonia. Bro, there's no fucking... Is it because it's Gen 3 that there's no bluey? Generation 3, no antenna. What does that mean? Means North Macedonia? What is this bollard? Very. Okay, let me actually like look at around at what this fucking country looks like, because I just am not looking. Okay, flat with hill and distance. These roofs. Chopped cars and tractors and farming and tight city that would remind me a little bit of Italy, but we're not in Italy. And also mountain over here. And this guy with the fructal juice. Like, none of the coverage is actually in mountains. Never mind. Okay. Okay. Blue. Middle of the road, maybe left. Northern? Maybe not. And is this the green? I have nothing to go off of, so I just have no clue. I just have no clue. I just have no clue. I literally have no clue. Like, how is this Brazil? Yeah. The problem is that I okay, like I will okay. All right, let's see where the moon is. Can't find it. Okay, so here's the problem that I'm having. The problem that I'm having is that even if I am doing like something, what am I trying to say right now? Campbell. Okay. The problem with me getting stuff wrong is that if I don't know it, I start to panic, and then I fucking guess the most chopped guess ever across the entire fucking map for no reason. Like, it's actually so annoying. Brazil? Black sign back. Colombia cross, Ecuador bollard, Brazil pole. And it's chopped. I'm going Brazil. I don't think that's an actual bollard, by the way. Triangulating. GG. But this looks like Columbia Cross. It's fake. Yeah. That makes sense. Alright, speedrun. More reps. Even though every wrong guess makes me fucking die a little bit. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't know. Croatia. Yeah. I thought it might be Bosnia too. And then I zoomed in. Bum, bum. Lucky. City. Rock wall. Small. Mossy. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, where am I guessing? Fuck. What? I don't know how to play this game. I don't know how to play this game. Mossy cobblestone wall. Oh, you got mossy cobblestone walls in Spain. Wait, holy shit. I thought this was low-key UK. And then I was like, no, I feel like I remember hearing saying stone walls are Mediterranean. And then I was like, yeah, I don't know about that one. So then I went back up and then it was Spain. Gen 2. Where can you get Gen 2? This looks like Albania. Does Albania... Which one has the chopped mountains? North Macedonia, right? Not Albania? Greece. Man, there's probably no fucking Gen 2 in Albania now that I think about it. Albania. Hard to just like know where the fuck to go. Any green floors or any potentially... Oh, that's probably a GG animal. Any grass that is long? I see it. Or what was the other technique that could be applied here? I forget, but that grass looks long, so I'm gonna go Queensland. GG. What am I remembering right now? Yellow signpost. Okay. With precision. Small cam. Small cam in Europe. Maybe. Wait, no. Wait, does small cam mean we're driving this way? Oh boy. So left drive, northern hemisphere. Is this a freaky place? Oh god, I don't have time. Is it one of the places down here? Fuck! I knew it! Because this looks kind of like... The daydream. Gen 3. Black car. Bolivia, maybe, or Uruguay, or... Not Bolivia, because... Wait, what am I saying? Probably Uruguay, more likely, even though this is slightly wobbly. Because of those poles, maybe? I don't have much to go off of. This looks pretty thick, yeah? That looks pretty thick to me. Alright, and peep this, though. Bang! It's a main road. What license plate is this? Classic American neighborhood. Middle upper class. Own their own home. Bing. Georgia. Connecticut. So I was wrong. Of course I was. Left driving. White front blur. Orange outside, maybe? What is that? It's white outside. I'm just not gonna care about what the fuck that is. This is Australia bollard. And this is really dry. So, South Australia, Western Australia, South Australia. Bing? Bang. Are we at a border? Oh no, ferry. Ferry. Casa. T2 lab. No. The Spanish ferry? No, the Tedlicult. So what is this bollard? The nether? No. Dude, I don't know. What the fuck? Bruh, oh my god, it's so obvious now. It looked like it was more, when I was looking at the side, it looked different. No, it didn't. I'm chopped. I'm so chopped. Again. Fuck do you mean blue car left driving? I don't know. Kruger. So I forgot Southeast Asia existed. That mountain? I didn't even see that. The only place I could think of in time was South Africa. Oh, Malaysia. What about South Africa? Well, it didn't look like South Africa at all, so I don't know why I even would consider that. Hungary. Hungary bollards. Hungary bollards? Hungry bollards. Hungry bollard. Yeah? Yeah? Yes? Yes? Am I correct? Am I correct? Okay. Black car Gen 3. Good kid, Man City. Like grass like this, I have to stay low, and I have to probably stay like I mean, what are the what are the wait? What are the thing? Argentina, Peru? I guess I'll go Uruguay, but I think it might be Argentina, and I might be wrong. Okay. White front, driving left, concrete Thailand. Barrel of garbage. Wicca. And as for region guessing, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 palm trees. So we have to go 7 knots south, east, southwest of Bangkok. It was northwest. Okay. Antenna, blue car, only exists in fuck. I don't know. I don't remember. Ugh. Wait, is that true? If South Africa would be back. No, if I was playing GeoGuessr like on my own, I would be learning like the fastest possible method to get good. Is this true, by the way? Blue car. Gen 4 South Africa, you'd see the blueback tab / antenna. So, in Bulgaria and South Africa, you see that? Is that it? Or am I chopped? What? What do you mean anywhere in Europe? I thought this meant something. Oh, Gen 3? So this doesn't mean anything, is what you're telling me. For me. For my purposes. Why'd I go South Africa and Malaysia? Fuck. Bolivia or Peru? And how do I differentiate these two? Peru more hilly while being green. Okay. I thought that meant something. Mongolia. This is not a road. We're not on a road right now. Bro was just fucking driving. Front white? Mexico arrow? That would make sense. Bro, put a shirt on. Never mind. Do whatever the fuck you want. Boom, boom. And lining up the road. And lining up the road. And we're lining up the road. And bing. White? Playhouse? Oh, wait, I know. This came up with me and Ziggy. Fuck, I don't remember. I don't know. I do know. What? Is this the back of the car? Wait. Southern. I mean, probably Australia, so this is probably the front of the car. Oh yeah, the red's on this side anyway. Alright. Southern Australia, for sure. Alright. Alright, watch this. NMPZ. 10 seconds. I knew it was Indonesia. What is this? Oh, probably. Fuck! Why did I switch? Fuck! What is this, bro? This is literally the thing I just saw. But like, what was this? This threw me off so hard. And this fucking pipe, bro. What are we doing? Like, what is this? Ah! Like, why can't you just spawn facing this? No, dude, I had that. Fuck. Alright, one more. Just, no, it's gonna go so much worse. Should I really embarrass myself? Okay. Like, this just looks kind of... No, grease. Grease? Fuck, why'd I move? I saw wooden poles. Sorry. What? What? Who fucking has that kind of car? Fuck, wait, hold on. This was a bad guess, though, right? This is... Bosnia... I don't know. I just clicked somewhere. Wait, what? Why does the city out-aura the country? It's literally bigger text. What the fuck? What? Isn't that the Lebanon flag? Or the... No, wait. Is it? No, Lebanon? Is it... Wait, hello? Monaco is a city-state? Wait, I thought it was a country. It says country. Charles Leclerc? Wait, is he from there? Ireland. Oh, not bad, actually. What the fuck does that even mean? Why do you say his name then? Is he French? Okay. I'm ending. I might go live on alt. Okay, I have to shower quickly though. What do you mean you're sleepy? You said you could stay up all night. You literally said you could stay up all night? Are you gonna take a nap? If you're gonna take a nap, then I'm not ending stream. You literally slept through yesterday. You literally... Nobody can get mad at me. Yeah, but that wasn't even our plan. Okay, whatever. Goodbye. I will be live on all later. And we're gonna play train together, probably. Okay, bye.